Chapter 1, The Campus Beauty List, The Opening Confession. The Magic City. The Magic Transportation Center Square. The cool autumn wind gently blows. A man with picturesque eyebrows and extraordinary good looks, like a demigod sent to the world, walks down the road, followed by three roommate friends with shining eyes. The LSP roommates' eyes are staring unblinkingly at the young ladies passing by. Wow, what a nice autumn. The clothes are just right, not too much and not too little. Look at that young lady, her breasts are really long. Yuck. Her legs are really big. The LSPS looked at the young ladies on campus and discussed them. Leng Qingxue looked at this group of LSPS, whose mouths were watering, and shook his head. Can this group of idiots be as stable as him? All they know is sex. No sex. Women will only affect the speed at which he draws his sword. The sword must stay away from women and emotions. Leng Qingxue is a time traveler who arrived here 2 months ago. Before traveling through time, Leng Qingxue was an ordinary office worker. He is 25 years old and unmarried. Before going to bed, he drinks a cup of warm milk to prevent fatigue from carrying over to the next day. 2 months ago, he listened to the song Listen to Me Thank You. The next day, he woke up and found that he had traveled to this parallel world similar to the Blue Star. The original owner of this body was also named Leng Qingxue. Because he had just finished taking the college entrance exam and his results were quite good, he went crazy and rewarded himself by playing games. Then Leng Qingxue came through. Leng Qingxue was very satisfied with this. After all, he had returned to his college days and was able to experience college life again. Isn't that great? Moreover, Leng Qingxue had read a lot of online literature, and he knew that all time travelers had golden fingers. What rings, old grandpas, what little green bottles, my son Wang Tung has. Ah, no, this seems like fantasy. This is the city, and the golden finger should be the system. So, Leng Qingxue enjoyed his summer vacation at home while waiting for the system to arrive. The original owner's family was not too bad. He played all the games that he didn't have time to play at work, and watched a lot of episodes, such as Kaguya-sama Wants My Confession, Spy Family, and The Healer's Reply. At the same time, the system also arrived as Leng Qingxue had expected. That day, Leng Qingxue received his university admission notice. The moment he got the notice in his hands, an electronic prompt sounded in his head. Ding! Host's second life has been detected. University admission obtained. Perfect mail system starting up. Hearing this sound, Leng Qingxue felt another unexpected surge of joy. Look, isn't my golden finger here? Ding! System detecting environment. System starting up. System functions unlocked 0%, 10%, 20%, 30-50%, 0.99%. On the blue system panel in Leng Qingxue's mind, a progress bar appeared that loaded to 99%, and then it stopped moving. 10 minutes later. He looked at the system panel. Huh? What's going on? Why did it stop loading when there was only one bar left? This system, I wonder if he has OCD. He, Leng Qingxue, can't stand it when the progress bar reaches 99% and then stops. However, this kind of thing happened quite a few times, whether it was watching videos or playing games, and at that time, he almost smashed the game screen. Within a month, Leng Qingxue would check the system's loading progress bar every day, but it was always the same 99%. During this time, he asked the system why. The system's response was that the necessary conditions were lacking. He was so annoyed. His system was on, but not completely. However, although the system's function loading progress bar was stuck at 99%, some functions were still available. There were 2 task options that could be selected in the system panel, while the other options were locked by a small lock and could not be viewed. Persist in the morning exercise task to quickly enhance your physique. Persist in the skin care task to quickly enhance your charm. Physique enhancement capsule, not yet unlocked. Invincible capsule, not yet unlocked. Study enhancement capsule, not yet unlocked. So Leng Qingxue insisted on morning running every day on campus. He also started taking care of his skin. Although he was already very handsome, no one would mind if he became even more so. In fact, Leng Qingxue didn't want to exercise, but because the original owner's body was a bit weak. And he felt this deeply after his time travel. Have you heard of our campus beauty list? Wang Wei used his chubby hand to pat Leng Qingxue on the side. Leng Qingxue came back to his senses. What did you say? You brat, there are so many beautiful women here and you're still daydreaming. I said, Have you heard of our campus's top 100 beauties? Never heard of it. Lin Yu replied with a calm face, without any emotion. He naturally hadn't heard of such a thing, as he had no women in his heart and naturally drew his sword to worship the gods. You haven't heard of it? The campus top 100 beauty list features the 100 most beautiful girls at our university. Wang Jun looked at his roommates with a mischievous smile on his face. Zhao Tian and Xian Fei looked at Wang Jun excitedly, their faces showing a burning passion. Tell us, Junzi. I've heard of the top 100 beauty list. It's said to have been made by a fourth-year student on the campus forum. But I've looked all over the forum and can't find it. Wang Jun gave a smug smile. Are you kidding? Can anyone find it? I also had to use some tricks to see a bit of it. Kid, don't keep us in suspense, just tell us. Zhao Tian and Xian Fei couldn't wait any longer. Seeing how impatient you are, let me tell you slowly. Just as Wang Jun was about to speak, a noise of a crowd of people came from the west side of the campus square. Look! Look! Zhang Tingting! It's Zhang Tingting! Lin Yu and the others looked in the direction of the noise. They saw a girl with a single ponytail, a pure face, and dressed in a long white skirt, appear in the field of view of the crowd. She was surrounded by two other girls who were not bad looking. This sight caused a commotion in the crowd. From Lin Yu's extremely high aesthetic point of view, this woman was still pretty. But that was about it. Wang Jun, on the other hand, had his nostrils dilated and an expression of shock. Holy shit! The school beauty queen! Zhang Tingting! She's the school beauty queen? Lin Yu asked. It's been a month since the semester started, don't tell me you don't even know the school beauty queen. The three LSPS looked at Lin Yu in shock. Lin Yu nodded indifferently, be confident, I really don't know the school beauty queen. Why would he know the school beauty queen? Does he have to know her just because she's pretty? Wang Jun, Xian Fei, Zhao Tian. Wang Jun cleared his throat. Cough, cough, you don't know this, do you? This Zhang Tingting is not only the school flower, but also the second most beautiful woman on the list of the 100 most beautiful women on campus that I just mentioned. Holy shit! So amazing? The second most beautiful woman. The other two LSPS eyes lit up. Lin Yu, on the other hand, raised his eyebrows. Second? Who's first? At the same time, a beautiful figure walked from afar towards the crowd. Sun Tingting and her girlfriends had already walked diagonally across from Lin Yu. Ding! The mission has been issued. The host must confess his love to the most attractive woman here. Whether or not he succeeds, he will unlock the full functionality of the system. Lin Yu heard the electronic prompt in his head, and his starry eyes narrowed, his gaze becoming as sharp as an eagle's. Confess his love to the most attractive woman here? Chapter 2, Rejected Confession, suddenly appeared Cold Goddess. Lin Yu finally understood the reason why the system progress bar had been stuck at 99% for the past month. It turned out that he was waiting for him here. Is this a necessary condition? Damn it! I finally managed to activate the system once, but you let me lose so completely. This system, after being turned on, the system function is stuck at 99% progress. Now it's asking him to find someone to confess to in order to unlock it. Isn't this bullying an honest person? System, I'm going to detect the host's abusive behavior towards the system, and the system loading progress will become 98%. Lin Yuren was dumbfounded. This loading progress can still regress. He suspected that the system did it on purpose, and he had evidence. Lin Yu pondered whether or not to carry out this task. After all, this was a task of declaring one's love in public, and the pros and cons had to be weighed. According to the task requirements, declare your love to the woman with the highest appearance value present. Should be the school beauty queen, right? Let him, Lin Yu, declare his love to a woman he doesn't know? Are you kidding? How is that possible? Is that the kind of person he, Lin Yu, is? Well, there's no time to lose, declare your love right away. It really smells good. Lin Yu didn't want to, but the system gave him too much. Having read a lot of online literature, he knew that the rewards given by the system must be very strong and rare. The rewards for a system whose functions have not been fully unlocked are very good. Lin Yu has been insisting on morning runs every day for the past month, and he can feel his physical fitness improving visibly. Both kidneys feel like they have a constant source of strength coming from them. And by insisting on skincare every day, his charm value has also improved quite a bit. Not to mention the female classmates in the department, even the way the male classmates looked at him gave him an inexplicable feeling of fencing. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt his heart growl. The system function that has been completely unlocked is definitely even more powerful. Lin Yu is very much looking forward to it. He thinks very clearly. He doesn't know this school flower, so he just confessed. It's okay if he fails, the mission says that no matter if he succeeds or not, he can unlock the system function. As for what others would think if he failed, Lin Yu never cared about such things. On the other hand, Lin Yu hoped to fail, so that he could unlock the system without a woman, the best of both worlds. Lin Yu thought he was guaranteed to win. He glanced at Zhang Tingting diagonally across the square. He felt in his heart that the probability of his failure was quite high, and he couldn't help but feel more at ease. Because Lin Yu's sixth sense told him that this woman was not that easy to confess to. Seeing that Zhang Tingting and the others were about to walk away, Lin Yu took a deep breath and walked in that direction. Wait. School flower classmate. His voice was not loud, but it was full of energy, clear and magnetic. At this moment, all the onlookers on the campus square suddenly froze. Then they looked at the male who made the sound. Holy shit! Guys! There's Melon. Judging from the situation, I'm afraid it's not another one confessing to the school flower. This is the 13th this month. In that case, isn't this the 13th to lick a dog? It's a pity, this guy is quite handsome. Wang Jun, Zhen Fei and the others were also shocked by Lin Yu's unexpected action. What the hell is you doing? Zhang Tingting heard Lin Yu's voice and stopped, looking at him. Is there something wrong? School flower, be my girlfriend. Lin Yu said this without any panic, right in front of everyone. Very good, his mission was complete, and now he was just waiting to be rejected and unlock the system function. Holy shit! Lin Yu's roommates let out a chorus of sounds when they saw this. The beauty of the Chinese character culture was on full display at this moment. Is you really that brave? The three of them could hardly imagine that Lin Yu, who was usually so steady and uninterested in women, would suddenly come forward to confess his love to the school beauty. And he didn't even know the school beauty. Was this a case of seeing a pretty face and falling in love? It was indeed a confession, and the onlookers around them were not surprised by this at all. They just wanted to see how Lin Yu would be rejected by Zhang Tingting. Zhang Tingting was slightly taken aback when she heard this. She took a closer look at the handsome man in front of her. She recognized Lin Yu. On the campus list of male gods, Lin Yu was at the top of the appearance list. Zhang Tingting naturally knew him. However, the campus list of male gods was divided into an appearance list and a comprehensive list. In the comprehensive list, Lin Yu ranked 20th. The ranking in the comprehensive list was based on family background, academic ability, and development potential. This Lin Yu seemed to have an average background, and it was hard to tell anything about him, except that he was handsome and seemed to have nothing else. The reason why Lin Yu ranked 20th was because his appearance gave him a lot of points. Zhang Tingting already had the answer in her heart. She was a woman who was going to marry into a wealthy family, so how could she be with an unremarkable person? If the top three on the comprehensive list came to confess their love, she might agree. She had already silently regarded this man as a lapdog. Zhang Tingting gave a professional smile. Sorry, we're not suitable for each other. If there's nothing else, I'll be going first. Lin Yu's expression darkened slightly when he heard this. Okay, school beauty, I'm sorry for being rude. In fact, he laughed out loud in his heart. Ha ha ha. The plan worked. Just as he expected, he was rejected. Successfully unlocked system function. Wang Jun and the others didn't know what to say when they saw this. They were going to wait for Lin Yu to come back and comfort him. The onlookers around them were satisfied when they saw Lin Yu being rejected. See? This guy is so handsome, but he was rejected by the school beauty. Lin Yu ignored the comments of others and was about to walk back. However, he did not hear the system's prompt for the task to be completed. He silently muttered in his heart. System, damn it. My task is complete, why don't you unlock it? Return to the host, you have not completed the task. Please confess to the woman with the highest appearance value in the audience. Lin Yu's head instantly filled with countless question marks. What's going on? Didn't he just say it? And he was rejected. Lin Yu, don't be sad. It's good that she rejected you. Come on, you confess to me. I'll be your girlfriend, okay? Lin Yu was wondering what step he had gone wrong. A charming and cold, pleasant female voice sounded in his ear. He looked in the direction of the sound. The woman in front of him was absolutely beautiful, with long, natural black waves of hair falling over her shoulders. The white t-shirt and slim-fitting jeans accentuated her sexy and hot figure. Her full breasts were followed by a slender waist, and further down was a plump and perky buttocks with curves expanding rapidly. Even Lin Yu's extremely high aesthetic standards could only admit that this woman was exceptionally beautiful. She was much more beautiful than Zhang Tingting just now. Compared to Zhang Tingting, this woman was more like the school flower, right? But who was this? He doesn't know her either, so why did she suddenly appear? And how did she know his name was Lin Yu? The onlookers around them were shocked to see the woman who had suddenly appeared. Leng Qingxue. It's Leng Qingxue, the legendary flower of Jialing. North of the Milky Way, Shui is the most beautiful. Why is she here? Leng Qingxue is also one of the school flowers of Shanghai University, but her personality is cold as an iceberg, giving people the impression that she is unapproachable. Because she rarely shows her face, her popularity is not as high as Zhang Tingting's. Zhang Tingting, who was standing nearby, saw Leng Qingxue's arrival and her eyes revealed surprise and a hint of jealousy. Why did her cheap best friend come here? And she still wants Lin Yu to be her boyfriend? How shallow, only looking at appearances. Leng Qingxue didn't care about the stares around her, and she gave Lin Yu a little devilish smile. What do you say, Lin Yu, confess to me. Chapter 3, it seems that the school flower's best friend is even better. Confess to me, Lin Yu. I'll treat you well, sister. Leng Qingxue finished speaking and then looked at Lin Yu in front of her with a slight smile. When she was observing him earlier, she could tell that this handsome man was not being sincere when he confessed. How could you confess with nothing in your hands? You should at least get a bouquet of roses. This man's expression was very calm, without the loss of being rejected after a confession. This was not the first time Leng Qingxue had seen Lin Yu. Leng Qingxue had the habit of getting up early to exercise. Every morning on campus, she could see the handsome man in front of her jogging in the morning, and for a month, rain or shine, it had never stopped. Moreover, there was a calmness in this man's eyes that did not match his age. She was very interested in this man. You have successfully caught my attention. So she asked around for Lin Yu's name and department. When Lin Yu heard this, a question mark popped up in his mind. What's going on? Did he hear it wrong? Why would a more beautiful beauty come over and ask him to confess? Is there some kind of mistake? He wasn't really going to confess in the first place. The onlookers, including Lin Yu's roommates, were also in shock. Holy shit! What did I hear? Leng Qingxue wants this guy to confess his love. That's the Ice Queen, the flower of Jialing. And she's saying she'll be his girlfriend if he does? No way. Zhang Tingting and her girlfriends also stood there in shock. Zhang Tingting was in the arts department, and Leng Qingxue was in the maths department. They didn't know each other at first, but when Zhang Tingting saw Leng Qingxue's looks, she came over and became her best friend. Leng Qingxue didn't say anything about it. Zhang Tingting was a little jealous of Leng Qingxue's looks. She felt that she was already very beautiful, but compared to Leng Qingxue, she still lagged far behind. Fortunately, Leng Qingxue was aloof and rarely appeared in public. So it was still her, Zhang Tingting, who was popular. Zhang Tingting was momentarily a little annoyed. Did Leng Qingxue come here on purpose to deliberately target her and slap her in the face? She immediately spoke up. Qingxue, what do you mean? Leng Qingxue then looked back at Zhang Tingting and gave her an elegant smile. Tingting, didn't you reject him? If so, he confessed to me, so it should be fine, right? I think he's very nice. You shouldn't mind, right? Zhang Tingting's face flushed slightly. Of course I don't mind, I'm not just looking at appearances. Well, that's good. Leng Qingxue narrowed her beautiful eyes. However, at this moment, Lin Yu reacted. He felt that this Leng Qingxue was probably joking when she said all this, as if she wanted to give him a way out. Although he didn't know why. The surrounding classmates also realized this. Leng Qingxue must be kind-hearted and want to give these handsome guys a way out. Anyway, they didn't believe that such an iceberg goddess would take the initiative to let someone confess. Lin Yu saw this. He decided to go along with the flow. After all, it's the beautiful young lady's heart, and you wouldn't take the step down if she gave you the chance. Wouldn't that be a fool? After declaring his love, he quickly retreated. He just felt that Leng Qingxue in front of him was joking. Leng Qingxue saw that Lin Yu was hesitating to speak, so she narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at him. Lin Yu, are you afraid? Lin Yu's eyebrows slightly raised on hearing this. Afraid? Are you kidding? He's super brave, okay? Damn it, let's do it. He's not losing out at all by declaring his love for a prettier girl. And this is the school flower's best friend, so it's even better. It's even a bit of a bargain. Lin Yu took a deep breath and looked at Leng Qingxue. Leng Qingxue, I like you, be my girlfriend. Leng Qingxue heard Lin Yu's confession, raised her beautiful eyes, her red lips curling up slightly, revealing a smile of success. I agree. We are now boyfriend and girlfriend. Lin Yu nodded. Then his body trembled. Sigma. What? What do you mean? You agree to this? This woman doesn't play by the rules. Then an electronic synthesized sound rang in his head. Congratulations, the host has successfully completed the confession task. All system functions are completely unlocked. System loading, 98%, 99%, 100%. The host can now start the check-in and punch-in mode. Check-in and punch-in mode will earn you system points, which can be exchanged for items in the system mall. A message panel from the system mall pops up in front of Lin Yu. Points Mall, Invincible Capsules, Learning Enhancement Capsules, Sharp Thinking Skills Book, Unarmed Combat Skills Book, Intelligent Analysis Glasses, a bottle of happiness water that you can't finish drinking, magical lipstick. Lin Yu listened to a series of system prompts in his mind and was dumbfounded. His mind was buzzing. How did the mission succeed? He looked at the beautiful Leng Qingxue in front of him and suddenly realized. Holy shit! The clown was actually himself. Leng Qingxue was the most attractive woman there. Lin Yu stupidly ran over to find the school beauty to confess his love, and then wondered why the mission wasn't completed. Because in the first place, Zhang Tingting was not the most attractive woman there. However, Lin Yu thought that it wasn't his fault. It was mainly because the task given by the system was ambiguous, and he hadn't seen Leng Qingxue there just now. The onlookers around him instantly showed shocked expressions. Holy cow! Are you serious? Did I hear it wrong? The school beauty queen agreed to confess her love. Some people even dug into their ears, rubbed their eyes, and looked at the scene in front of them. Impossible. I don't believe it. They couldn't believe that the aloof school beauty had just agreed to confess her love. Some daring people around them directly asked. School beauty Leng, did you really agree to confess your love to him? Are you serious? Leng Qingxue smiled politely. Yes, I did. I never joke around. She even reached out and took Lin Yu's hand. Because their secret crush was Leng Qingxue. Now that the goddess had been taken, who could bear it? Today, there were a few hundred more lovelorn people in the city. Zhang Tingting, on the other hand, looked at Leng Qingxue in shock and anger. She had originally thought that Leng Qingxue was joking, but she didn't expect her to be serious? You will regret it if you only look at appearances. Let's go. Zhang Tingting led her girlfriends away. Lin Yu stood there with a blank expression. What was going on? He just got a girlfriend out of nowhere? How would that affect his speed when drawing his sword? He really didn't want to confess. There's a group of people over there. What are you doing here? In the distance, a middle-aged man walked over. Shit. The department head is here. Everyone run. The people around him dispersed in a panic. Lin Yu saw this as his chance. Run. Today is a bit chaotic, he needs to go back and sort things out. Oh, you old six. He sprinted away. Leng Qingxue saw Lin Yu trying to run and immediately grabbed him, her slender arms locking around his waist, creating a situation where a strong woman was holding a man captive. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. Shit, Sigma. This woman is trying to catch him for the department head. Chapter 4, Under the witness of the department head, Lin Yu was caught. Lin Yu was locked by Leng Qingxue, but he didn't dare to use too much force. What, big sister, let go of me. The department head is here. If you let go of me, we can run together. Lin Yu was preparing to turn Leng Qingxue against him. It was better for them to run together than to be caught. Who are you calling big sister? You have to call me sister. Leng Qingxue said with a puffed up face. She locked her waist around Lin Yu, then revealed a cunning smile, like a little fox. Lin Yu, don't worry, this is university. Isn't it normal for boyfriends and girlfriends to show affection? What are you afraid of? Leng Qingxue could tell at a glance that Lin Yu didn't want to go out with her. That won't do, Lin Yu must be tied down. How could she let him go when she had him? She is very interested in Lin Yu. She first agreed to confess in front of the onlookers today. Then the department head happened to come. It's pretty good to let the department head witness it. With the department head as a witness, Lin Yu won't regret it later. Lin Yu was slightly stunned upon hearing this. Ha! Leng Qingxue's words seemed to make a lot of sense. In college, it's normal for boyfriends and girlfriends to show affection. But he didn't even agree to be Leng Qingxue's boyfriend. He doesn't even know Leng Qingxue, and he's just going out with her because she's pretty? How is that possible? Then you're just coveting someone else's body, you're despicable. Lin Yu was furious. Damn you, system. Me. Nothing happened at first, but he had to confess. If he confessed, he would fail, and if he failed, he could just turn on the system. But then Leng Qingxue suddenly appeared, disrupting his plan. So he just got a girlfriend. Leng Qingxue's soft, bony body hugged him, and Lin Yu had a strange feeling. The department head walked over with a steady pace. The onlookers all ran away. It's good that this young couple isn't running away. He strongly supports college students dating. Everyone is an adult, and it would be most amusing if they became single dogs. This is what college is all about. It's only when young couples fall in love together that it looks like college. This way, the entire campus has vitality. What are you two doing? The dean's booming voice rang out. Hello, Dean. Hello, Dean. Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue greeted the man in unison. Dean, this person just confessed to me. I agreed. Leng Qingxue poked Lin Yu with her delicate white fingers and gave a sweet smile. Lin Yu. I didn't. Don't make things up. You asked me to confess my love. I didn't ask to confess my love. You have to understand the cause and effect. He wasn't the one who took the initiative, he was the passive one. In that case, it should be Leng Qingxue who confessed her love to him. I don't. Lin Yu opened his mouth, paused again, and Leng Qingxue had already extended her small, white hand and secretly pinched the soft flesh of his waist. The department head nodded upon hearing Leng Qingxue's response. No wonder there were so many people watching. So it was a confession. The couple had just become a couple. The girl was really pretty, and the guy was very handsome. He was even a little more handsome than he had been when he was younger. He looked at the two of them, a perfect match, and was very happy for them. Ha! What's wrong, young man? Nothing, head of department, he just got my consent. He's very excited. Leng Qingxue said with a cute smile. Well, you should be excited. That's what young people should do. However, confessing your love is one thing, but you can't cause a commotion on campus. The department head said with a serious expression. Okay, thank you, department head. Thank you, department head. Lin Yu saw this and didn't bother to explain. If he explained that it wasn't a confession, the department head would get angry. Well, very good. You may leave now. The department head patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and said. Okay. Leng Qingxue then dragged Lin Yu away. Lin Yu was dragged by Leng Qingxue to the pavilion on campus. It was very quiet here. In the distance, there were a few pairs of lovers playing around. Lin Yu looked at the stunning beauty next to him. He decided to retreat first. This woman doesn't play by the rules, and she's like a little devil. This is no cold goddess. Well, she is tall. Those long, slender legs are indeed long. Well, I'll be going first if that's okay. Wait, as a boyfriend, you're not even going to stay with your girlfriend, and you're thinking of leaving first? Leng Qingxue stopped Lin Yu. Lin Yu paused and turned back. When did I agree to be your boyfriend? Leng Qingxue, on the other hand, gave a cunning smile. Lin Yu, you confessed to me in front of so many people. I agreed too. You're not going to back out now, are you? If she does, she'll scream. Lin Yu looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with confusion. No way, this woman is serious, and she's still after him? Leng Qingxue, do you have a purpose for agreeing to confess your love? I don't have a purpose. I just want you to be my boyfriend. Really? Leng Qingxue blinked her beautiful peach eyes and said. Lin Yu. And, you just confessed your love to Zhang Tingting, and you didn't mean it at all. Isn't that right? Lin Yu was stunned. She'd figured it out? This woman is a bit clever. Leng Qingxue then took out her phone and opened WeChat. Come on, Lin Yu, we're both boyfriends and girlfriends now. Shouldn't we exchange WeChat? Lin Yu didn't really want to, but he took out his phone and opened WeChat, letting Leng Qingxue scan it. At this point, adding a WeChat account was nothing. A WeChat account with the nickname Shui and an adorable white cartoon cat as the profile picture applied to add Lin Yu as a friend. Lin Yu clicked to confirm. Leng Qingxue was secretly delighted when she saw that Lin Yu had agreed. Yes. I've tricked him into adding me as a friend. Okay, I'll let you off the hook for today. I'm going to go back first. If you need anything, just contact me via WeChat. Leng Qingxue blinked her eyes cutely, then wiggled her sexy buttocks, leaving Lin Yu with a seductive back view, and she walked lightly out of the pavilion. Lin Yu had a whole bunch of question marks in his head. Huh? Just like that, she left? Is this frigid school beauty for real? Where is she frigid? Apart from the name Leng, she's not frigid at all. Lin Yu didn't think about it any further, but turned around and walked towards the dormitory. On the way, he silently recited in his heart, System, open personal panel. Personal panel opened. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20. Looks, 96. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Fitness, 40 a bit weak. Skills, courage is commendable. Props, none. Assets, 100,000 renminbi. Lin Yu. What the hell is this? The fitness column is 40, so why is it written in the back that it's a bit weak? What does that mean? What does this system mean? Although, the original owner's body was indeed a bit weak. You can't just write it on the panel like that. Doesn't he care about face? Lin Yu thought about the morning runs he had insisted on doing for the past month. System, how much physical fitness has been gained from the morning run task? Return to the host, 20 points. Lin Yu. In other words, before accepting the task, the physical fitness was only 20 points. Isn't this too weak? Lin Yu recalled the original host's memories. It seems that the original host liked manual work. Shua. But he thought that the system's physical enhancement capsules should be able to solve this problem. He can't wait to strengthen it. Chapter 5, Getting Rid of the Somewhat Weak Lin Yu. Lin Yu walked along, continuing to browse his personal dashboard. He saw the commendable courage in the skills column and nodded silently. A coward. He is quite courageous. Otherwise, how could he confess to Leng Qingxue? Lin Yu walked back to the dormitory. The system's electronic prompt sounded in his head. Host arrived at dormitory, sign in or not? He silently mouthed the words, sign in. Does he need to say anything? Of course he needs to sign in. This is what he's been waiting for. Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in. You have been awarded 1,000 system points. You have been awarded 4 physical enhancement capsules, 4 temperament enhancement capsules, 2 learning enhancement capsules, 2 invincible capsules, 1 unarmed combat skills book, and 1 keen thinking skills book. 20% ownership of Tianyu Technology Company shares. Since this is the host's first time signing in, he received 1,000 system points again. Lin Yu heard a system prompt in his head. He found the sound extremely pleasant. Not for anything else, these props gave him a slight sense of security. They gave him the capital to fight the little demon Leng Qingxue. In the dormitory, Wang Jun was playing Aru. Zhao Tian had disappeared, as if he had gone to pick up a date. Damn it! This person has a date. Everyone, get him. Xian Fei, on the other hand, opened his textbooks and quietly began studying. Lin Yu was stunned. Good guy, studying as soon as he gets back. Trying to pull an inside job on us, huh? Sneaking around behind their backs to study, and then tricking them. However, Lin Yu was very calm. Because he had the system as an external add-on. He, Lin Yu, hadn't cheated. This was someone else's playing time, and he was just drinking a bottle of study enhancement potion. But the most important thing right now was strengthening his constitution. He must get rid of the weakness on his personal dashboard. Studying can wait. After all, health is the foundation of revolution. What's the point of studying if you don't have a body? Wang Jun said as soon as he saw Lin Yu come back. You're amazing. Today you even confessed to the 2 school flowers. Although Zhang Tingting rejected you, Leng Qingxue agreed. Lin Yu. You really believe that? Why not? She, Leng Qingxue, admitted it herself. You're not being honest, you've gone behind our backs and got yourself a girlfriend. Lin Yu gave him a glare. Don't think too much, Leng Qingxue is a smart woman. Of course she is smart. As far as I know, she got first place in her entire department in mathematics. She's got really good grades. She also knows how to fight. Wang Jun said while playing his game. Lin Yu was stunned. Holy shit. I can't tell, this woman is up to something. She's studying the hardest subject of all, mathematics. And she knows how to fight. She's a wolf in sheep's clothing. He has to be more careful. The mission is intensifying, it's urgent. He looked at Wang Jun in confusion. How do you know? Wang Jun replied. I read it on the campus forum, I just don't know if it's true. Lin Yu. He slowly climbed into his upper bunk bed and muttered to himself. System, open personal panel. Back to host. Personal panel opened. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20. Face value, 96. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Body type, 40 a bit weak. Skills, commendable courage. Props, Physical Fitness Enhancement Capsules X4, Temperament Enhancement Capsules X4, Invincible Capsules X2, Learning Enhancement Capsules X2, Unarmed Combat Skills Book X1, Keen Thinking Skills Book X1. Assets, 100,000 renminbi, 20% of Tianyu Technology Company shares. Lin Yu looked at the 3 words that were a bit hollow and dazzling. His eyebrows twitched. System, take out the Physical Fitness Enhancement Capsules. Reply to the host, taken out. A flash of light and a black, transparent capsule appeared in Lin Yu's hand. The capsule shell had the 2 words physical fitness written on it. Lin Yu looked at the capsule in his hand. The transparent capsule was empty, with nothing in it. System, how do I use this thing? Host, limited to 1 capsule a day. Lin Yu was relieved to hear the system's reply. Come on. Let's do it, guys. Ali, here. He picked up the glass, took a sip, and then swallowed the physical enhancement capsule in 1 gulp. Gulp. Well, it's colorless and tasteless, I don't feel anything. Wang Jun heard Lin Yu's movements and instantly sprang up. You, what are you eating? Are you eating it all yourself? Give me a bite too. Lin Yu. There's a reason why Wang Jun is so fat. No, I was just drinking some water. You really want to eat it, kid? Lin Yu replied. Wang Jun looked at Lin Yu suspiciously. Really? My intuition tells me that you must have eaten something. You're not just drinking water. Lin Yu was stunned. No way, foodies are just so strong. They can hear it all. Really, have I ever shared something to eat with you? Wang Jun nodded, because Lin Yu was telling the truth. At this moment, Lin Yu felt a little heat in his abdomen and arms. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that his biceps had grown considerably. His abdomen also had the beginnings of 8 abs. Holy cow! These physical enhancement capsules are pretty awesome. System, open the physical fitness panel. Physical fitness, 60. Lin Yu was so overjoyed that he burst into tears. Finally! That slight weakness has disappeared. He is finally not weak anymore. Lin Yu now felt very relieved, and the word weak was like a black mark. Now it has finally been removed. Since this is the case, keep up the good work, and don't waste the system props. Lin Yu took out the temperament enhancement capsule, which was a red capsule in a transparent state. He took a drink of water and swallowed it. Gulong. Wang Jun instantly exploded. You brat must have been eating. Lin Yu, on the other hand, said with a calm face, I just took a drink of water. I was looking at the child because he was hungry. I'm talking nonsense. Wang Jun looked at Lin Yu and then froze for a moment. You seem to have become a little more handsome, don't you? Lin Yu glanced at Wang Jun, as if I wasn't handsome before. He guessed that this was the effect of the temperament enhancement capsule. It should be that the temperament is enhanced, and the person will become a little more handsome. Wang Jun scratched his head. He always felt that Lin Yu seemed to be eating something secretly. But he couldn't find any evidence. Lin Yu looked at Wang Jun, who had been fooled, and was pleased with himself. He had to praise his own wit. He continued to take out the learning enhancement capsule, which was a blue and transparent capsule. The words study were written on the capsule shell. This thing must be taken. Lin Yu had traveled here, and after a month of university life, he still felt some pressure. He found that he had returned a bit of what he had learned in his previous life to the teacher. He didn't want to fail the final exam. Failing a course not only loses face, but it is also very troublesome, and you have to retake the exam. Moreover, this Leng Qingxue woman is the top of the class, and he, Lin Yu, cannot lose either. Lin Yu put the capsule in his mouth, then drank a mouthful of water and swallowed it. Wang Jun, who was playing a game, heard the sound of Lin Yu eating. But he was unmoved. This must be a hallucination. He can't make the same mistake 3 times. Lin Yu had an urge in his mind at this time. He suddenly really wanted to brush up on the questions. Chapter 6. Lin Yu suddenly felt like brushing up on his studies. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. He had an urge to brush up on his studies. He felt like his hand was itching. He had to get a pen. He felt uncomfortable without a pen to write with. Damn it! These study enhancement capsules are really weird. After taking this stuff, I actually want to brush up on my studies. Lin Yu hadn't felt the urge to brush up on his studies in 7 or 8 years. The last time was when he was in his 3rd year of high school. Unexpectedly, today he had the urge to brush up on his knowledge. Without saying a word, he got off the bed. Then he sat down at his desk. He found the textbook for his major, picked up a pen, and started brushing up on his knowledge. The questions, which he had previously had to think about for a while, now looked very simple to him. Lin Yu wrote with the pen as if he had a god's touch. Shen Fei, who was studying nearby, looked at Lin Yu, who was brushing up on his knowledge at lightning speed, and was shocked. Holy shit! This kid is a hidden gem. Even he himself couldn't have written this question so quickly. How can Lin Yu write so fast? Shen Fei felt that Lin Yu was about to take away his title as the king of the dormitory. This Lin Yu looks like he has bushy eyebrows and big eyes. He even secretly studies behind everyone's back. Because Shen Fei usually sees Lin Yu with a calm expression, except during class, he never touches the textbooks. You want to compare scores? I'll beat you all to death. The title of king of the roll is mine alone. Shen Fei began to study more seriously. Half an hour later, Lin Yu had finished answering the questions in the textbook. He felt a little hand pain. Doing the questions like this made him feel like he was back in high school. To say or not to say, the study enhancement capsules did have some effect, and he had mastered all this knowledge. Apart from the fact that he would be forced to do the questions. Lin Yu put down his pen, shook his slightly sore wrist, and climbed back into bed. System, open personal panel. Personal panel opened. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20. Looks, 97. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Body type, 60. Skills, courage. Props, physical enhancement capsules X3, temperament enhancement capsules X3, invincible capsules X2, learning enhancement capsules X1, unarmed combat skills book X1, keen thinking skills book X1. Assets, 100,000 renminbi, 20% of Tianyu Technology Company shares. He looked at the invincible capsule in the inventory and seemed to understand something. This is a good thing, but he has no use for it right now. You can't just take it. It's dangerous. He had just been fooled by the learning enhancement capsule. I guess this one must be even stronger. And he, Lin Yu, has absolutely no need for this kind of thing. He muttered to himself. Use the unarmed combat skills book. Used. Lin Yu's mind unfolded a page, and then countless combat techniques instantly sprang forth, as if he had practiced for a long time and was extremely skilled. He immediately got out of bed and prepared to practice. Wang Jun, come here. Let's practice. Okay, come on. Wang Jun smiled at this. He was a big guy at 1.8 meters tall and weighed 200 pounds, so he was not afraid at all. Lin Yu looked pretty weak in his eyes. He took a step forward, and Lin Yu directly grabbed Wang Jun's arm with his backhand. His right leg swept his leg, instantly knocking Wang Jun down. Then he helped him up again. Damn it! Wang Jun was confused by Lin Yu's actions. He lost his balance and fell before he could react. Good, you, I used to think you were weak when I saw you before. Lin Yu's forehead twitched. Damn it, you're bringing up the wrong pot, he's not weak at all now. Half an hour apart, you'll be impressed. Dong. The dormitory door opened and Zhao Tian walked in, and the dormitory instantly fell silent. Lin Yu and the other two stared at Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian's scalp went numb from being stared at. Damn it, why are you looking at me like that? It's not like you've just found a boyfriend, is it? He looked at Lin Yu and found a topic of conversation. Lin Yu, you seem to have become even more handsome. Lin Yu nodded indifferently, I get handsomer every day. Wang Jun then said. We are ashamed to be seen with someone who has a partner. You have betrayed the group. Qianfei, yes. We have a traitor in our midst. Lin Yu, get out. Get out. The host is calm. Lin Yu lay on the bed fiddling with the system interface while Qianfei continued to brush up on his questions. Wang Jun and Zhao Tian were playing games in black. I said Junzi, you didn't finish the topic you were talking about this afternoon. Qianfei said. What topic? The campus beauty list. Oh, I forgot, I'll continue now. Lin Yu was suddenly interested. Junzi, you said Zhang Tingting is ranked second on the beauty list. Then who is first? Wang Jun was suddenly stunned, and then his expression became a little scared as he looked around. He said carefully. This first place is very prestigious. Say it, don't be coy. Well, the first place is the cold school beauty. Holy shit. It's the ice school beauty. The other two were instantly shocked. This was because Leng Qingxue was very cold and didn't show her face very often. Very few people had even seen her. This was why Zhang Tingting was so popular. Lin Yu, on the other hand, understood. He was right. This first place really was Leng Qingxue. She was the one with the best looks in the room. Wang Jun continued, it's hard to say, but Leng Qingxue is really cold. But she is really pretty. Lin Yu nodded, well, she's pretty. I heard there's also a campus boys list. I wonder if I'm on it. I'll have to ask around. Wang Jun drooled as he spoke. Lin Yu and the others. Go to sleep. You can be on the list in your dreams. The next day. Lin Yu woke up, washed up, went for a morning jog, and returned to the dormitory after breakfast. Although he had the physical enhancement capsules, he had already made morning jogging a habit. There were no classes that morning, and the other three were still asleep in bed. Lin Yu took out the physical enhancement capsules and popped one. He couldn't forget this. 9 a.m. Lin Yu was brushing his phone when a message suddenly popped up in the class group. Tutor, everyone, gather in the classroom. There's something to announce. Lin Yu put down his phone and woke the three up. Let's go to the classroom. The instructor has something to say. HM. The four of them walked majestically to their classroom. Half of the people in the classroom were already there. A young man was already standing in the classroom. This person was Lin Yu's class instructor, Yang Fan. Instructor, what's the matter? The students who came in one after the other asked him. The instructor didn't answer, he was waiting for everyone to arrive. After a while, everyone had arrived. He cleared his throat. Ahem, everyone listen to me. Next week, our Department of Economics and Department of Mathematics will have a joint mathematics class. It will be held in the large lecture hall. Everyone prepare yourselves. Economics and mathematics are both required courses. At this time, Lin Yu's phone received a message. Xue, Xiaoyer, are you there? Have you missed me since I've been gone for a day? Chapter 7, I heard you're busy. Lin Yu, who was caught by Leng Qingxue. Lin Yu's mouth twitched when he saw this message. What the hell is Xiao Yu? He's not even young. He's serious. And this is so annoying. Lin Yu felt his goosebumps fall all over the place. This Leng Qingxue woman is really something. He opened his phone with a somewhat disgusted expression, and quickly typed on it with his knuckle-jointed fingers. Lin Yu, not here. Leng Qingxue? How can you type if you're not here? This Lin Yu. Lin Yu, the phone typed by itself, it's got nothing to do with me. Leng Qingxue? Hurry up and say it, Xiao Yu. Have you missed me since we haven't seen each other for a day? Lin Yu, no. When Leng Qingxue saw this, her delicate, fair little face suddenly puffed up. She clenched her fists and her forehead bulged. She wanted to give Lin Yu a good beating right now. But she couldn't, so she was just so angry. This Lin Yu, such a big beauty herself, is falling for him, and he doesn't want her. Is she not pretty enough? Or is her body not sexy enough? She looked down at the fullness of her breasts and her perky buttocks. Well, her breasts were perky and her buttocks were sexy. In that case, it wasn't her problem, it was Lin Yu's problem. Leng Qingxue thought to herself, and revealed a cunning smile. Shue, although Xiao Yu didn't miss me. But I really miss you. I miss you so much that I immediately want to see you. Boyfriend. I'm coming to see you. Class 1 of the economics department, right? Wait for me. Lin Yu was suddenly shocked. Holy shit. This woman is really something. She actually wants to come to their classroom to find him. This is not allowed. Now that everyone is here, if such a beautiful woman comes over to find him, it will definitely cause a commotion. And there will be gossip mongers spreading everywhere that Leng Qingxue is her girlfriend. Lin Yu doesn't want anything like this to happen. Lin Yu just wants to live a peaceful life. He quickly typed. You, sister, don't. Don't. You're such a beautiful woman, and coming here will cause a stir. Leng Qingxue looked at Lin Yu's reply and a smug smile appeared on her face. She typed with her delicate fingers, Humph, now you know I'm a beautiful woman? Why didn't you do it earlier? I'm coming. Lin Yu, I was wrong, sister. I miss you so much. Shue, really? I don't believe you. You, really? The sun and the moon can attest to this. Leng Qingxue looked at her phone, her beautiful big eyes rolling around. Shue, okay, then I'll believe you if you call me a good sister. Lin Yu. This is too much. Is this the kind of person Lin Yu is? Would he give in over something like this? Lin Yu quickly typed, good sister. Leng Qingxue was satisfied at this, and her smile grew even wider. Shue, that's a good boy. To be honest, you really should call me sister. Lin Yu was taken aback. He was a little resentful. He was 20 years old, and he didn't believe Leng Qingxue was older than him. Lin Yu, how can you tell? Leng Qingxue didn't answer, but instead asked. Lin Yu, you're 20 years old, right? When were you born? November. I was born in November too. What's your date of birth? The 9th. I was born on the 8th. Leng Qingxue said indifferently. She had long known that Lin Yu's birthday was November 9th and that she was born on the 8th. That meant she was definitely older than him. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. Holy shit! How could it be so coincidental? They were just 1 day apart? 1 day apart is still considered older? Shue, 1 second apart is still considered older. Little brother. Okay, I'll stop talking, I still have morning classes. Bye. Lin Yu was stunned. He reacted. He had been tricked. This woman had morning classes and simply couldn't come over. She had just been trying to scare him. He had been taken advantage of. Sigma. Wang Jun looked at Lin Yu from the side. You, who are you chatting with? You're smiling so happily. Lin Yu was taken aback. Did he just smile? He calmly replied, no one, just a bad woman. I fell for her trick. Wang Jun was confused. Lin Yu then looked at Leng Qingxue's avatar. Her avatar was a cartoon picture of a little white cat. It looked very cute. This iceberg goddess actually uses such a cute avatar, which is a bit of a contrast. Moreover, this woman doesn't seem to be as cold as legend has it. Instead, she's quite cheeky. He was a little curious and wanted to click on Leng Qingxue's avatar. Halfway through, his finger got stuck in the air. Lin Yu reacted. Shit. I almost clicked. I dare not click randomly. That's the little devil. At this moment, Yang Fan looked at his watch and realized that half an hour had already passed. He clapped his hands. Okay, I'm done. I won't take up any more of your time. You can all go back. Great. Everyone dispersed. They had long wanted to go back. It was hard to get out of class in the morning, and they had to do something serious. Lin Yu also ran away in a hurry. He was afraid that if he didn't run, what if Leng Qingxue really came later? Although she has morning classes, it is not impossible that she will suddenly come over and mess with him. This woman doesn't play by the rules, and he has already seen it. Lin Yu ran all the way back to the dormitory. There are several miles from the teaching building to the dormitory. Due to the enhancement of his physique, he finished running without even breathing heavily. He opened the dormitory door and walked in. Well, the first one to arrive at the dormitory, perfect. A few minutes later, Wang Jun and the others returned to the dormitory one after another. Seeing Lin Yu already in the dormitory, he was a little puzzled. Usually a bit weak, Lin Yu could actually run so fast. Wang Jun said, "You see, you're usually a bit weak, but you can still run so fast. Get lost." Lin Yu didn't want to deal with this group of LSPS. He was not weak at all. Afternoon. Lin Yu takes a capsule to enhance his temperament. Well, today is another day to become more handsome. Then he goes to class with Wang Jun and the others. At 4 p.m., the two classes are over. Zhao Tian is the first to run out, in the contempt of the three, to go find his girlfriend. Xian Fei takes his books and goes back to the dormitory to study. Yesterday, he saw how Lin Yu wrote with such ease, and secretly decided to increase the difficulty of the internal exam. I'll kill them with the exam. Wang Jun, on the other hand, is off to the supermarket to buy snacks. Lin Yu walks slowly along the road. In the distance, a boy is holding a bouquet of flowers and professing his love to another girl. There are lots of onlookers. Lin Yu is not interested. He only professed his love yesterday. And he's been stuck with the legendary Leng Qingxue. In the dog system. When Lin Yu sees the girl politely refuse the boy, he silently gives the boy a thumbs up. Well, that's what a good comrade in our single alliance is like. Only that traitor Zhao Tian must be severely punished. Ding dong. A message tone came from Lin Yu's phone. He paused and picked up his phone to take a look. A message from Leng Qingxue. Shui, the math textbooks for the math and economics departments have arrived. They will be used in next week's public class. Let's go pick them up together. Lin Yu froze slightly. He thought of something. Holy shit. Leng Qingxue can't be in the first year of the math department, right? You're in the first year of the mathematics department? Shui, yes, so what? Lin Yu was shocked. Sigma. Holy cow. This woman is in the first year of the mathematics department. So they're going to go to the open class together next week? Lin Yu thought about it and felt terrible. I'm busy, I don't have time. Lin Yu was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and in an instant he typed away, sending the message. Normally, it's no problem asking him to carry books. But now he's going with Leng Qingxue. Who would dare? Although he is very free right now. But he can have time or not. Resourceful. Lin Yu, I heard you're very busy? Behind Lin Yu, a cold and charming female voice sounded. Chapter 8, with Leng Qingxue, he happened to run into Zhang Tingting. Sigma. Holy shit. Lin Yu was startled by the female voice that suddenly appeared behind him. People are easily startled when they are doing something bad. And the person who scared him was still related to something bad. It made him directly swear out of fright. He stiffly turned his head. He looked at Leng Qingxue, who was standing not far away, her arms crossed, a smile on her face. Lin Yu was so embarrassed that he could have picked a 4-bedroom house with a single living room with his toes. He was dumbfounded. Just now, Leng Qingxue had asked him if he had time to move teaching materials together. Lin Yu had said that he was busy. He wasn't busy at all, and he was still fooling around on the road. As a result, Leng Qingxue caught him red-handed. That was embarrassing. Just like when he confessed his love yesterday. Zhu. He's so difficult. Lin Yu scratched his head. Ah ha ha. Sister Leng, what a coincidence. You're here too. What a nice day. Lin Yu looked at the blue sky. He wasn't just saying it, it was a really nice day. Otherwise, no one would have confessed their love in public. A nice day also makes you feel good. Well, what a coincidence. If it isn't our busy man. Taking a stroll? Leng Qingxue walked towards Lin Yu with graceful steps. She had changed into a beige short skirt in the afternoon, and was wearing a pair of high-heeled sandals. Her toes were as white as jade. The heels weren't high, about 4 or 5 centimeters, as Lin Yu estimated. Clop, clop, clop. The heels hit the ground with a crisp sound. Ah, I was a bit busy just now. But I'm not busy now. Whatever you say, Leng Qingxue. I, Lin Yu, will go through fire and water, no matter what. Lin Yu looked at Leng Qingxue as she approached him and said with conviction. Leng Qingxue burst out laughing when she heard Lin Yu's words. She winked at him with her beautiful eyes. It's just moving a book. It's not as if you're going through fire and water. She looked at Lin Yu's face as she approached. Suddenly, she noticed that he seemed to have become even more handsome. Okay, let's go where we need to move it. Lin Yu saw this and knew he couldn't get away, so he cooperated. He had been caught by this bad woman anyway. Follow me to the teaching materials room. After saying this, she led Lin Yu out. Lin Yu initially followed behind Leng Qingxue. Seeing her sexy back and perky buttocks, he felt a little hot. This bad woman. He immediately walked up to her and walked side by side with Leng Qingxue. We don't have enough hands, do we? Lin Yu said as they walked. He wanted to drag a few people to go with him. Why should he be the only one going with Leng Qingxue? Leng Qingxue shook her head. No need. Just the 2 of us is enough. Just 2 new textbooks, a total of 100 copies. Leng Qingxue laughed to herself. How could she possibly call someone else? 2 people is just right. Okay. Lin Yu instantly wilted. His plan was gone before it could be implemented. Even the fall guy was gone. Superscript 3-3. Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue walked side by side on the road. The people around them were instantly shocked when they saw the 2. Holy shit! The flower of Jialing, Leng Qingxue. They whispered. Holy shit! Who is that guy? Why is he walking with the school flower? That guy looks a bit familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. Lin Yu didn't feel anything about the stares from these people. Neither did Leng Qingxue. While walking, Lin Yu checked his personal panel. He silently recited in his heart, System, open personal panel. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20 years old. Face value, 98. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Body type, 80. Skills, courageous, unarmed combat. System points, 3000. Items, physical enhancement capsules X2, temperament enhancement capsules X3, invincible capsules X2, learning enhancement capsules X3, sharp thinking skill book X1, mathematical modeling skill book X1, powerful healing band-aid X1. Assets, 100,000 renminbi, 20% of Tianyu Technology Company shares. Lin Yu nodded as he looked at his own panel. Well, my appearance and physical fitness have both improved. The needles don't hurt. He was very satisfied with this. Half an hour later, the 2 walked to the teaching materials room. There were quite a few people standing outside the teaching materials room, as well as a few tutors. Some departments had too many teaching materials and not enough people, so they were still calling for people. Leng Qingxue and Lin Yu walked over. The 2 instantly became the focus of the entire crowd. Everyone's gaze was directed at them, and a small number of people's faces showed expressions of shock. This doesn't make sense, does it? Why is Leng Qingxue here? This ice queen and school beauty rarely shows up. The others knew that Leng Qingxue was very beautiful, but they didn't know who she was. Leng Qingxue didn't care about the stares of these people, and she led Lin Yu into the teaching materials room. Lin Yu also calmly followed Leng Qingxue's ass and walked into the teaching materials room. At this time, Zhang Tingting brought her girlfriends to the teaching materials room. She was followed by a large group of young men, from the civil engineering department, the electrical engineering department, and a whole bunch more. They volunteered to carry the books for the school flower, and they all came forward. Zhang Tingting came here for fun, and naturally, she had this group of people behind her to carry the books. Although there weren't many boys in the art department, it wasn't a problem for her. Leng Qingxue led Lin Yu into the room. What came into view were large piles and piles of textbooks stacked up. There were also many people moving the teaching materials. Leng Qingxue didn't say a word, and quickly found the location of the teaching materials that Lin Yu was responsible for. She didn't even bother to ask anyone. Lin Yu secretly praised this woman when he saw this. This sister is a bit bad, but she is really efficient and very capable. Reliable. Lin Yu followed and sat down. There were 2 stacks of books there, each with 50 books. Leng Qingxue took one bundle and was about to leave. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. Holy shit! Sister, do you have to be so aggressive? She just took the books and left. What's the point of him coming then? Wait. Sister. I'll do it. Lin Yu was so anxious that he shouted out to his sister, and he quickly snatched the books from Leng Qingxue's hands. Then he picked up the other stack of books with his other hand. Leng Qingxue raised her eyebrows, looked at Lin Yu, and smiled. I can carry it. It's only fair if we each carry half. Lin Yu. This isn't a matter of fairness. Both stacks of books should be carried by him, for both emotional and logical reasons. First of all, he is a man, so how could he let a woman carry it? Second, this is the school beauty, Leng Qingxue. Everyone is watching outside. He, as the person following Leng Qingxue, is actually letting her carry half. If the people outside saw it, wouldn't they condemn him? Lin Yu didn't want to suffer this. This isn't a matter of fairness. Leave it to me. Lin Yu strongly picked up the 2 stacks of books with ease and walked out of the teaching materials room. He happened to see Zhang Tingting walking in front of him. Chapter 9 The School Flower's Dog Liquor Has Nothing. Lin Yu walked out of the teaching materials room with 2 stacks of books in each hand. As soon as he walked out the door, he ran into Zhang Tingting. Lin Yu glanced at her and then walked out expressionlessly. He wasn't interested in this person. If it weren't for the system tricking him that day, and him being brain-dead and mistakenly thinking she was the most beautiful person in the room, this would never have happened. No matter how beautiful she was, it wouldn't matter to him. He's not a dog licker. Besides, the school flower wasn't that pretty. Compared to that little demon Leng Qingxue, she was not even close. If he had to choose, he would choose Leng Qingxue. No, why would he choose Leng Qingxue? He doesn't want any of them. Lin Yu even suspected that they had a problem with their sense of beauty, because this Zhang Tingting could actually rank second in the list of the 100 most beautiful people. Because the difference between second and first was too great. It was like the second-place finisher in an exam missing a few tens of points from the first-place finisher. Zhang Tingting and her girlfriends on the other side also recognized Lin Yu. They gave him a faint look and didn't say anything. They had to admit it. This Lin Yu did look handsome, a little more so than yesterday. But apart from that, it seemed like there wasn't much else. Lin Yu didn't say anything and walked out with 2 stacks of books. Leng Qingxue, on the other hand, followed behind Lin Yu with an elegant gait. She looked at Lin Yu, who was carrying 2 stacks of books, and wanted to say something, but she didn't. In fact, those books were still within her carrying capacity. Not to mention carrying 1 stack, she could easily carry both stacks together. Well, her physique was actually quite strong. It was just right for her and Lin Yu to carry 1 stack each, and it was very fair. But Lin Yu insisted on carrying them himself, so she didn't say anything. She respected his thoughts. Leng Qingxue's appearance instantly attracted the attention of the newcomers, including Zhang Tingting and the others. Zhang Tingting was a little surprised that Leng Qingxue was here. And she was even here with Lin Yu. Was yesterday's confession true? Did Leng Qingxue really become Lin Yu's girlfriend? Leng Qingxue didn't care about any of this. She casually glanced around and then followed Lin Yu out. Lin Yu walked outside and saw a dozen men rushing in, shouting, "School flower! Let me do it. It's not a problem for me to carry 100 books at a time. Lin Yu. Sure enough, no matter what world it is, there is no shortage of people who lick the dog. He shook his head. Licking the dog will get you nothing in the end. Puff. Leng Qingxue, who was following Lin Yu, heard this. She smiled. Lin Yu was taken aback. Leng Yang, eavesdropping on other people's conversations is not a good behavior. Leng Qingxue gave him a blank look. What do you mean eavesdropping? I'm listening openly. Ah yes, Lord Leng is right. Lin Yu nodded and said. A group of young men helped the school flower move books, because there were quite a lot of new textbooks in the art department. A dozen people could barely finish moving them all. They all learned from what they had just seen Lin Yu do. One person took one stack of books, which was almost 50 books, with one hand. The books are quite thick. That pretty boy could hold a stack of books in one hand. They can do it too. They have confidence in themselves. However, the group's arms started to ache after carrying the books for just a few hundred meters. Not only did their arms ache, but so did their fingers. Shit. They had thought too much, and the textbooks really did add up to a bit of weight. No way. That pretty boy looked so relaxed, but why are they finding them so heavy? They continued to carry them despite disbelief. What's more, the school flower was watching. If they couldn't carry them at this time, they would lose face. The entire university was huge, and the distance from the textbook room to the teaching building was several miles. They just carried them on their shoulders and walked over. When they arrived, they felt like their arms were about to break. Lin Yu, on the other hand, had no idea what had happened to the group of lickspittle dogs. He was carrying the 2 stacks of books with ease, his arms felt nothing, his face was unflushed, his breathing was even. It was as if the 2 stacks of books did not exist. He sighed inwardly, and was grateful that he had activated the system and strengthened his physique. If he had not strengthened his previously somewhat weak physique, he would have probably collapsed on the spot after carrying the books for a few steps. Leng Qingxue walked side by side with Lin Yu. She was slightly surprised by Lin Yu's ease, and her beautiful eyes stared at him intently. In theory, these 2 stacks of books are not light. Not just anyone can carry them so easily. Looking at Lin Yu, she felt that he wasn't even exerting himself. And from what she had seen of Lin Yu before, he wasn't very thin, but he wasn't strong either. Today, he seems to have become a little stronger. She was a little confused. If Lin Yu knew Leng Qingxue's thoughts at this time, would definitely burst out laughing? The power of the system is not something that ordinary people can discover. Lin Yu, aren't you tired? Do you want to take a break? I'm not tired. Lin Yu said with a relaxed face. He was telling the truth. He didn't even use any strength. Okay, then let's take the teaching materials to the teaching building. Just wait for the instructor to assign them. At this time, Wang Jun in the dormitory also wondered. Huh? Why hasn't Yu Zi come back yet? It's been an hour. Where did he go? Wang Jun suddenly thought of Leng Qingxue. Shit. Yu Zi said on the lips that he had nothing to do with Leng Qingxue. In fact, he has already run over to go on a date with her, right? Then there's one less person in their dormitory? There are only 4 people in their dormitory, and with 2 of them gone, that won't do. Lin Yu sighed. Leng Qingxue winked at Lin Yu. Thanks, little Yu. Lin Yu instantly felt a little tingling in his heart, but his face was serious. Don't call me little Yu Delta. So? Big Yu? Lin Yu. After chatting with Leng Qingxue for a while, Lin Yu returned to the dormitory. Pat. He immediately threw himself onto the bed. He had been caught by Leng Qingxue today and had done a lot of work, actually not really. As soon as Wang Jun saw Lin Yu return, he said, "Fess up, Lin Yu. Did you go on a date? You actually betrayed the single alliance." Lin Yu gave him a blank look. Dream on, dating. I went to move the new teaching materials and did a lot of work. Wang Jun was taken aback. Holy shit. So it was you who moved it. The instructor just sent a message saying to have someone move the teaching materials, and then he said it wasn't necessary, that it was already done. Yu Zi, I wrongly accused you. Lin Yu, get out. Ding dong. His phone rang. The caller ID showed up, and he pressed the answer button. Mom. Hello, UZ, how is college life? Chapter 10, Lin Yu, the king of dormitory roles. A gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone. In a villa in the city, a beautiful woman with a beautiful face was talking on her phone. She was Lin Yu's mother, Lu Yulan. Mom. University life is going well. Really? That's good. Tell me about it. Is the food in the cafeteria delicious and to your liking? It's okay, Mom. The food in the cafeteria tastes good. It's just that the lady serving the food has a bit of a shaky hand. Lin Yu sat on the bed, recalling the scene of him eating in the cafeteria. Well, whether it's in a previous life or at this time, the characteristic of the lady having a bit of a shaky hand is the same. Lu Yulan smiled when she heard this. You child. Mom, although the food in the cafeteria is okay, it's not as good as the food you cook. Lin Yu said. He wasn't just sucking up, his mother's cooking was really delicious. He had enjoyed it over the summer. Lu Yulan's face broke into a smile. She was naturally happy to be praised by her son. Xiaoyu, you've learned to be a smartass in just 1 month of university. How are you getting along in the dormitory, and how are your roommates? Not bad, Mom. Lin Yu glanced at Wang Jun, who was playing AOAO, and Xian Fei, the top student in the dormitory, who was brushing up on his studies. One is a fat guy, the other is a studious kid, and the third has already found a partner. Lin Yu thought of Zhao Tian and became angry. Lu Yulan was taken aback. Her son sounded a little angry. What's wrong? Why is he angry that someone found a partner? Son, you sound a little angry. Why are you angry that someone found a partner? Mom, you don't understand. We all agreed to remain single together and form a single alliance. But then one of us found a partner. Isn't that a betrayal? Who wouldn't be angry? Lin Yu said calmly. Lu Yulan. She gave a disgusted look at the other end of the phone and said. Xiaoyu, what kind of weird ideas are you guys having? Let me tell you, it's got nothing to do with me if other people are single. But you can't be single. It's just the right time to go to university, so it's good to find a partner. Her son is so handsome, she's sure it'll be easy for Lin Yu to find a partner. It's just that he's a bit skinny. And she'll make him eat well when he comes home. Lin Yu was taken aback. Sure enough, every mother is the same. Mom, I got it. I'll keep an eye out and go find someone when I have time. Go find someone when you have time, it's just that he doesn't have time. Witty. As she said that, Lin Yu's mind conjured up a small, cold, devilish smile. His body tensed. Shit. Why did I think of this evil woman? No way. Good boy. It's best to find it right away and bring it home to show Mom. Okay, Mom. Lin Yu promised with all his heart. Promise first and then say whether you'll do it or not, hee hee. Okay, bye, Xiaoyu. Bye. Lin Yu hung up the phone. Then he lay down on the bed. Meanwhile, Tianyu Technology Company. 5 senior managers were having a meeting in the conference room. A middle-aged man with glasses sat in the middle and looked at the group. You all know, don't you? The day before yesterday, a mysterious shareholder bought 20% of our company's shares. Yes, Chairman Li. The remaining 4 senior managers nodded in reply. As senior managers, how could they not know the news? The mysterious person had made a huge move, buying 20% of the company's shares without batting an eyelid. They were shocked by this person's generosity and at the same time curious about him. If they knew that the person who bought the 20% stake was not a human being at all, their faces would have been full of strange expressions. The man sitting in the middle, named Li Dong, continued. Just knowing is enough. This man named Lin Yu had no idea what kind of attitude he had. What do you suggest? Li Dong, we can invite him to come and have a look. Of course, we have to invite him. Li Dong's expression was serious, and then he nodded. Okay, let's do it your way. Don't treat him with disrespect. After all, he now holds 20% of the shares, and these shares affect the whole. If you don't do it right, it will have a big impact. Lin Yu didn't know that someone already had their eye on him. He was checking his personal dashboard. He wanted to see if there were any items he hadn't used yet. He had to use them. He mentally said, System, open personal dashboard. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20. Looks, 98. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Body type, 80. Skills, courageous, unarmed combat. System points, 3000. Items, Physical Enhancement Capsules X2, Charisma Enhancement Capsules X3, Invincible Capsules X2, Learning Enhancement Capsules X3, Book of Sharp Thinking Skills X1, Book of Mathematical Modeling Skills X1, Powerful Healing Band-Aid X1. Assets, 100,000 renminbi, 20% of Tianyu Technology Company shares. Lin Yu discovered Huadian and realized that there were actually props that he hadn't used. He had to use the skill books. Only the mathematical modeling made his head hurt, so he didn't use it for now. System, use the Sharp Thinking skill book. A blue, transparent book opened in Lin Yu's mind, and then countless electronic particles resembling the structure of neurons flooded into his mind. For a moment, Lin Yu felt a slight tingling pain in his head. Then his consciousness returned to clarity. He definitely felt that his head was much clearer than before, and his cloudy thinking became rationalized. He had heard of being able to multitask, and now he felt like he could really do it. Lin Yu had a dream when he was a child. That was to watch TV while doing homework. Now he felt like he could really do it. Lin Yu couldn't wait to try it out, so he walked over to his desk. He took out his phone and opened up a copy of Kaguya-sama Wants Me to Confess. Then took out his textbooks. That's it, he thought, while doing the exercises. Lin Yu felt like he wasn't distracted at all. Xian Fei, who was brushing up on his questions nearby, was dumbfounded. Sigma. What is this? Watching anime and doing homework at the same time? Is this humanly possible? However, Lin Yu was doing the math in an orderly manner, and Xian Fei was so shocked that his pen fell to the ground. His position as the top scorer in the dormitory was at stake. On the other side, Leng Qingxue was lying on her dormitory's pink bed, wearing shorts that revealed her white, slender legs as she kicked them backward. In her hand was the WeChat profile picture of Lin Yu. Lin Yu's WeChat avatar is a dog, not a sexy emoticon. Suddenly, her phone popped up an electricity prompt. Leng Qingshue's slender jade fingers pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom, is there anything wrong? Hello, Xue, how's your boyfriend looking? Chapter 11, Leng Qingxue really likes Lin Yu. Leng Qingxue heard her mother's question. The image of Lin Yu being tortured by her immediately appeared in her mind. She gave a little devilish smile. However, because she was talking to her mother on the phone, she didn't laugh out loud. I found him, Mom. He's a really interesting person. Oh? So soon? Zhou Fang on the other end of the phone had a puzzled expression on her face. She didn't quite believe her own precious daughter. This child is very naughty, and you can't believe a word she says. Everyone says her daughter is aloof, but she knows that in fact, Xue is only aloof with strangers. With people she knows, she's just as naughty as can be. It's been a month, so it's not fast. Leng Qingxue said, shaking her white, slender legs. Lin Yu, who was playing a game in the dormitory, suddenly sneezed. Ha? Does it sound like someone is thinking about him? Or talking behind his back? Don't let him catch you. Superscript 33. Zhou Fang continued to ask. Really? You're not lying to your mother? Why would I lie to you? Am I that kind of person? Leng Qingxue held her phone in her hand, her cheeks puffed up. You are. Zhou Fang said without hesitation. How could she not understand her own daughter? Such a naughty Xue is very likely to do such a thing. It's only been a month since she went to university. How could she find a boyfriend so quickly? What's more, Zhou Fang knows that her daughter has extremely high standards and has never liked anyone. Now she suddenly says she's found a boyfriend. Who would believe that? Mom! You don't trust me. I'm so sad. You! Leng Qingxue brought her Oscar-winning actress skills into play. She cried, she faked it. Oh. Zhou Fang on the other end of the phone was expressionless. If the girl cried, she would write her name backwards. The reason Zhou Fang called Leng Qingxue to tell her this was because there was an agreement between the two of them. After Leng Qingxue was admitted to university and applied to the mathematics department, Zhou Fang talked to her about her future plans. Their family was well off. Leng Qingxue's father has started a company, which is doing quite well. Zhou Feng is planning to take over the company after her daughter graduates from university. However, Leng Qingxue's ambitions lie elsewhere. She likes to study mathematics, which she finds very interesting. Trigonometric functions, derivatives, calculus, how fun. So she applied to study mathematics. The family of three therefore held a family meeting to discuss the situation. Of course, Leng Qingxue's father's words didn't have any effect. It was mainly the mother and daughter talking. He was just going through the motions. However, as the head of the family, he had to attend the meeting. It didn't matter if his words were useful or not, he had to show up. So, the mother and daughter, Zhou Feng and Leng Qingxue, had a heated discussion. The result was that as long as Leng Qingxue found a partner and solved one of the major events in her life, Leng Qingxue could then continue to study mathematics and even become a mathematician. Their family's financial situation was not bad, and Leng Qingxue could support her for the rest of her life without having to work. So, Leng Qingxue became the kind of person who would go home and inherit a multi-billion-dollar fortune if she didn't find a good partner. Just as Leng Qingxue was worrying about a partner, she happened to see Lin, who was completing a system task and jogging in the morning. Leng Qingxue became very interested in him. Then, she locked him down as her boyfriend. Lin is definitely more than just good-looking on the surface, as Leng Qingxue could tell at first glance. "Mom, I'm telling the truth. I really have found a boyfriend," Leng Qingxue said in a rather serious tone. Zhou Feng heard the serious tone of her daughter's voice and believed her halfway. She asked, "Is that boy from your university?" "Aha." Leng Qingxue nodded. "If possible, it would naturally be someone from the same university. Would I go out and find someone from a different university? Wouldn't that be like a long-distance relationship? It's like getting the moon first, understand? Is he from your mathematics department?" "No, he's from the economics department." "Economics?" Zhou Feng's eyes lit up at the news. "Economics is great." She thought this was great and continued to ask questions. "What's his name? What does he look like? What's his family background like? What's his personality like?" Zhou Feng then asked a series of 3 questions. Leng Qingxue calmly answered. "His name is Lin. He's very good looking. I don't know his family background." Leng Qingxue had previously asked about Lin, but she didn't know his family background. And she didn't care. "He's got a fun personality, I like him," Leng Qingxue said, and then thought about the time she locked Lin up and let the department head catch him. Zhou Feng got her daughter's reply and thought about it. "He's good looking? If even Xue says this person is good looking, then this person must be very handsome." Because she knows her daughter has very high aesthetic standards. As for the family background, she doesn't care about this and was just asking in passing. A good family background is even better, and they can raise them even if the family background is average. Zhou Feng already believed most of what Leng Qingxue said. Because she spoke clearly and logically, it didn't sound like a lie. If she really was lying, Zhou Feng didn't mind waiting until Xue returned from vacation. And give her a good lesson. If her father can't do it, she, as her mother, can. If what Xue said is true, then Lin is probably a very good boy. "Good, Xue. Now that you found someone, you should bring him home to me sometime. Do you understand? Their family lives in the Magic City, and it's even just a few dozen kilometers from the university. So there's no problem bringing someone back." "Okay, Mom. I will." Leng Qingxue agreed. She agreed, but it seems that she hasn't even managed to get Lin yet. "Well, then, I won't bother you anymore, Mom. Bye, Xue. Bye, Mom." The two hung up. The next day. 7 a.m. Lin opened his drowsy eyes. Well, today is another day of being awoken by beauty. Because Lin has been completing the morning running tasks assigned by the system for the past month. His own biological clock has become more regular. He gets up at 7 o'clock every day. Whether it's a school day or the weekend. He silently mumbles to himself. "System, take out the physical enhancement capsules and temperament enhancement capsules. Stand back. Stand back." He's about to start getting high. Oh no, get high. The physical enhancement capsules and temperament enhancement capsules, he must take them every day. In fact, the temperament capsule doesn't matter, he is already very handsome, a little more handsome Lin Yu is afraid that he will not be awakened by his own beauty. But the constitution capsule must be taken. The word a bit weak has cast an indelible shadow on Lin Yu. This is all a mess left behind by the original owner. Is it easy for him, Lin Yu? A flash of light, and a constitution capsule and temperament capsule appeared in Lin Yu's hands. Drink up, brothers. Here you go. After a while, Lin Yu felt his abdomen begin to heat up, and the 8 abdominal muscles on his abdomen became very obvious and clearly defined. The muscles in his arms were strong and powerful. Lin Yu felt full of strength. If Leng Qingxue appeared here, Lin Yu would not be afraid at all. Without saying a word, he would grab her and teach her a severe lesson. Let her know who is the boss. Chapter 12, Meeting in the Cafeteria, Being Fed Like Crazy by Leng Qingxue. Lin Yu imagined in his mind that he had caught Leng Qingxue. Then Leng Qingxue was unable to resist, showing a little devil expression with her fangs bared. Lin Yu felt extremely comfortable thinking about this. He got dressed, washed up, and walked to the nearest cafeteria to eat. There were 4 or 5 cafeterias in the university, and Lin Yu naturally chose the one closest to the dormitory. Who likes to walk an extra mile when there's no need to? Lin Yu arrived at the cafeteria, bought a tray of xiaolong bao, an egg, a bowl of congee and 2 fritters. Thanks to his enhanced constitution, Lin Yu's appetite had also grown. Normally, he couldn't finish all this. Now, he might not be full even if he finished it all. Just as Lin Yu swiped his card and was about to collect his food, a small, white hand as tender as jade patted his broad shoulders. Then his vision was blocked by 2 small jade hands. Hey! Guess who I am? The people around looked at the young couple. Their hearts ached. Damn it! It's early in the morning and you're eating dog food. And it's in the cafeteria. The position is right. A charming and pleasant female voice sounded in Lin Yu's ear. Hearing it made his body feel a little flustered. Lin Yu could even smell the faint fragrance emitted from the small hand that had blindfolded him. Do I really need to guess who this voice belongs to? If it isn't the goddess of high fever, then who else could it be? Lin Yu was about to reply, but then he suddenly remembered something and his playful mood rose. The corner of his lips rose slightly. Stop messing around, I know who you are as soon as I hear your voice, Zhang Tingting. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingxue's fair little face suddenly puffed up. Zhang Tingting, my ass. Her voice is so beautiful, how can it be Zhang Tingting? Are Zhang Tingting's hands as white and tender as hers? You got it so wrong. Lin Yu, you're done for. Leng Qingxue let go of the hand that had been covering Lin Yu's eyes, and then tugged on his ear. Lin Yu turned around and looked at Leng Qingxue, who was wearing a short skirt and had her hair tied into a single ponytail. His eyes lit up, and he could only say that she was worthy of being ranked first on the 100 beauties list. Lin Yu pretended to be shocked. Holy shit! It's you! Leng Qingxue looked at Lin Yu's expression and almost laughed out of anger. Stupid man! Still pretending. It seemed to her that Lin Yu was deliberately trying to anger her. At this time, the food that Lin Yu ordered was ready. He placed the tray upright and slipped away directly. Ha 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 ha! I'm so happy to have teased him. Leng Qingxue watched Lin Yu slip away, her little tiger teeth grinding. She wanted to bite Lin Yu. Seriously, if it weren't for the crowd in the cafeteria, she would have bitten him. She took out her meal card and started ordering. Lin Yu, on the other hand, came to a table in the cafeteria and started eating. In a short while, Leng Qingxue looked around with a tray in her hands, as if she was looking for something. Because of his enhanced constitution, Lin Yu's eyesight had also improved. He could see at a glance that this Leng's sister was looking for him. Lin Yu quickly lowered his head and started eating dry rice. Dry rice people, dry rice soul. Dry rice people eat with a basin. Leng Qingxue looked around for a long time and saw Lin Yu, who was trying hard to lower his head and eat dry rice at the back table. She gave a smile. Oomph, brat, trying to hide. Leng Qingxue set her plate straight and walked with graceful steps to Lin Yu's side. Classmate, is there someone here? Can I eat with you? Lin Yu said indifferently. There is someone. No. Leng Qingxue's forehead straightened upon hearing this. This Lin Yu always annoys her. Leng Qingxue sat directly opposite Lin Yu and picked up her chopsticks to eat her breakfast. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Yu, little brother, I've decided to go to your classroom every day after class to pick you up. What do you think? Lin Yu was suddenly shocked. Holy shit. This woman has a strong sense of revenge. If Leng Qingxue really went to his side to pick him up, not to mention anything else, he was sure that the Department of Economics would blow up on the spot. The resentful looks from the straight men in the economics department. Lin Yu silently fell in love with Leng Qingxue. And just thinking about it made him feel terrible. No, Long Xiao. You're busy with your own studies, so you don't need to pick me up, right? You're in the mathematics department. It's fine, how could such a trivial matter hinder my determination to pick up my boyfriend? Leng Qingxue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a smile like a little fox. Leng Qingxue was indeed quite busy with her studies. But these are simple tasks for her, and she can handle them in no time. She still has a lot of time left. Sorry, Lin Yu. She's determined to eat her. Even Jesus couldn't stop her, she said. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. This is clearly meant to break his resolve. Leng Qingxue winked at Lin Yu with her beautiful big eyes. But, little Yu, if you call me a good sister, I'll hold off for now. Lin Yu. She's only 1 day older than me, and she wants me to call her sister. She may be able to kill me, but she can't humiliate me. Is she taking the wind out of my sails? Good sister. Lin Yu said in a shameful voice. Leng Qingxue's heart blossomed when she heard Lin Yu say this. Lin Yu saying it himself was tens of thousands of times more effective than typing it on WeChat before. She even found Lin Yu cute. Well done. Reward your little brother with a steamed bun. Leng Qingxue took a steamed bun from her plate and gave it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at Leng Qingxue's steamed bun with disgust. Leng Qingxue couldn't sit still when she saw this. What do you mean? This is being disgusted at your sister. Some people can't even eat it. She looked at Lin Yu. Eat, why aren't you eating? The buns are getting cold, why aren't you eating? Lin Yu looked at Leng Qingxue. Some people say that there is poison in these buns. Then he picked up the bun and put it in his mouth. He wasn't trying to eat anything else, he just didn't want to waste food. After a while, the two finished their breakfast. Leng Qingxue had 2 xiaolongbao left on her plate. Lin Yu looked at her and said, there were only 6 xiaolongbao in total. Leng Qingxue only ate 3? Do girls have such a small appetite? Leng Qingxue felt a little embarrassed when Lin Yu looked at her like that. Her appetite was actually quite good. But it was the first time she had eaten in front of her boyfriend, so she had to act reserved, didn't she? Besides, the food in the cafeteria was not bad, but it didn't make her appetite. Xiao Yu, don't waste food. Leng Qingxue said, and put the remaining 2 xiaolongbao into Lin Yu's plate. Well, in that case, it's not her leftovers. It's Lin Yu's leftovers. Lin Yu was numb from Leng Qingxue's manipulation. Nima, this woman is poisonous. Putting the food here is him wasting food? You're not even as good at hiding it as I am. Lin Yu gave her a cold stare and remained unmoved. Seeing this, Leng Qingxue blinked her pretty big eyes and stared at Lin Yu with moist, watery eyes. Her stare melted Lin Yu's heart a little. He picked up the chopstick stiffly and finished off the 2 xiaolongbao leftovers Leng Qingxue had left. Don't think too much about it. He was simply not full. Chapter 13, Leng Qingxue's short skirt. Lin Yu finished the 2 remaining xiaolongbao in one go. Leng Qingxue saw this. Her rosy lips rose upwards, and a smile curved her eyebrows. How was it? How was it? Was it delicious? It was as if she had made the xiaolongbao herself. Well, actually, there was her saliva on it. So it was related to her, wasn't it? Lin Yu chewed on the steamed dumpling, looked at Leng Qingxue with a disgusted expression, and then said, it's not delicious. It's super tasteless. In fact, he thought it was quite delicious, and it even had a bit of a sweet taste. But he absolutely could not show it. He could not let Leng Qingxue, this little witch, get a rise out of him. It's not delicious, and you ate it anyway? Leng Qingxue's small, white hands supported her delicate chin as her big eyes blinked, staring at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, on the other hand, said with a face of righteousness. It's not someone who is wasting food. In order not to waste food, even if it's not delicious, I will eat it with difficulty. Watch and learn well, what is meant by the pillars of the motherland. It's me. In fact, Lin Yu was a little hungry, and secondly, he really couldn't waste food. If it were anyone else, it would be fine, but Leng Qingxue is here, so I must take care of it. I have to educate her on a spiritual level, and of course on a physical level as well. Little Yu, I like it when you're stubborn. Leng Qingxue gave a charming smile. It was already 7:40 in the morning when Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue finished breakfast. Lin Yu was about to get up and go to class. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his head. Host detected entering cafeteria. Has checked in. Lin Yu was taken aback. This system has a bit of a long reaction time. He was about to leave the cafeteria, and now you're telling me you detected arrival at the cafeteria? Seriously, he was one step away from leaving the cafeteria. It's outrageous that the system is only now checking in. He, Lin Yu, doesn't want to lose face. He kind of wanted to refuse to check in. But that was impossible. Because the system's props are very important to Lin Yu, and Lin Yu now wants to get more props. To deal with this stunningly beautiful cold sister by his side. He silently thought to himself. Sign in. Congratulations, the host has successfully signed in. And obtained 1000 system points. And the skill book of Focused Learning X1, the skill book of Gourmet Cooking X1, and the Endless Happiness Water X1. Lin Yu felt very comfortable as he listened to the endless system announcements in his head. Yes, that's it, more props. He can do without them, but he can't do without them. Leng Qingxue, on the other hand, stood next to Lin Yu like a good little wife. She was a little curious as to why Lin Yu had suddenly stopped walking and was standing in front of the cafeteria, staring blankly. Had he gone crazy from eating the Xiaolong Bao? Sigma. Could it be that it had something to do with her? After all, she was the one who made the Xiaolong Bao. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Standing there without moving. Leng Qingxue reached out her little hand and gently pinched Lin Yu's waist. Lin Yu reacted. He came back from the system prompt. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought of something happy. What happy thing? Leng Qingxue tilted her little head, blinked her pretty big eyes, and looked at Lin Yu curiously. Of course, Lin Yu couldn't tell her. This was the system. And no one would believe him if he did. He gave a sly smile. Then he reached out and stroked Leng Qingxue's little head. He messed up her hair. Ha ha ha. That's what made him happy. After saying that, he just took off. Leng Qingxue couldn't stand it at all, her little cheeks puffed up with anger. She started to chase after him with her long legs. Lin Yu. You're finished. The beautiful man and woman chasing each other on campus formed a beautiful scene. Passers-by looked at the two in amazement. A small number of people recognized Leng Qingxue and were even more shocked. Holy shit! When did school beauty Leng Qingxue get so close to a guy? Most people who didn't know Leng Qingxue thought the couple looked really good together. The guy was handsome and the girl was beautiful, they were a perfect match. Lin Yu sneaked all the way to the teaching building, and Leng Qingxue chased after him all the way. Stop! Sister! I've had enough of chasing, I'm going to the classroom. The teaching buildings for the economics department and the mathematics department are separate, and there is quite a distance between them. Lin Yu. Superscript 33. Leng Qingxue saw that Lin Yu wasn't running anymore, so she ran directly over, jumped up, and gave Lin Yu's head a hard rub. Lin Yu is 1.85 meters tall, while Leng Qingxue is only 168 and was wearing flat shoes today. He really couldn't have touched Lin Yu's head without jumping. Lin Yu was stunned. Shit. Sneak attack. Trying to trick and sneak attack a 20-year-old like me. He tidied his messy hair. Leng Qingxue. Do you know that you can't mess with a boy's head? If you do, you won't grow tall. Leng Qingxue rolled her eyes at this. You're so tall and you're still growing? What are you, a telephone pole? And with Lin Yu's height, she would have to jump to touch his head. If he grows any taller, what's going to happen? Leng Qingxue jumped up again and touched Lin Yu's head. She kind of liked the feel, it was fluffy. Leng Qingxue didn't notice at all that she was wearing a short skirt today. The moment she jumped up, her skirt. Lin Yu saw the beautiful sight in front of him, and his eyes widened instantly. Hey, there's underwear. Damn it. Underwear is such a pesky invention. He held Leng Qingxue back with his other hand as she tried to jump again. This girl has a big heart. She's wearing a short skirt and still jumping around. What if someone sees her? Lin Yu had a strange feeling that he just didn't want anyone to see. But he could see for himself. Lin Yu said indifferently. Still jumping? Have you forgotten what you're wearing? Leng Qingxue suddenly reacted. Ah! Don't look! Her beautiful little face instantly turned red, like a red apple. Then she covered Lin Yu's eyes with her hands. Lin Yu. He's already seen it all, so what's the point of covering it up now? Leng Qingxue ran away in a hurry. Lin Yu found it a little funny that this little devil could be shy. He walked into the teaching building and prepared for class. 12 o'clock noon. Lin Yu walked out of the classroom. The old professor didn't drag out the class, it ended when it was time. He went to the cafeteria to buy lunch and returned to the dormitory. He found that none of the 3 LSPS had returned. Zhao Tian, needless to say, went to dinner with his date. This kid, betraying the Single Alliance, will never be forgiven. Superscript 3-3. Wang Jun ate in the cafeteria on the spot. After all, he couldn't wait. Xian Fei probably ran to the library. Secretly inwardly curled. Lin Yu opened his lunchbox and prepared to start drying the rice when suddenly he thought of something. How could he eat without some happy water? He must get some. The system retrieved the unconsumed happy water. Chapter 14. Lin Yu's happy water, Zhang Tingting's movement. Boom! In front of Lin Yu, a flash of blue light flashed. A bottle of happy water fell steadily onto the table. The black cola rippled slightly inside the bottle. Lin Yu secretly marveled at the system's understanding. It knew what to put where. Lin Yu picked up the bottle of cola and looked at it carefully. The appearance of this bottle of Kualuo is the same as that of an ordinary Kualuo. The streamlined outer packaging is convenient to hold. There is no difference from an ordinary Kualuo. Even the production date is marked. Lin Yu unscrewed the cap and took a sip. Ah! It's delicious. The taste is also no different from an ordinary Kualuo, but there are more bubbles and the taste is a little sweeter. It's very stimulating. The point of drinking Kualuo is to drink the one with more bubbles. Lin Yu has not yet discovered the difference between this system's endless happy water and ordinary sparkling wine. He says it's endless, but Lin Yu has already drunk a big sip. There is a vacant part in the bottle. Lin Yu took the bottle and looked carefully, trying to find out where this endlessness is. He found a way, and suddenly noticed a line of words on the bottle cap. He looked closer, and it said, in big letters, endless. Lin Yu. Shit. He thought it would be another bottle. But it turned out to be this one. Speaking of another bottle, Lin Yu has never won a second bottle. That's ridiculous. He looked for a long time, but didn't find anything different about this unfinished happy water. So he just gave up. As long as the system props work, he doesn't need to worry about the details. If he really ran out of happy water, he would have to return it to the system. Lin Yu picked up his chopsticks and started to eat, taking a sip of happy water while he ate. It was very refreshing. After a while, Lin Yu finished lunch and burped. He tidied up his lunchbox contentedly. He glanced at the half-empty happy water by the table that he had drunk. Holy shit! Sigma! It really can't be finished. Lin Yu saw that the happy water that he had just drunk half of had now returned to its full state. It was like magic. Half of the ice pops had appeared out of thin air. It was too powerful, worthy of being a system item. It was just so unreasonable. No one had touched the happy water, and it had refilled itself out of thin air. It didn't make sense. Lin Yu opened the bottle cap and took another sip. He made sure that everything in front of him was okay. Suddenly, the dormitory door opened. Wang Jun and Zhao Tian walked in, each holding a bottle of ice Kualuo. They looked like they had eaten and drunk their fill. Hey, you! You've gone all out with the happy water, haven't you? Lin Yu's mouth twitched as he looked at the chubby Wang Jun. It felt like the happy water was tailor-made for him. Wang Jun unscrewed the top of his bottle of ice Kualuo and took a sip. Ah! It's great! Zhao Tian also unscrewed his ice cooler and took a sip. Seeing this, Lin Yu also took a sip of his own happy water. At the same time, he felt a little amused. His is long-lasting, but your ice coolers are all just for drinking. Lin Yu had eaten and drunk his fill, and placed the half-empty happy water in front of the table. It's great, you don't have to move it can grow its own ice cooler. He climbed into bed and started his afternoon nap. Afternoon. Lin Yu woke up first. There was only one class in the afternoon, but it was at 2 o'clock, so he still had to get up. Wang Jun also woke up and climbed out of bed. He picked up his not-so-cold ice pop and took a sip. He looked over at Lin Yu's pop. It was kind of funny. Lin Yu really wasn't the type of person who could drink happy water. Because his bottle was still full. He probably just took one sip and stopped. Lin Yu, you're no good. You only took a sip of cola and you're trying to be a fatty like everyone else. Wang Jun laughed. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was secretly pleased. What a bunch of idiots, can his cola be considered ordinary? He can't finish it. He didn't even take a sip. Lin Yu and the others walked to the teaching building to attend class. He walked into the classroom and sat in his seat. His phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Leng Qingxue. Xue, Xiaoyer, do you have any classes in the afternoon? I'll come find you to hang out. Lin Yu typed expressionlessly, yes, I have a class in the afternoon. Leng Qingxue? She twitched the corner of her mouth. She knew exactly whether Lin Yu had classes in the afternoon and how many classes. She had already found out all about it a long time ago. Her small, white teeth were grinding there. Suddenly, she flashed a smile like a cunning fox. She typed on the phone's keyboard, looks like I can't hang out with Xiaoyu. That's so sad. Lin Yu. I don't believe you. You're a big beauty and very bad. That's a pity. I'd like to play with the cold beauty too. Unfortunately, I'm busy with my studies. Leng Qingxue looked at Lin Yu's message and sneered. Busy with your studies, is that it? Just you wait. The old professor walked into the classroom and began to lecture. Lin Yu put away his phone and listened to the lecture. Ding dong. Ding dong. The bell rang for the end of class, and the old professor announced the end of class without any fuss. The crowd in the classroom dispersed. Lin Yu's 3 LSP roommates were nowhere to be seen. He walked out of the classroom. He went back to drink a sip of fatty happy water and then play some games. Mizuji. Little feather. A gentle and charming female voice came from afar. Lin Yu's body trembled as he heard it. Shit. Why is this woman here? I thought he had a class this afternoon. Leng Qingxue was still wearing the short skirt she had worn in the morning, and she walked towards Lin Yu with an elegant gait. Lin Yu glanced at Leng Qingxue's slender legs beneath the short skirt. You're still wearing that skirt? Did you forget it this morning? Leng Qingxue heard this and instantly remembered her morning prancing. Her beautiful little face turned slightly red. Little Yu. Stop saying that. Lin Yu, on the other hand, looked around. Sister, don't call me Little Yu outside. Doesn't he care about his reputation? Big Yu is fine too, although it's even worse than Little Yu. But he's big. Leng Qingxue gave a cunning smile. If you don't call me that outside, does that mean you can call me that inside? Okay, little feather. Lin Yu. After catching Lin Yu, Leng Qingxue took him for a walk in the park. As Lin Yu walked along, he felt a bit like drinking some Fanta. Leng Qingxue, on the other hand, was in a good mood and her steps were light. The two of them walked all the way to the pavilion where Leng Qingxue had tied Lin Yu up last time. Leng Qingxue sat down on the pavilion chair with a thud, then patted her lap, signaling Lin Yu to sit next to her. Lin Yu's brows twitched, and he was still debating whether to sit or not. This was a problem. Leng Qingxue saw that Lin Yu was standing still, and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Xiaoyu, come sit here. Lin Yu's body trembled, and then he sat down next to Leng Qingxue. Not far away, there was a group of gossiping people chatting. Have you heard? Zhang Tingting seems to be aiming to be number 1 on the beauty list. Chapter 15 Lin Yu's fighting spirit, aiming to be number 1 on the most attractive men list. Lin Yu sat next to Leng Qingxue and smelled the faint fragrance exuding from her. He suddenly felt carefree and happy, and his mind was clear. Due to the enhancement of his constitution, Lin Yu heard the conversation of a few people not far away. Ha! Zhang Tingting wants to be number 1 on the most attractive women list? How is she going to do that? She is only second, and the face value of the number 1 on the list is not just a little bit different. Lin Yu sometimes really wonders how Zhang Tingting ranks second on the list of the 100 most beautiful people. Do these people have a problem with aesthetics? He doesn't think Zhang Tingting is that pretty. Compared to the cold girl next to him, she's almost a bit too much. It's like the feeling of the first and second places being separated by a few tens of points in a final exam. But this kind of thing seems to exist as well. There are just those kind of awesome gods who pull the second place by a few tens of points. Lin Yu was thinking about how the rankings on this list of the 100 most beautiful people could still change. Hasn't it been sorted by appearance a long time ago? Leng Qingxue, sitting next to Lin Yu, had no change in expression. And didn't know if she had heard what they had said. While Lin Yu was thinking, he heard a few people not far away continue to say, "Holy shit! Zhang Tingting is going to challenge for first place on the top 100 beauty list. Is she that good? How is she going to challenge?" Another person innocently touched the back of his head. Air. What is that? Can you tell me first, what is the top 100 beauty list? Who is Zhang Tingting? Why does she want to hit the top 100 beauty list? Everyone. You little brat, all you know is studying, and you don't even know about the top 100 beauty list or Zhang Tingting? The top 100 beauty list is a list that records the top 100 goddesses in terms of appearance. Zhang Tingting is the school beauty queen ranked second. Second? It doesn't seem very impressive, not being first. Puff. Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue both laughed out loud as they sat in the pavilion. What that person said did make sense. Lin Yu, on the other hand, looked at Leng Qingxue in surprise. So this sister just heard it all. He looked at Leng Qingxue and said, "How could you hear that?" Leng Qingxue rolled her charming eyes at this remark, extended her white, delicate hand, and gently pinched Lin Yu's face. "Little Yu, why couldn't I hear it? It wasn't far away, and I'm not deaf." A few people nearby continued talking. Damn it! You still look down on second place? Then go ahead and get Zhang Tingting. How did the rankings on the 100 most beautiful change? Didn't they already film it based on appearance? How did this change? Another person asked the same question as Lin Yu. That's what I thought at first. Then I saw on the campus forum that the rankings on the 100 most beautiful would be changing in the future. Not only would they look at appearance, but also academic performance and popularity based on votes. I don't know how it was changed like this. Lin Yu was plunged into thought after hearing these words. There is something fishy here. Logically speaking, this list has not been changed for a long time, and there must be something wrong with this sudden change. Someone behind it must be manipulating it. But thinking about it, it is also true that this list was originally made by students for fun. It is not official. It seems very simple to want to make a change. Lin Yu pondered for a while, and he might even think that it was Zhang Tingting behind this. Because she is the one who can gain the most benefit. If the second impact is successful, what is it if not the greatest benefit? Lin Yu smelled a faint fragrance and looked at Leng Qingxue beside him. What do you think, Ling's sister? What are your thoughts on this? Leng Qingxue heard this and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Lin Yu. Little Yu, in the past, I didn't have any feelings about this. Just change it, it has nothing to do with me. But it's different now. This first place is definitely mine. If I want it. Lin Yu was stunned. Holy shit. Why does Leng Qingxue suddenly seem a bit cool? He was a little in love. Leng Qingxue said it sounded like no problem. Her appearance aside, her grades are also very good, so wouldn't the first place be within reach? But it seems there is also a popularity vote. He was a little curious, why didn't Leng Qingxue care about this first place before, and now she is fighting for it? Lin Yu asked, why did you say that you didn't have any feelings before? Upon hearing this, Leng Qingxue revealed a cunning fox-like smile and looked at Lin Yu. Because of you, Xiaoyu. Me? Lin Yu was stunned. What did this have to do with him? He's not taking the blame for this. Because I have to give my boyfriend face. His girlfriend is the number one goddess, and it's a great honor for him to have face. Lin Yu was shocked. He didn't expect Leng Qingxue's reason to be this. Holy shit. My sister still cares about me. Actually, being with the number one goddess does seem to have its advantages. So, little you. Aren't you happy? Lin Yu. Well, it's okay. He admitted that he was a little happy to hear this. But he didn't show it. He couldn't let this little devil get so pleased with himself. Leng Qingxue pinched Lin Yu's waist at this remark. Say you're happy. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. Damn it. You're forcing me, aren't you? He was not going to give in. Happy, happy. Humph. That's more like it. Hee, you're so good. Leng Qingxue gave a little devilish smile. Little you, do you know that apart from the beauty list, there is also a campus male god list? I know. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. Lin Yu recalled what Wang Jun had said, and he couldn't believe it. Ha? Do you know that you're on the list? Lin Yu was slightly stunned when he heard this. Holy shit. He's on the list himself? How come he didn't know? Leng Qingxue looked at Lin Yu's surprised expression, and she found it very amusing. Little you, the male god list is divided into a face value list and a comprehensive list. You're number 1 on the face value list. That's amazing. Lin Yu was a little surprised to hear this, and then felt very embarrassed. With his looks, isn't it normal to be number 1? How do you know that? Leng Qingxue, on the other hand, blinked her big eyes and said, This is a secret between us girls. The list of male gods was naturally made by the girls. What about the comprehensive list? Where do I rank? Lin Yu asked, a little giddy. Well, you were originally ranked 100th, but your appearance has pulled you up to 20th. Leng Qingxue teased as she looked at him. Lin Yu. Holy shit. He's such a strong young man, and he's only ranked 100th. Lin Yu automatically ignored the appearance part. He refused to accept it. Well, it seems like he has no choice. Because his grades are indeed average. No, it should be said that the original owner's grades are average. He, Lin Yu, has now had his studies strengthened, so there shouldn't be a problem getting first place in the entire department, right? Lin Yu had a strange feeling, because Leng Qingxue, his nominal girlfriend, was the number 1 goddess. He kind of ignited his fighting spirit. How can he be ranked 100th? He has to become the number 1 male god somehow. Chapter 16 Zhang Tingting's plot, the open class begins. Lin Yu's mind has already ignited his fighting spirit. He will fight back no matter what. He is already the number 1 on the appearance list. It would be pretty awesome to also get number 1 on the overall list, right? Moreover, Leng Qingxue, a little witch like her, is number 1 on the goddess list. Lin Yu definitely cannot lose. Lin Yu's gaze gradually grew firm. He will definitely take the number 1 spot on the male god list. And he is a man with a system, so he won't be able to come in first without it. Then he should quit. It's a disgrace to the traversers. Leng Qingxue, on the other hand, had no idea what Lin Yu was thinking at the moment. However, she saw that Lin Yu's eyes had gradually become determined, as if he had made a decision. What are you thinking, Xiao Yu? Leng Qingxue extended her small, white hand, as delicate as jade, and waved it in front of Lin Yu's face. Lin Yu came back to his senses. It's nothing, I was just lamenting that I'm only 100th. Lin Yu didn't say anything about his intention to break into the list of male gods. Because he wanted to quietly become stronger. And then surprise everyone. Xiao Yu, you're 20th, where are you 100th? Leng Qingxue winked at him. Lin Yu gave her a glare. Can you count that on looks? That's not my strength. Leng Qingxue said, who says so? Looks are also a kind of strength. Lin Yu was stunned, and then felt that Leng Qingxue seemed to have a point. It's impossible to be born handsome. Leng Qingxue threw a flirtatious glance. For example, I really like your looks. Lin Yu's heart jumped, feeling a little shocked. Woman, I can tell you're just jealous of my body. On the other side, Zhang Tingting and her girlfriends were discussing in the dormitory. Tingting, this is the number 1 on the 100 most beautiful list, so we've got this in the bag, right? One of the girls said to Zhang Tingting. Zhang Tingting nodded proudly. Of course. She's put in a lot of hard work for this opportunity. Even her status as the school beauty queen was the result of a lot of connections. It was only after that she found the person who made the campus 100 most beautiful list. Then she spent a lot of time talking to them, promising a lot of benefits. That's what made the person agree to change the rules. However, that person was also very persistent, and apart from changing the selection rules, everything else remained the same. The final result and scoring must remain fair and just. No one else is allowed to manipulate the process. But Zhang Tingting knew that this was enough. She was confident that she could accomplish all this and surpass Leng Qingxue in one fell swoop. She had long been jealous of Leng Qingxue, and she must take this opportunity. Zhang Tingting analyzed the situation in her mind. There is no problem with her appearance. As for her grades, she usually gets good grades, and she will try to get first place in the exam. Zhang Tingting is absolutely confident in the popularity vote. Her popularity is definitely higher than Leng Qingxue's. Because Leng Qingxue rarely appears in the public eye, and her personality is aloof and unapproachable, how high can her popularity be? Leng Qingxue, your aloofness has harmed you. This time she is going to win for sure. Really? Tingting, how did you find the person who made the list and get him to change the rules? A girl asked. Zhang Tingting was taken aback. Well, it's a bit complicated, I'll tell you about it later. Judge, compared to that. Have you ever thought about getting a boyfriend? I happen to have a friend here who is perfect for you, I'll introduce you. What do you think? Actually, one of the items is to introduce your best friend to that person. It's worth selling your best friend for the first one. Huh? What's that guy like? The girl named Jia asked. Zhang Tingting hurriedly said, that guy is very good, you will like him. Actually, that guy is a bit. Leng Qingxue and Lin Yu were admiring the beautiful scenery in the pavilion. Time flew. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Time to go back. It's time to go back. It's 6 o'clock. Lin Yu got up and said. It felt pretty good sitting with Leng Qingxue this afternoon and admiring the view. It's just strange. Well, let's go back. Leng Qingxue wanted to keep sitting, but since Lin Yu had spoken, she couldn't say anything. The two walked along the road. It was evening. The sun was setting, and there were a few pairs of lovers to be seen all over the campus, walking along the road together. Leng Qingxue and Lin Yu also seemed to be one of these pairs. Lin Yu suddenly thought of something. Leng, didn't you say you wanted to be number one on the beauty list? Yes, why? Do you need any help? Lin Yu asked. Leng Qingxue blinked her eyes wide and looked at Lin Yu. She didn't expect Lin Yu to offer to help. I'm happy. It seems like all this hard work has been worthwhile. No need, little Yu. I don't need your help with something so trivial. Then I would be ashamed of my number one ranking. Don't worry, I can get it if I want it. Leng Qingxue had absolute confidence in her looks and grades. Lin Yu nodded upon hearing this, but he didn't say anything. However, in private, he still had to keep an eye on her. Maybe something unexpected would happen? Don't think too much, he didn't want to help Leng Qingxue. He was just trying to save face. Think about it, your girlfriend was originally the number one goddess, and now she's fallen to number two. Who can bear it? Delta. If an uncle can bear it, an aunt can't bear it. If an aunt can bear it, he can't bear it either. The two walked to the intersection, with the boys' dormitory on the left and the girls' dormitory on the right. Leng Qingxue stretched out her delicate white hand and pinched Lin Yu's handsome face. Then she ran away. Lin Yu was stunned. Damn it! Sneaking up on me again, this defenseless young man. Lin Yu returned to the dormitory. The three LSPS had already returned. He walked to his seat and took a sip of happy water. Happy water had been refilled from half a bottle. It was very comfortable. Wang Jun suddenly took out a book and started reading. Lin Yu was shocked when he saw it. Holy shit! What's going on? Junzi, you've changed. Wang Jun said with a bitter face, do you think I want to? Next Monday is the open class, aren't we going to attend it with the math class? The instructor said that the math professor is very fierce and likes to randomly check people. Lin Yu also thought of the fear of being randomly checked when he was a child. Holy shit! He quickly picked up the book and prepared to cram. Then, he put the book down again. What's the panic for? He has a system, so who's he afraid of? Random checks? You're on. Then music will be played, then dancing. Lin Yu immediately lay down on the bed and started playing games. Monday. Lin Yu and the three LSPS walked to the lecture theater, where they would be attending an open class with Mathematics Class 1. Naturally, they went to the large lecture theater. As soon as he walked in, he saw Leng Qingxue, who had already taken her seat, waving her small hand at him. Chapter 17. Lin Yu is sitting next to Leng Qingxue and is being randomly checked. As soon as Lin Yu entered the large lecture hall, he saw Leng Qingxue raise her small, white hand to greet him. This stunningly beautiful person had a bright smile on her face. Even Leng Qingxue didn't say anything. Lin Yu could hear a charming and melodious voice in his head. "Xiao Yu. Come over here. Come sit with your sister." This is a question that deserves careful consideration, whether to sit next to Leng Qing or not. If he sat next to her, he would definitely be seen by everyone in the classroom at once. Then he would become the target of everyone's attention. There were also 3 other roommates in the LSP who would also bitterly accuse him of betraying their single-dog alliance and call him a traitor. However, Zhao Tian, who had a girlfriend, was not in a position to say that he was a traitor. But if Lin Yu didn't sit next to her, he would face persecution from Leng Qingxue like a witch. This includes, but is not limited to, pinching his waist and shouting at him in front of everyone that he is Xiaoyer, feeding him the Xiaolong Bao that he can't eat. Lin Yu thinks about it and feels a little scared. What a ruthless witch! The 3 LSPs following Lin Yu also saw Leng Qingxue not far away, waving at them. Instantly, a shocked expression appeared on their faces. Holy shit! Yu Zi! The cold goddess is waving at us. My god! I never dreamed this would happen. Am I going to have good luck today? Wang Jun straightened his collar and said. Lin Yu, then you really are thinking too much. It's true. If Wang Jun dares to take a step closer, Lin Yu estimates that Leng Qingxue will turn around and beat Wang Jun's head into a pig's head. You're thinking too much. Leng Qingxue might be waving at someone. But I don't think it's you. Wang Jun, however, stubbornly insisted, who says so? The goddess Lang is definitely waving at us. Who else would she be waving at? Meanwhile, all the boys in Math Class 1 were looking in the direction of Leng Qingxue. They were curious about who the school beauty was waving at. Leng Qingxue was a goddess-level figure in their Math Class 1. There were already very few girls in the math department, and now there was such a beautiful girl. She was the focus of the entire math department. Who wouldn't pay attention to her? They were even glad that they had applied to the mathematics department. Leng Qingxue, on the other hand, was getting a little tired of holding up her hand. Lin Yu was still standing there, dumbfounded, not coming over. She instantly looked a little angry and looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at her and saw that Leng boss was in a hurry. She was in a hurry. In an instant, Lin Yu made up his mind. He calmly looked at the 3 LSP roommates next to him. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm showing my hand. In fact, Leng Qingxue was waving at me. After saying that, he took the teaching materials and walked over to Leng Qingxue's seat, then calmly sat down. The entire classroom echoed with the boys' uniformed groans. The boys in the first-year mathematics class had expressions of shock, confusion, discomfort, and heartbreak written all over their faces. Goddess. Someone has stolen the goddess. And it's a guy from another department. The expression on the faces of the guys in the first-year economics class was not only shocked, but also sour. Because they didn't expect this guy Lin Yu to have found such a beautiful girl without making a sound, and she was from another department. Some of the girls showed curious expressions, very interested in these 2 people. They both knew these 2 people, one was the number 1 goddess on the beauty list, and the other was the number 1 man on the looks list. The other girls felt heartbroken, thinking that their crushes had been stolen from them. They were secretly in love with Lin Yu, and with his handsome appearance, there were quite a few girls who had a crush on him. Wang Jun and the others were shocked for a moment when they saw Lin Yu walk over without flinching, and then they understood. That's right. They were all there the other day when he confessed his feelings. Lin Yu really was having an affair with Leng Qingxue. He betrayed the single dog alliance. Lin Yu sat down next to Leng Qingxue, saw everyone's reaction, and then gave her a dirty look. Satisfied, my sister? Satisfied. Leng Qingxue came to the lecture theater early in the morning to take a good seat just to wait for Lin Yu to come. Then she sat with him in class. She didn't even sit with her roommate. As for the stares of the others, she didn't care at all. It's just that the school flower has found a boyfriend, right? What's so surprising about that? The boys in the classroom saw Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue talking happily. Their hearts were even more broken. Even a dog knows that these two are together. Oh, my snow! My snow! Tonight, there were dozens more people who had lost their love. There was also a small group of boys who refused to believe the truth in their hearts, and they comforted themselves mentally. Just sitting together doesn't prove anything, they still have a chance. The noisy classroom was filled with a warm atmosphere between Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue, until an elderly man with gray hair at the temples walked in, carrying teaching materials. The professor instantly became silent. They knew that the legendary math professor who liked to randomly test them was here. Lin Yu felt a little scared when he saw the old professor. There was nothing he could do about it. He had been tested when he was young and it had left a lasting impression. He leaned over to his deskmate. Leng, do you know this professor? Leng Qingxue shook her head. No, although I'm in the mathematics department, it seems that this professor teaches mathematics graduate students. He doesn't teach us. Lin Yu felt even more scared when he heard this. It was pretty impressive to teach mathematics graduate students. He was so scared that he quickly took a study enhancement capsule to calm down. Leng Qingxue noticed Lin Yu's movements. She held out her small, white hand and pried open Lin Yu's mouth. Lin Yu, what are you eating? Quick, give me some. It's no fun eating by yourself, it's more fun to fight with others for food. Lin Yu grabbed Leng Qingxue's mischievous little hand. I didn't eat much, you heard it wrong. Just kidding, you can't just eat study enhancement capsules. If you eat them, you'll just want to solve problems. Besides, Leng Qingxue is so smart, eating them won't have the opposite effect, will it? Ahem. Class, let's begin. The math professor said, tapping his pointer on the blackboard. The whole classroom became even quieter. No one dared to speak. They were afraid they would be picked on for answering incorrectly. Halfway through the class, the professor didn't pick anyone to answer. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the old professor said, Now, I have a few questions. Please answer. Everyone in the classroom held their breath, because they knew it was coming. Li Ming. Sorry, Professor, I don't know. Li Ming boldly said that he didn't know. If he doesn't know, he doesn't know, and he really doesn't know. It's better than not speaking. Well, you may sit down. Wang Jun. Wang Jun stood up and stumbled out an answer. The cramming on Friday was still effective. Well, that's a good answer. Lin Yu. Lin Yu was stunned, and then slowly stood up. He had already taken the learning capsule, so he was not at all helpless. Chapter 18, Leng Qingxue's problem, Lin Yu saves the day. Lin Yu stood up slowly. Everyone's attention was on him. Some wanted to see him fail, while others thought he was very handsome. Lin Yu had expected that he might be called on, but he didn't think it would happen so soon. The math professor didn't know him at all, so it was kind of random that he was called on. But he was graceful and unflappable. Learning enhancement capsules are no joke. Fortunately, he had taken one, and with his sharp thinking skills, the question was like child's play for him. He only had to glance at it and the answer was already in his head. Leng Qingxue, who was sitting next to Lin Yu, was also a little surprised that Lin Yu would be called on. While Lin Yu was standing up, she reached out her small, white hand and secretly held Lin Yu's large hand under the table. Then she scratched her finger in Lin Yu's palm. So funny. Lin Yu was also a little itchy from Leng Qingxue's scratching. This woman is so good. She almost made him forget the answer he just thought of. He squeezed Leng Qingxue's hand firmly with his large hand to indicate that she should stop. Leng Qingxue's small hand was squeezed by Lin Yu's warm large hand. She felt warm and her face instantly turned red. She stopped scratching Lin Yu and looked at him silently. The math professor's question was just right, not too difficult or too easy. She was more interested in whether Lin Yu could answer it. If he couldn't, she would secretly give him hints. After all, he was her boyfriend, how could she let him lose face in public? Lin Yu, on the other hand, looked at the old professor. His gaze was slightly concentrated as he clearly articulated the answer and solution. Those in the classroom who didn't understand the question looked enlightened when they heard Lin Yu's answer. And those who were jealous of Lin Yu for stealing their goddess were a little irritated. I can do it too. The old professor looked at Lin Yu with a slight twinkle in his eyes. This student's solution method was clear and organized. Although this question was not difficult, there were quite a few traps in it, and it was not something a freshman could answer at random. Very good, Lin Yu. You answered it well. The old professor praised Lin Yu and gestured for him to sit down. Lin Yu sat down with a composed expression. Joking, if he couldn't answer such a simple question, he would be the most disgraced time traveler. Leng Qingxue on the side, meanwhile, narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Yu. She guessed that Lin Yu would be able to answer it, but she didn't expect him to be able to answer it so methodically. He even gave her a little inspiration in mathematics. She held out her small hand and pinched Lin Yu's waist, whispering, "Good for you, Lin Yu. You even hid the fact that you knew this problem from me." Lin Yu was dumbfounded. What did he hide? Wasn't this problem very simple? He grabbed Leng Qingxue's small hand with his other hand. Leng, is it really necessary to hide such trivial matters from you? This problem is so simple. Leng Qingxue gave Lin Yu a look and said, "You're really panting when I tell you you're fat." The lesson continued. The old professor picked a few more people to answer questions. He even pointed to Lin Yu's classmate Qian Fei. These people answered quite well, but they were not as clear thinking as Lin Yu before. Leng Qingxue was taking notes. Lin Yu, on the other hand, started to daydream, because he knew all the answers. Suddenly, an electronic prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Host has arrived at the lecture hall. Please sign in. This system came just in time. Lin Yu was feeling bored and had nothing to do, and then the system came. Sign in. He muttered to himself. Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in. And obtained 1000 system points. Invincible Capsule X1, Economic Analysis Skill Book X1, Intelligent Analysis Glasses X1. Lin Yu looked at the system items he had obtained and felt very satisfied. Well, it doesn't feel like a needle. It doesn't feel like a needle to check in. He came back to his senses and looked at Leng Qingxue, who was taking careful notes. Under her beautiful eyes were a pretty upturned nose and a curved red lip that was even more vivid and moving. Lin Yu was a little stunned. This woman, when she looks good, is quite good looking. After the old professor finished most of the course, he introduced a new topic. This topic was a difficult mathematical modeling problem, which he just raised to see if anyone could answer it. When most of the students in the classroom heard this, they were like listening to a foreign language, they couldn't understand it at all. A small number of students could understand it, but they couldn't figure out the specific content. Leng Qingxue was one of them. However, she already had a rough idea in her mind. Lin Yu, on the other hand, didn't even look at the question. Because he was still in a daze. Leng Qingxue. Do you have an answer? The old professor called Leng Qingxue's name. He had long heard of her reputation as the top student in the mathematics department. He wanted to see how she did. Leng Qingxue, who was sitting next to Lin Yu, stood up. Everyone's gaze turned to this cold goddess. Even Lin Yu looked at her. Leng Qingxue nodded slightly. Professor, I have an idea, but it's not clear yet. Please let me do some calculations on the blackboard. She wanted to take on this kind of difficult problem. It's fine. The old professor nodded. Lin Yu was stunned. Holy shit. This sister is too fierce, calculating it on the spot. Even if Lin Yu knew this problem, he would be too lazy to calculate it on the spot. Just give a rough idea. Leng Qingxue walked up to the podium and began calculating on the blackboard. Lin Yu, on the other hand, yawned. He didn't care about this. Boss Ling is the best in the department, so this kind of question is a piece of cake for him. He continued to stare at Leng Qingxue's stunning back, lost in thought. 10 minutes later. Leng Qingxue was still working on the blackboard, and this question was a bit out of the syllabus. Even she found it troublesome. But her character was never one to give up. However, the atmosphere in the classroom was a little bit strange. Lin Yu also looked at the question with a serious expression. He could tell at a glance that this question was mathematical modeling, which was quite out of the syllabus, and with his keen thinking and learning capsules, he only had a little idea. Another 5 minutes later. Leng Qingxuan was still continuing to calculate, and the blackboard was already densely covered. The old professor looked at the pretty girl and decided to let her come down, without forcing her. Lin Yu noticed that the atmosphere in the classroom was very subtle, and Leng Qingxuan seemed to have made a bit of a mess. He looked at Leng Qingxuan's back and muttered in his heart. System, use the mathematical modeling skills book. Return to the host, already used. Lin Yu's mind was full of mathematical modeling knowledge, and he looked at the question on the blackboard. His thoughts became clear instantly, and he got the answer. At this time, the old professor spoke, Leng. Lin Yu instantly stood up, Professor, I have the answer. Please let me and Leng work together to calculate the answer. Chapter 19, Damn it. Let him install it. Lin Yu suddenly stood up and said this. All the students present, both male and female, looked at Lin Yu, who had an expression of shock on his face. They whispered among themselves. Damn it. This kid is trying to act cool, isn't he? He just did it once, and now he wants to do it again. Piss off, I think he's lost his mind. He just blurted it out to try to act cool. This question is so hard, even I, a mathematics major, can't understand it. How can he? And Leng Qingxue has been stuck on it for so long. Shit. This is the clincher. Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue are probably really together. He wants to stand by his girlfriend. Even Leng Qingxue, who was doing the math problem on the blackboard, felt her body tremble when she saw Lin Yu's figure. She felt warm in her heart. She knew that Lin Yu was going to help her share the pressure. She was not stupid. After doing the math problem on the blackboard for so long, could she not feel the subtle atmosphere in the classroom? She was very touched, but at the same time she felt that Lin Yu was too impulsive. This question was very difficult and went beyond the syllabus, and even she only had a little idea about it. Lin Yu also came up and stood with her. Leng Qingxue knew that on the comprehensive list of the male god rankings, Lin Yu's grades were average and at the middle of the pack. He would probably not be able to solve this question of mathematical modeling that went beyond the syllabus. But Xiaoyu had this intention, and she was very satisfied. Sigma Sigma. It's better to stand with her than to do nothing. She didn't choose the wrong person. Just as everyone's attention turned to Lin Yu. The old professor also looked at Lin Yu, his eyes flashing slightly. He had already figured it out, this Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue were probably in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. They were sitting together, and now Lin Yu was saying that he wanted to come up and do the calculation together. Any fool could see that these two were related. He has been a professor for many years, and he has not been doing it for nothing. He knows that Lin Yu probably wants to help Leng Qingxue relieve some of her pressure. As for Lin Yu being able to solve the problem, he doesn't really believe it. This problem is one that he used to raise the bar, although Lin Yu's previous answers were very logical. But these two problems are not at the same level. Even Leng Qingxue, who is the top student in the mathematics department, is stuck. But since he has already brought it up, he is also interested in seeing what happens. Maybe Lin Yu really does have something. At least, Lin Yu looks quite pleasing to the eye. Okay, Lin Yu, are you sure you have the answer? This is no joking matter. I'm sure, Professor. Lin Yu replied calmly. Joking? His systematic existence directly determines that it is certain and definite. The answer has long been in his mind. Okay, then go up there. The old professor nodded. Lin Yu was also unambiguous. He walked out of his seat and walked towards Leng Qingxue, who was doing calculations at the blackboard. For a moment, everyone's gaze was directed at him. Most of the boys looked at Lin Yu viciously, hoping that he would pretend to be smart and fail. Some of the girls looked at Lin Yu's handsome back and were infatuated. They didn't care if Lin Yu could come up with the answer or not, they just thought he was handsome. Lin Yu walked over to Leng Qingxue's side, while Leng Qingxue, holding a piece of chalk, looked at him with big, sparkling eyes. She whispered. Xiaoyu, I'm very happy that you could stand up. But you were too impulsive. It's fine if I'm the one who loses face. Lin Yu then extended his large hand and gently pinched Leng Qingxue's white and tender face. Then he said gently, It's fine, Leng Shijie, Lin Yu, never do things I'm not sure about. Leng Qingxue's face turned a little red. There were so many people watching, and even though she was a little witch, she was still a little shy. However, Lin Yu's reassurance was obviously very effective, and Leng Qingxue's pressure had already decreased a lot. Since Lin Yu had come up, she would naturally give him the trust he deserved. Due to the angle, only a small number of people saw Lin Yu's actions. But those few people who saw the scene felt as if they had suddenly eaten a ton of dog food. Lin Yu didn't care about the stares around him, and he took the still warm chalk from Leng Qingxue's hands. His expression became serious as he looked at the blackboard. Leave the rest to me. Lin Yu simply followed the train of thought Leng Qingxue had written before, simplifying her previous steps and then quickly calculating the next steps. He took the chalk and wrote quickly on the blackboard, his brushwork flowing like a god, without the slightest hitch. Swish, swish, swish. The collision and friction between the chalk and the blackboard produced a continuous crisp sound. Leng Qingxue stood to the side, watching Lin Yu write out the calculation process. Her expression changed from confusion to enlightenment, and finally to shock. She understood that Lin Yu had continued with the train of thought she had just had, and had simplified many of the steps. The subsequent formulae were logically compact step by step, and Leng Qingxue read them down one by one. Suddenly, her mind became much clearer. She never would have thought that it could be written like that, no wonder she just got stuck. The clearer she thought, the more shocked she felt. Only when you reach a certain field, will you know how amazing this person is? Lin Yu's mathematical understanding is actually higher than hers. So bad. Lin Yu. Hiding it so deep. Even she was fooled. At the same time, she was also very surprised. This time, she really had found a gem. Haha, her intuition has always been very accurate. The old professor sat by the lectern and saw Lin Yu quickly writing the formula. His expression gradually became serious. This Lin Yu's mathematical talent is actually so high. The advanced questions are used to select talent. Some things can be done by brushing questions, and some things really only depend on talent. The people in the lecture hall watched Lin Yu writing quickly. Their expressions were frozen. They couldn't understand it, but they were shocked. Although they couldn't understand it, Lin Yu was writing fast. No matter if it was written blindly or not, it looked very good. Holy cow! This Lin Yu is so awesome. He can do such a difficult problem? No. Stop it. We can't let him pretend anymore. Wang Jun and the others were even more dumbfounded. Don't they know anything about Lin Yu? He's a very laid-back person. Usually, they don't even see him flip through books. Now he's here, solving such difficult problems on the spot. They can't accept it. Only Qian Fei looked at Lin Yu with a serious gaze. It seems that the road to becoming the dormitory's math king is a long one. Lin Yu finished writing the last step of the formula. Then he threw the chalk into the chalk box in a cool manner. Perfect. It's very cool. Lin Yu extended his big hand and, in the midst of everyone's gaze, led the confused Leng Qingxue back to her seat. Then he looked at the old professor and said humbly, "Professor, I'm done. Please check it." Chapter 20, Leng Qingxue stole a kiss, and Lin Yu's overall ranking rose. Lin Yu knew how to behave. He knew that he could act cocky, but he still had to show respect to the old professor. Although the answer to this question was 1000% the result of his own calculations on the blackboard, he still had to ask the old professor if it was correct. Leng Qingxue was a little dazed at this time. Just now, Lin Yu had quickly done the calculations, and she had almost not been able to keep up with the final deduction steps, and was led back to her seat by Lin Yu's hand. She suddenly felt warm in her heart. Lin Yu not only went up to the blackboard to work out the answer, but also answered it so perfectly. Not only did he relieve her pressure, he also amazed her throughout the whole process. Leng Qingxue suddenly felt that Lin Yu was so handsome. Her eyes shone with excitement when she looked at Lin Yu. He's so handsome. Even a cold-hearted person like her she's not that cold-hearted can't help but want to become Lin Yu's little fangirl. Because in the field of mathematics, which she is best at, Lin Yu is even better than her. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, the entire classroom fell silent. The male students were waiting for the old professor's answer. Even though they already guessed it, there was a good chance that Lin Yu had answered correctly this time. Because he wrote extremely fast when doing the calculations, and he didn't drag his feet when he got off the stage. Everyone could see that confidence. But they still hoped that the old professor would say that Lin Yu had answered incorrectly, so that this pretty boy would be embarrassed. The old professor smiled and looked at Lin Yu. Good answer, Lin Yu. Your and Leng Qingxue's train of thought is perfect. While praising Lin Yu, the old professor also didn't forget to praise Leng Qingxue. After all, Leng Qingxue was Lin Yu's girlfriend. Because he was very interested in Lin Yu's mathematical talent. In other words, he wanted to recruit Lin Yu. The male students in the lecture theater, who had been hoping that Lin Yu would fail, wilted instantly when they heard this. Holy shit! He's got another one. They were so angry. The girls, on the other hand, looked at Lin Yu even more like a group of crazed fans. So handsome. He's handsome, smart at math, too. They simply couldn't hold back. Some other students who could keep up with the old professor's pace looked at Lin Yu warily. They felt a lot of pressure from the sudden appearance of someone who was good at math. Thank you, Professor, for your praise. In fact, it was Leng Qingxue who provided me with the idea. Lin Yu said modestly, and took the credit for it. Leng Qingxue was sweetly touched. Lin Yu is suddenly so good at flirting, and she can't handle it. The old professor took the topic that Lin Yu had calculated as a model and explained it. Ding dong. The bell rang for the end of class. The old professor said the word class dismissed without hesitation. The crowd dispersed. Some girls, while walking out of the classroom, occasionally looked back at Lin Yu's seat. Although Lin Yu had a goddess like Leng Qingxue, it didn't stop them from looking at handsome guys. Leng Qingxue, on the other hand, was pulling Lin Yu out of the classroom with a face full of excitement. She couldn't wait any longer. She couldn't wait to ask Lin Yu about the specific thinking behind that question. That's right. She was serious about studying mathematics. Delta. Her boyfriend was a math prodigy, how could she miss out? Wait, Lin Yu. The old professor suddenly stopped the two of them. Is there something the matter, Professor? Lin Yu stopped in his tracks and looked at him. Lin Yu, are you interested in transferring to the mathematics department? Leng Qingxue and Lin Yu were both taken aback. They had never expected the old professor to want to poach someone. Lin Yu was silent for a while, lost in thought. He was not going to transfer to the mathematics department again. The economics department was quite good. And even though he could solve mathematical problems as easily as drinking water, they were very taxing on the brain. He might go bald if he wasn't careful. He's such a handsome young man, how could he go bald? Even if he has system props, he can solve the problem of baldness. Lin Yu also doesn't want this to happen. Well, Professor, let me think about it. Lin Yu did not directly refuse, after all, he is the old mathematics professor, he must give face. Okay, Lin Yu, I'll wait for your reply. I won't force you. The old professor said with a smile. He is patient with people with high talent. Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue walked out of the classroom together. As soon as they were out of the classroom, Leng Qingxue asked. Xiao Yu, don't you like the mathematics department? She thought that Lin Yu was quite good at it, given his talent. But Lin Yu didn't seem very interested. Lin Yu looked at Leng Qingxue and explained. No, my sister. Don't think that I solve problems as easily as drinking water. It actually drains the brain cells. Occasionally doing 1 or 2 questions is fine, but if I really have to study this, then it's quite bald. Puff. Leng Qingxue smiled. She didn't expect Lin Yu to actually care about his hair. But Lin Yu had a choice, and she would definitely respect him and not say anything, shouting at Lin Yu to go to the mathematics department. Elbow, Xiao Yu, go to the library with me. Leng Qingxue said, taking Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu was taken aback. He didn't even care about Leng Qingxue's act of holding his arm. Ha! What are we going to the library for? He, Lin Yu, was not the type of person who loved to study. Go study that question again, I didn't understand a few steps. Leng Qingxue blinked her big eyes at Lin Yu. Lin Yu? Little question mark, do you have a lot of little friends? Does this woman have that serious illness? She actually dragged him to study math? So, Lin Yu was dragged to the library by Leng Qingxue. Then they studied. On the other side, a boy was typing a message on his phone. The information was wrong. Lin Yu was hiding in plain sight, and his math grades were very good. He could threaten the position of the comprehensive list. Inside the girls' dormitory, a few girls were chatting excitedly. I'll tell you. I saw the male god Lin Yu today, he's so handsome. He's really good at maths. He can do questions that are way beyond the syllabus. I've wanted to confess my love for him for a long time, but it's too late. He's with Leng Qingxue now. I'm so angry. Meanwhile, on the campus forum, the comprehensive list of campus heartthrobs. Lin Yu's ranking has risen from 20th to 16th. However, Lin Yu doesn't know that his ranking has improved. He's a bit tired. If I had known, I wouldn't have pretended to be cool. I wouldn't have saved Leng Qingxue. I would have let her lose face on her own. Because Leng Qingxue really did drag him to the library and study mathematics with her all afternoon. He was dumbfounded. Is this something a person would do? Leng Qingxue and Lin Yu walked out of the library in the evening. She gave a little devilish smile. Little Yu, you seem a little tired. Lin Yu gave her a blank stare. Damn it, how could she not be tired? Okay. Thank you today. Leng Qingxue suddenly stood on tiptoe, kissed Lin Yu on the side of the face, then blinked her big eyes and ran away in a flash. Lin Yu stood dumbfounded in place. Shit. Sneak attack. Chapter 21. Lin Yu didn't cheat, but the forum was in an uproar. Lin Yu reacted and realized that he had been secretly kissed by Leng Qingxue, the witch. He was shocked. Damn it. Boys have to protect themselves when they're out. Otherwise, they'll be taken advantage of without warning, just like him. Where can he go to air his grievances? Looking at the cute back of Leng Qingxue as she ran away, Lin Yu let out a light laugh. At this moment, Leng Qingxue, who was running away, had a smile on her face, and she felt a little shy. Her little face was flushed, like a ripe red apple. She had just kissed Lin Yu on a whim. Did she really think she wasn't shy? Even a witch gets shy, okay? But it was really exciting to kiss and run. It was just fun. Leng Qingxue was laughing and laughing when she suddenly thought of something. It seems she hasn't settled the score with Lin Yu yet. What score? Of course it's Lin Yu. She was fooled by his excellent understanding of mathematics. She only realized it now. When she was interested in Lin Yu, she secretly looked into him, and even found out his birthday. Naturally, she also found out his grades, which were average. As it turned out, Lin Yu had written out the questions she couldn't do today. Leng Qingxue was very surprised and happy, so she spent the afternoon with Lin Yu studying math problems. She forgot about settling the score. Now that she thinks about it, she feels the need to go back and settle the score with Xiaoye. So she turned around and ran in the direction of Lin Yu. If Lin Yu knew what Leng Qingxue was thinking, he would definitely be disgusted. His grades were really average, or rather, the original owner's grades were average. His math grades were only average because he had a system in place. At this time, Lin Yu did not know any of this, and he was already walking towards the dormitory. Today had been exhausting for him. He had saved his sister by pretending to be cool, and then he had studied math with her. Well, she was a beautiful girl. He felt like he had overdrawn his account. He had to go back to the dormitory and drink a bottle of happy water to calm down. He was walking forward when he suddenly saw Leng Qingxue running away in the distance, running towards him again. And she was running fast, looking very determined. It felt as if Leng Qingxue's eyes were still glowing. It was the same look wolves have when they see a lamb. Lin Yu was shocked. Holy shit! This girl is back. Did she not get enough from the first kiss and want a second? Sigma. What a fierce woman. Boys must protect themselves when they are out. Lin Yu thought this, and he became brave again. Just in time. He had just been ambushed and hadn't gotten his revenge yet. He had to turn around and get even. Leng Qingxue came back with a puffed-up face and a menacing weapon swinging back and forth. Little Yu, I almost forgot, I still have a score to settle with you. Lin Yu was stunned. You still want to settle the score? I still want to settle the score. Lin Yu said indifferently, what score has not been settled? Leng Qingxue walked over to Lin Yu and said with a breath like orchid. Little feather, shouldn't you explain? How come you're so good at maths? Your grades are average, but you're so good at maths. Are you deliberately hiding it? Lin Yu was stunned. This. How can he explain? He didn't deliberately hide it, it's just because of the system. How can you explain something like a system? You have to believe in science, understand? Okay, Leng Shui, you haven't noticed this. I deliberately hid it, I'm a relatively low-key person. I've never liked to show off, nor do I like to pretend to be cool. I just like a peaceful life. Lin Yu said this without blushing or skipping a beat, and even he almost believed it. Leng Qingxue nodded her head in response. She believed a lot of it, because Lin Yu was really low-key in his usual life. He had observed Lin Yu for a month. This man really lives a very peaceful life.
That's got to be peaceful. Back then Lin Yu's system functions were still locked down.
It was impossible not to be peaceful. Humph, Xiaoyu, I believe your explanation.
But you hid it from me too, and you must be punished. Leng Qingxue blinked her beautiful peach eyes and said with a little devilish smile.
Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Punishment? He's joking, he can't possibly accept punishment.
Suddenly, Leng Qingxue stuck out her little hand and pinched Lin Yu's waist. Then she stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the other side of his face.
Hey hey! Punishment complete.
After saying that, Leng Qingxue ran away again. Lin Yu was dumbfounded.
Damn it! A sneak attack. He's been sneak attacked twice by a woman today. How can anyone stand this?
Next time they meet, he will catch Leng Qingxue and teach him a lesson.
Lin Yu returned to the dormitory, where the three LSPS were playing games.
It was rare for Zhao Tian not to be looking for a date today, and Shen Fei not brushing up on his questions. He walked over to his desk, picked up the bottle of Fatty House Happy Water that had been refilled and took a big gulp.
Ah! Refreshing!
The three saw Lin Yu return and stood directly next to him. Like three brothers.
Fess up. Yuzi, have you been secretly studying behind our backs? Because of today's open class, Lin Yu was so pretentious. He was able to solve such difficult problems, and he even played the hero and rescued the girl.
Lin Yu was not at all flustered, and these three LSP looked like brothers to him. In fact, now that his physique has been enhanced, he could capture them with one hand.
He took another sip of happy water and said lightly, "Do I look like someone who studies? And secretly studying, what a crazy idea. Then how do you explain today's bluffing?" Wang Jun asked with a suspicious look.
Lin Yu explained without any hurry, "I just happened to have seen that question in another book.
That's all."
Of course, he couldn't possibly say that the system existed, and he really hadn't studied, he had just used a little cheat.
Lin Yu patted Wang Jun on the shoulder.
"Don't worry, Junzi, I'm the kind of person who never gets involved in dormitory scandals.
It was really just a coincidence. Do I look like the kind of person who studies secretly?" Wang Jun nodded in response.
Lin Yu really wasn't the kind of person who studied secretly. Whenever he saw Lin Yu, he was either playing games or drinking happy water. The three of them continued playing games. As long as you don't get involved in scandals, everyone is a good friend. Lin Yu contentedly opened his phone and started watching videos. Meanwhile, on the campus forum, Lin Yu's rise in the overall rankings of the male god list caused quite a stir. Zhang Tingting also saw the discussion on the forum, and her face became a little gloomy.
Lin Yu's math is actually very good? How is this possible? Chapter 22 Zhang Tingting's shock, Lin Yu's smart glasses.
Zhang Tingting found it hard to believe that what she was seeing was real. Because on the previous comprehensive list of the male god list, it was clear that Lin Yu's results were average. He was just average. Not good, not bad, just in the middle. Then it seemed that his family background was also quite average, and the specific situation was unclear. Lin Yu was a person who rarely appeared in the public eye. The reason he is ranked 20th on the overall list is because he is indeed very good looking. The boys' list is naturally ranked by the votes of the girls. Many girls who judge a book by its cover voted for Lin Yu directly, regardless of anything else. Zhang Tingting would not admit to anything else, but she did admit to Lin Yu's handsome appearance. However, apart from being handsome, Lin Yu is nothing else. Of course, this was her previous view.
Now Lin Yu has suddenly emerged as someone who is very good at mathematics. Isn't this slapping her in the face?
And she even rejected Lin Yu's confession to her face, which instead went to Leng Qingxue.
She is now angry and annoyed. The girls on the campus forum are having an intense discussion. Cat loves fish, holy cow. Lin Yu's godly man is actually good at math. I told you he was awesome. Ha 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 ha. Yan's secret, exactly. Some people even said that Lin Yu's godly man is all show. I think they're just jealous. I will always support Lin Yu. Xiao Yali, Well, it seems that your Lin Yu has already gone out with Leng Qingxue. Yan's secret, what? No. Hu Tao. So what if Lin Yu has gone out with Leng Qingxue? It doesn't stop me from thinking he's handsome. I like guys with girlfriends. Cat loves fish, ridiculous. A cutie, come on, are you guys being a bit hasty? Isn't Lin Yu just a bit better at maths? What else does he have? He's only 16th in the rankings.
To eat crayfish, exactly, it's just one question, and it doesn't prove that Lin Yu is good at maths.
It's just that he's seen this question before? It's still all about results.
Yan Yan secret, you're just jealous, you bitches.
A cutie, you're so annoying.
Zhang Tingting scanned the forum with a face that alternated between anger and confusion. When she got to the end, she reacted. You're right, it's just a difficult math problem, so it's not surprising that Lin Yu happened to have seen it before.
Being able to solve the problem doesn't prove anything. It all depends on the test results.
She was trying to find a reason for herself.
It seems that Lin Yu is just so-so. Her choice is fine. On the other side of the screen, a man was typing on his phone. It seems that this Lin Yu's ability to answer the question was just a matter of luck. His grades are average, so it's hard to tell at the moment. 1. Keep an eye on him. Better safe than sorry. Whether he's lucky or really talented. 2. Indeed, this person is very reserved. He usually keeps a low profile. He's even already with Leng Qingxue.
However, at this moment, Lin Yu doesn't know that he is already being watched.
After he finishes checking his phone, he climbs into bed.
He wanted to take stock of the spoils he had obtained from the system today. These things were very important. Lin Yu mentally recited, System, open personal panel.
Back to host. Personal panel opened. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20 years old. Face value, 99. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Fitness, 100. Skills, commendable courage, unarmed combat, keen thinking, mathematical modeling. System points, 5,000.
Props, physical fitness enhancement capsules X2, temperament enhancement capsules X3, invincible capsules X3, learning enhancement capsules X3, learning focus skill book X1, gourmet cooking skill book X1, economic analysis skill book, intelligent analysis glasses X1, powerful healing band-aid X1.
Assets, 100,000 renminbi, 20% shares of Tianyu Technology Company.
Lin Yu looked at his personal panel. His constitution had successfully reached 100, completely getting rid of the original owner's weakness. He was very pleased.
At first, Lin Yu almost fainted when he saw the words a bit weak.
He continued to check the system props to see if there was anything he needed to use right now.
The invincible capsule. I dare not use it indiscriminately.
This thing sounds very improper, and he, Lin Yu, is a proper person.
As for gourmet cooking, I won't learn it for now, and I'll wait until I need it. The food in the cafeteria was fine, except that the auntie's hands trembled a little. There was nowhere in the dormitory for him to cook. You can't use electrical appliances indiscriminately, or the auntie in charge of the dormitory will catch you on the spot.
Lin Yu looked for a long time and decided to use the economic analysis skills book.
System, use the economic analysis skills book. Used.
A yellow, transparent book opened in Lin Yu's mind, and countless pieces of economic knowledge flooded into his mind instantly.
After a while, Lin Yu came back to his senses.
He had already mastered a lot of economic knowledge. He felt that he had already finished his economics major courses ahead of schedule. He had already taken first place in his major courses. Taking an exam with this level of economic knowledge would be a blow to his pride. Lin Yu sighed, invincibility is so lonely.
He didn't want this. He wanted to be someone who studied hard.
Lin Yu silently vowed in his heart. Take out the smart analysis glasses.
Removed.
A pair of gold-rimmed glasses appeared in Lin Yu's hands. They looked no different from real glasses. Lin Yu was not nearsighted. The original owner was not nearsighted, so naturally he was not nearsighted. Moreover, after strengthening his physique, his eyesight had improved, and his eyes were 5.0 simply. He carefully observed the glasses in his hands, but couldn't figure out what they were for. They were just like ordinary glasses. He had already guessed the general purpose of the glasses, and then directly put them on.
He looked around.
His gaze landed on Wang Jun, and a blue information box suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yu's eyes.
Wang Jun. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 120 kilograms. Looks, 69. Fitness, 60. Favorite food, anything that can be eaten. Favorite thing to do, play AOAO. Lin Yu.
His mouth twitched.
No wonder you can eat anything.
Lin Yu was a little angry when he realized that Wang Jun had a physical fitness of 60. If he remembered correctly, before he obtained the system, the original owner's physical fitness was only 20.
Is this the fucking work of a human?
Lin Yu felt that these smart analysis glasses were quite good, and could analyze this kind of information. He suddenly had a bold idea.
Could Leng Qingxue's witch-like beautiful face and sexy body be analyzed? Chapter 23, Roommates Panel, Leng Qingxue wants to feed again.
Lin Yu was thinking about it, and the image of Leng Qingxue's stunning face and sexy hot body came to mind. At the same time, there was also her little devil-like smile.
Lin Yu was suddenly shocked. He was actually thinking about this witch.
That's terrible. This woman, Leng Qingxue, has also ambushed him twice today, and he still hasn't settled the score.
Superscript 3-3.
Well. But it seems that it is not impossible to analyze this woman with smart glasses.
Analyze her weaknesses. He can be very stable.
As the saying goes, know yourself and your enemy, and you will be invincible in 100 battles. As he thought this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly.
Leng Qingxue, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Lin Yu continued to wear his smart glasses and observe the LSPS in the dormitory. With this kind of prop, how can I not observe a wave?
After watching Wang Jun, he looked at Qian Fei, who was brushing up on his questions at his desk. This kid, he's really ruthless. Now he's still thinking about studying, he really wants to get an internal role. In fact, Lin Yu didn't know that Qian Fei was inspired by his problem solving today. He didn't expect Lin Yu, who never read books, to know even those kinds of questions. He was deeply shocked. Because of Lin Yu's appearance, he felt that his position as the king of the dormitory would be at stake. He had to study hard. He started brushing up on the questions. Lin Yu looked at Qian Fei and asked for my help.
This kid's information.
A blue information box appeared in front of his eyes.
Qian Fei. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Appearance, 79. Body type, 65. Favorite foods, braised pork ribs, braised beef.
Favorite things, answering questions, and becoming the king of the dormitory.
Lin Yu was stunned.
Holy shit.
He really guessed it right. Qian Fei is really into internal, and his favorite thing is answering questions. This is terrifying. This kid is so scary, he must not be allowed to stay.
We must catch him and confiscate all his books and pens.
We can't let him get wrapped up in his studies. It'll affect the atmosphere in the dorm. This is a united and loving dormitory. Lin Yu continued to look at Zhao Tian, who was tapping away on his phone. Zhao Tian. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Looks, 80. Fitness, 65. Favorite foods, sweet and sour pork, shredded pork and chili sauce. Favorite things, chatting with his girlfriend. Lin Yu. He's stupid, he just looked at the analysis information and he could see this. You can even get dog food for this. Damn it. So what if you have a girlfriend? Traitor. Arrest everyone who has betrayed their alliance of single guys. Superscript 3-3.
Wang Jun finished playing the game and happened to see Lin Yu wearing glasses and looking at them.
He asked curiously. You, why are you wearing glasses? You're not nearsighted, are you? He didn't know if Lin Yu was nearsighted or not.
Anyway, in his impression, it had been so many days since the start of the semester. He had never seen Lin Yu wear glasses before, and he didn't wear them in class. In their dormitory, only Qian Fei was slightly nearsighted.
Lin Yu calmly replied. If you're not nearsighted, you can't wear glasses? These are anti-blue light glasses, they don't have any diopter. I see. Wang Jun scratched his head. It's not bad, you look quite handsome in glasses.
Lin Yu's mouth twitched.
Nonsense, I'm handsome even without glasses. Well, no. Something's wrong with Wang Jun. Leng Qingxue was lying on her pink bed in the dormitory, her chest heavy.
Her long, slender legs were gently shaking, and it was obvious that she was in a good mood. Leng Qingxue was naturally in a good mood because she had been saved by Lin Yu today. Thinking about it now, she still felt that Lin Yu's actions today were really cool.
Moreover, Lin Yu had also given her a surprise.
Originally, someone with average grades would be able to do such a difficult mathematical modeling problem.
Who wouldn't be surprised?
What's more, Leng Qingxue liked mathematics very much, so she was even more surprised. In a good mood, Leng Qingxue browsed the campus forum. Today's campus forum was unusually lively because of a topic about one person.
Leng Qingxue clicked in to take a look and saw an outrageous headline at first glance. Shock.
Lin Yu's ranking has risen 16 places, and his math level is even better than the professor's.
Leng Qingxue.
I never thought that the titles of these marketing accounts would be so outrageous on their campus forum.
It's just ridiculous.
She felt that these people could start a few marketing accounts and definitely make use of their talents. Leng Qingxue continued to flip through the forum. The girls on the forum were all discussing Lin Yu, some saying that he was handsome, some saying that he was amazing and had such a good grasp of mathematics, while others saying that Lin Yu was just lucky and had happened to have seen that question before.
There were also discussions about Lin Yu's relationship with Leng Qingxue. Leng Qingxue didn't feel anything about it. Gossip is human nature. As for her relationship with Xiaoyu, of course it's true. Does it even need to be discussed? It's obvious.
And she was the one who made the first move. Leng Qingxue looked at her phone and gave a little devilish smile. She closed the forum and opened WeChat to prepare to send a message to Lin Yu.
Since Lin Yu's overall ranking has risen from 20th to 16th, isn't this something to be happy about? And little Yu probably doesn't know that his ranking has risen yet. He has to tell him. A message suddenly popped up on Lin Yu's phone. He clicked to open it, and it was from Leng Qingxue. Shue, little Yu, I have some good news for you. Do you want to hear it?
Lin Yu raised an eyebrow.
He hadn't done anything recently, so why did she suddenly say she had good news? You, what good news?
Leng Qingxue gave a cunning smile.
Shue, you want to know, call me sister and I'll tell you. Lin Yu. What a bad woman.
She still wants him to call her sister.
Is he the kind of person to do that? You, sister, tell me. Shue, that's a good boy. Little Yu, let me tell you, your ranking on the list of popular guys has gone up from 20 to 16. Aren't you happy?
Lin Yu frowned when he saw this message.
Huh? It's gone up already? He just did a difficult math problem and it went up? And this news spread so fast, didn't it? It only happened today and it went up immediately.
But that's right, both classes of students saw it, which is pretty normal when you think about it. He typed back a reply with a light tone, it's just so-so, only 16th place.
Leng Qingxue chuckled lightly, look at what you've become. By the way, have breakfast with me tomorrow morning, don't go anywhere. Lin Yu was taken aback. He thought about before when Leng Qingxue fed him all the remaining Xiaolong Bao. What a bad woman. Chapter 24 Leng Qingxue's panel is too big.
Lin Yu thought about it and it seemed that having breakfast with Leng Qingxue was not a bad idea.
After all, it would not be a problem to have one more person. Moreover, he could eat the Xiaolong Bao for free. This was a beautiful thing.
Don't think about it too much, he just didn't want Leng Qingxue to waste food.
Wasting food is a shame. He typed a reply. It's completely ajk. Leng Qingxue looked at Lin Yu's reply and burst out laughing. Little Yu is so funny, where did he learn to say that? The next day,
Lin Yu got up, washed up, and then went downstairs to eat breakfast. As soon as he left the dormitory building, he saw Leng Qingxue, dressed in a beige slim skirt, standing there prettily, with her long slender legs attracting attention. There were also quite a few boys around, pretending to be watching casually. Leng Qingxue saw Lin Yu come out and quickly walked over, wrapping her slender jade-like arms around Lin Yu's arm.
Xiao Yuer, let's go eat. Lin Yu was taken aback. He didn't expect Leng Qingxue to come find him personally downstairs in his dormitory. He originally thought that he could just wait in the cafeteria. Holy shit, sister, what are you doing? Just eating, making such a big deal.
Leng Qingxue innocently blinked her beautiful big eyes.
I didn't do anything, I was just standing there.
Leng Qingxue really meant it, she was just standing there waiting for Lin Yu, and she didn't do anything during the whole time, she was a lady.
What do you think, does it make you look good?
Leng Qingxue showed a smug smile.
Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Well, then he really looks good.
The number one goddess on the 100 most beautiful list waiting for him downstairs in his dormitory, that really is face-saving. Seeing this, he didn't act coy either, taking Leng Qingxue's arm.
Let's go have breakfast.
Anyway, things have come to this, and according to the speed of gossip, the whole university should know about their relationship.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Ha ha.
Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue walked towards the cafeteria amidst the heartbroken sounds of the surrounding boys.
The two ordered their food.
As usual, Lin Yu ordered a dish of xiaolong bao, a bowl of congee, an egg, and a few fried dough sticks. He looked at Leng Qingxue's plate. He suddenly looked shocked.
Sigma. Holy cow. There are 2 more xiaolong bao than before. Last time it was 6, and this time it's 8. He couldn't finish 6, and now he's buying 8. He already guessed what Leng Qingxue was thinking. She was really going to feed him. He won't get fat, will he?
Lin Yu found an unoccupied table in the middle and sat down, with Leng Qingxue sitting opposite him.
The two of them ate breakfast in a warm and intimate atmosphere. Suddenly Lin Yu thought of something.
He reached into his pocket and muttered, "System, take out the smart analysis glasses." "Ha, such a good opportunity, I must wear the glasses and take a look."
"Analyze it. Demon, show your true form."
A pair of gold-rimmed glasses appeared in the hand he had placed in his pocket. Lin Yu slowly withdrew his hand, took out the glasses and put them on.
Then he looked at Leng Qingxue.
Leng Qingxue was eating her breakfast in small mouthfuls and, seeing Lin Yu put on the glasses,
was momentarily a little curious. "Xiaoyu, are you a little nearsighted?" Lin Yu nodded, "A little."
In fact, he wasn't nearsighted at all, and even had very good eyesight. But he couldn't say that, after all, he couldn't say that he was wearing glasses to analyze you.
That would be a bit off. Leng Qingxue didn't suspect anything either, and continued eating her breakfast. In front of Lin Yu, a blue panel popped up. Leng Qingxue. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Face value, 98. Body type, 80. Chest measurement, 98. Waist measurement, 56. Favorite food, ice cream, spicy hot pot. Things he likes, teasing Lin Yu and studying mathematics.
Lin Yu saw Leng Qingxue's physical fitness column. Instantly, he felt his mind collapse.
Damn it! Why is Leng Qingxue's physical fitness 80 since the start? He only had a 20 when he first arrived. This is too much of a difference.
Fortunately, he has now shaken off his 20 fitness level and is not at all panicked. Lin Yu continued reading, and his eyes suddenly widened.
This body is too strong. My sister is so big. I love it. But Leng Qingxue is indeed big.
Lin Yu noticed it the first time he saw her.
That size, those billowing waves. Well, what he likes is teasing Lin Yu.
When Lin Yu saw this line, his mouth twitched.
This woman is indeed a witch. Always thinking of playing tricks on him.
Leng Qingxue, however, had no idea that she had been seen by Lin Yu. She tilted her head, looking at him.
"Xiaoyu, what are you looking at? You're so engrossed, is there something on my face?" Lin Yu came back to his senses. "Ah, nothing. I just think you have a pretty good figure." He replied calmly. He couldn't say that he had analyzed Leng Qingxue's figure to the last detail, could he? "Humph, only just noticed?"
Leng Qingxue raised her head proudly. She was still very satisfied with her figure.
Just as the two were eating breakfast, there was a commotion at the entrance to the cafeteria.
Zhang Tingting came with her girlfriends to have breakfast.
She was followed by a number of boys. Lin Yu was attracted by the commotion and looked over there. Holy shit! So many dogs.
There were also familiar faces in the group, which Lin Yu had seen a few times when he and Leng Qingxue moved books last time.
Puff!
Leng Qingxue almost spat out a mouthful of rice when she heard this. She looked in the direction Lin Yu was looking. She happened to see Zhang Tingting and the others.
Zhang Tingting seemed to have a sense of it, and she also looked in the direction where Lin Yu was.
At this time, a blue panel appeared in front of Lin Yu.
Zhang Tingting. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Face value, 90. Body type, 70. Chest measurement, 79. Waist measurement, 59. Favorite food, braised pork. Favorite things, dressing up and marrying into a wealthy family. Lin Yu. This is no harm without comparison. Can't there be a comparison? Well, what can I say, a little.
Lin Yu took off his glasses and put them in his pocket.
He wasn't interested in this panel.
Zhang Tingting saw Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue in the distance and suddenly stopped in her tracks.
She gave a look of annoyance and led the way out of the cafeteria. Humph, Leng Qingxue, I'll let you gloat for a while.
Leng Qingxue, on the other hand, turned back and looked at Lin Yu with beautiful eyes.
Xiao Yu, is it nice over there? Lin Yu shook his head, it's not nice. Leng Qingxue immediately beamed and picked up one of her own Xiaolong Bao and put it in front of Lin Yu. Good answer, you're rewarded. Lin Yu was taken aback. Sigma, are you sure it's not a punishment?
Leng Qingxue saw Lin Yu hesitate, and her face instantly puffed up. Seeing this, Lin Yu opened his mouth and ate the steamed dumpling she had passed over in one bite.
It's quite delicious, and it's a little sweet.
At this moment, in the corner, someone took a picture of Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue together.
Chapter 25, a surprise exam in advanced mathematics and a bet between the two.
Lin Yu was unaware that he and Leng Qingxue had been filmed.
He was eating breakfast.
Leng Qingxue, beaming with happiness, used her chopsticks to feed Lin Yu all the remaining Xiaolong Bao.
She enjoyed feeding Lin Yu.
Feeding her boyfriend was such a fun thing to do. Lin Yu, meanwhile, looked at Leng Qingxue with disgust while eating.
I can't eat it all, but you bought so much.
I have reason to suspect that you did it on purpose.
Leng Qingxue smiled slyly like a little fox when she heard this. Yes, little Yu, I did it on purpose.
I came here specifically to feed you.
You look very cute when you eat. Lin Yu was taken aback. Leng Qingxue had actually said that he was cute.
He felt offended. It was fine to say he was handsome, but he could not be called cute.
Superscript 3-3.
Lin Yu spoke directly.
Leng Qingxue. Boys cannot be called cute. Got it. Leng Qingxue then winked mischievously with his beautiful big eyes. Is that so? Xiao Yu, but you do look very cute when you eat. Lin Yu. Okay, it's his problem. He shouldn't reason with women. Because it's simply not possible. Lin Yu finished the rest of Leng Qingxue's breakfast.
Then he wiped his mouth.
Let's go to class. Leng Qingxue happily responded when she saw Lin Yu finish the food.
Today is still the open math class, where the first-year math and economics classes attend together.
Leng Qingxue took Lin Yu's arm and walked into the classroom.
Suddenly, their appearance attracted everyone's attention. It was as if a spotlight was shining on their feet. All the boys' gazes were fixed on Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt that these boys' gazes were like they wanted to eat people. They were all fierce. However, he was not afraid. His 100 physique was not to be trifled with. He is no longer the previous owner with a 20 physique that is a bit weak. With that, he walked into the lecture hall with a swagger, holding Leng Qingxue's slender jade arm. Then he sat down with Leng Qingxue in the seat. The atmosphere in the classroom seemed to have instantly become more lively because of the arrival of Leng Qingxue and Lin Yu. Suddenly, the mathematics professor walked into the classroom with a stack of exam papers in his hands. The entire classroom suddenly became silent, as quiet as you could hear a pin drop. Lin Yu was slightly startled when he saw the stack of exam papers in the math professor's hands.
Is this a surprise exam?
He had seen this scene many times in high school and elementary school. The teacher came with the exam papers, without saying a word in advance, and you were tested. Just 2 words, surprise. The classroom instantly went from quiet to noisy, and the students began to discuss it furiously.
Some even let out a pig's cry. Holy shit! How can there be a surprise exam?
We're in college already, and they're still doing this.
I thought I was done with surprise exams after primary school and high school.
She looked at Lin Yu.
Xiao Yu, why don't we make a bet? Let's see who gets a higher score on this exam. The loser has to promise the winner one request. This request cannot be illegal.
Lin Yu heard this and looked at Leng Qingxue next to him.
This woman is not stupid, isn't this giving someone a head? Since it's a big piece of fat meat that's been delivered to the door, he definitely can't refuse. Well, then let Leng Qingxue, No way, sister, if you want to agree to my request, just say so. Why beat around the bush? Leng Qingxue's face puffed up when she heard this.
She held out her small hand and pinched Lin Yu's waist.
Xiaoyu, you're so confident you can win.
She knew in her heart that the exam was not just about knowledge, but also about attentiveness. It was very common to lose points due to carelessness. Most girls are more careful than boys.
Lin Yu nodded calmly, 99%, I guess. Good. Then let's have a competition.
Leng Qingxue gave a little devilish smile. She already had an idea in mind for what she would ask for if she won Lin Yu.
The math professor took the pointer and tapped the blackboard, signaling for everyone to quiet down. All right, the exam will begin now. Just treat it like a normal exam.
As he said this, he looked in the direction of Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue. This surprise exam was something he had specially prepared for Lin Yu. He wanted to see how far Lin Yu could go. A surprise exam could better reflect a person's level.
The classroom fell silent as the old professor handed out the math exam papers. He had set the exam overnight.
There were basic questions and advanced questions. The final question was the most difficult. He was looking forward to seeing if Lin Yu could solve the final question.
The test papers were distributed and everyone began to work on them.
Lin Yu looked around at the others, who had already started writing. The sound of rustling paper filled the classroom. He quietly took out the study enhancement capsules. Although these questions were relatively simple, he took one capsule just to be on the safe side. There was a gulping sound. Lin Yu felt that he had been enhanced and was ready to go. He picked up the pen directly and started solving the questions. These questions were now like elementary school math in his eyes, and he could get the answer with just a glance.
Leng Qingxue was stunned as she watched. Sigma.
She knew that Lin Yu was good at math, but she didn't expect Lin Yu to be so fierce. At this speed, she didn't dare to do it so fast. After a while, when everyone was still working on the first page, Lin Yu turned the test paper over. In the quiet classroom, the sound of Lin Yu turning the paper over was particularly loud.
Everyone was stunned.
Lin Yu was already at the back of the test. Then, Leng Qingxue also turned the test paper over.
Everyone in the classroom instantly froze. What kind of devilish couple is this? Are they going to let anyone live? Lin Yu worked on the last big problem. This question is interesting.
It's even more difficult than the mathematical modeling on the blackboard last time. His mouth corners twitched slightly, and he activated his mathematical modeling skills in his mind, thinking quickly. His mind was like a sophisticated computer, constructing a mathematical model.
Then he wrote down the calculation process and answer as if by magic.
Half an hour later, Leng Qingxue had also finished the last major question. She put down her pen and frowned slightly. Suddenly, she felt her arm being poked by Lin Yu, and she turned her head to look. Lin Yu was holding a pen and casually writing the solution on a scratch piece of paper.
Chapter 26, Tianyu Technology's invitation to participate in a meeting. Leng Qingxue saw the solution Lin Yu wrote on the scratch paper.
She felt warm in her heart instantly. She had just made a bet with Lin Yu that the person with a low score on this exam would have to fulfill a condition for the person with a high score. As a result, Lin Yu saw that she couldn't solve the last question, so he even directly wrote the solution for her.
Leng Qing was very happy.
She had made the right choice that day when she grabbed Lin Yu and confessed her love. She felt that the outcome of this bet no longer mattered. Xiaoyu could ask for anything, and she would have to comply. Leng Qingxue looked at the solution Lin Yu had written on the scratch paper, and suddenly her heart became much clearer. She immediately began working on her own scratch paper.
She was not some pretentious woman. Xiaoyu had already given her the solution, so how could she let him down? Should I say something arrogant like, I can do it on my own? I don't need your help. That would be crazy.
Lin Yu saw that Leng Qingxue seemed to have an idea, and nodded slightly. He was only giving her the solution, not writing out the answer.
Well, in that case, he wasn't helping Leng Qingxue, just giving her a hint.
And if Lin Yu was going to win, he wanted to win fairly, so that Leng Qingxue would lose with a clear conscience. If she can't do it even though she's been given the solution, that's her problem.
On the podium,
the old professor watched the whole scene. He was more concerned about this surprise exam and kept an eye on Lin Yu's every move. As a result, he got such a surprise.
Holy cow! But he could only turn a blind eye.
After all, Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue were very good students.
Half an hour later, Leng Qingxue finished answering the last question.
She rubbed her wrists and found Lin Yu sleeping on the table. She gave a devilish smile and then stretched out her small, white hand and pinched Lin Yu's nose. Lin Yu, who was asleep, gradually felt a little suffocated and then opened his eyes. He saw the small hand pinching his nose. He grabbed Leng Qingxue's thin, white wrist with his other hand.
Finished writing?
Yes.
Then let's hand in our papers early, Lin Yu said indifferently.
There was still an hour left, and it would be too boring to wait.
Lin Yu wanted to go back and have a sip of happy water. Leng Qingxue nodded.
Okay.
Her exam paper was also checked.
Seeing this, Lin Yu directly raised his right hand. Professor.
Ha!
The mathematics professor saw Lin Yu raise his hand and walked over. Everyone in the classroom turned to look in Lin Yu's direction.
What is it? Professor, I'm done. Can I hand in my paper now?
The old professor was taken aback.
You're done already? That fast?
This paper of his isn't that simple, is it? He reached out and flipped to the back of Lin Yu's paper and looked at the last question.
It was filled in. The old professor looked at Lin Yu. Are you sure you want to hand in your paper early?
Yes, I'm sure.
Lin Yu nodded. What's there to be unsure about? Just hand it in.
At this point, Leng Qingxue lovably raised her small hand. Professor, I'll hand in my paper early 2 sigma sigma.
Old professor. Good grief, are you two singing from the same hymn sheet? Hand it in on the podium.
Okay. Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue handed in their papers on the podium in front of everyone. The students in the classroom were dumbfounded. They thought Lin Yu was calling the professor for something. It turned out to be handing in the test paper early. Holy shit! They hadn't finished answering the questions on the front of their test papers yet, and Lin Yu had already handed in his. Their minds were in a state of collapse.
Xian Fei was even more dumbfounded. He was absolutely certain that Lin Yu was more clever than him. But he couldn't find any evidence. After handing in their test papers, Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue walked out of the classroom. The old professor, on the other hand, couldn't wait to pick up Lin Yu's correctly answered test paper and start marking it. He started with the first question, and the further he looked, the brighter his eyes became. Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue walked along the road. Leng Qingxue asked briskly, Xiao Yu, why did you help me just now?
Lin Yu looked at the beautiful person in front of him and said calmly,
I just made you lose convincingly.
Leng Qing blinked her big eyes and then leaned over to Lin Yu. She suddenly kissed him on the cheek and said, Xiao Yu, when I win this time, I'll make a really harsh request.
After saying that, she ran away. Lin Yu was stunned. Sigma. He had been ambushed again. There would be no next time.
Next time Leng Qingxue ambushed him again, he would catch her and hold her in his arms.
Lin Yu returned to the dormitory. The 3 LSPS had not yet returned.
They were still struggling with the math problem.
He walked over to the table and took a sip of the already refilled happy water.
Then he lay down on the bed to rest. There was no class in the afternoon, so he didn't need to get up.
Today's exam had taken a lot of brain cells. Afternoon. Lin Yu woke up. He looked around. None of the LSPS in the dormitory were there. They were probably out having fun.
Ding dong, ding dong. Lin Yu's mobile phone rang, and the alarm tone sounded. It was an unfamiliar number, so he pressed the answer button.
Hello? Who is this?
Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yu? I am the manager of Tianyu Technology Company.
Just call me Zhao.
A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line.
Lin Yu reacted, Tianyu Technology Company? It seems to be a company rewarded by the system. Hello, Manager Zhao, what can I do for you? Ah, yes, Mr. Lin Yu.
You recently purchased 20% of the company's shares, and our board of directors would like to invite you for a chat.
I wonder if you have some time.
Lin Yu understood at hearing this, and those shares he acquired were naturally bought by the system in his name.
Okay, I'll be free this afternoon.
Very well, Mr. Lin Yu. I'll go report this first. This person is a mysterious big shot, and Manager Zhao's attitude was just great.
Okay. The two hung up. Tianyu Technology just wouldn't call, and Lin Yu would definitely have to go there sometime. The 20% he owned was very useful. Since they had called today, it was the perfect time to go. Lin Yu walked out of the campus and got in the car to go to Tianyu Technology. In the car, Lin Yu looked at his casual baggy pants and slippers. He felt a little bit casual? This is a bit inappropriate. When someone's company sincerely invites you, you wear underpants. He immediately told the driver to go to the nearest suit shop. It's not a big deal, just buy a suit. After a while, the car arrived at the entrance of the suit shop. The shop was large, with a magnificent and grand interior decoration, giving people the impression that it was very expensive. Lin Yu got out of the car and walked over. As soon as he walked over, he saw Leng Qingxue, who was eating ice cream, walking towards him. Lin Yu, Sigma. Leng Qingxue. Not far away, Zhang Tingting was walking with a man, laughing and chatting. Chapter 27, the rich woman Leng Qingxue, the fourth on the list of male gods, appeared in front of Lin Yu. Leng Qingxue was wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt, with her slime-like breasts billowing out. She was wearing denim shorts, showing off her long, slender legs. She had a small bag slung over her left shoulder and was holding an ice cream in her right hand, munching away. Her eyes were shining as she stared at Lin Yu. Lin Yu was taken aback. Sigma. Holy cow, no way, he went out to buy a suit and ran into the witch. Leng Qingxue was surprised to run into Lin Yu on the street. She bit off the ice cream in her hand and swallowed it. Then she threw the wrapper in the trash can. She flashed a bright smile on her face and took a step towards Lin Yu. Her slender arm wrapped around his arm. Xiao Yu. What are you doing here? Lin Yu looked at Leng Qingxue, then took out a tissue and wiped the remaining cream from her red lips. Then he gently pinched Leng Qingxue's face. It's autumn, and you're still eating ice cream here. Leng Qingxue's face puffed up. What's wrong with autumn? It's still very hot in autumn. You know it's hot and you still came out. Isn't it nice to stay in the dormitory and turn on the air conditioning? Lin Yu said with a smile. Leng Qingxue blinked. I came out to go shopping. Actually, shopping was secondary. The main reason was to come out and eat ice cream. She couldn't just buy a box from the supermarket, she had to come out and buy it from a professional dessert shop. She was serious about eating ice cream. She had originally wanted to ask Lin Yu to go shopping with her. A boyfriend going shopping with his girlfriend, that's pretty weird, isn't it? But she was too embarrassed to keep bothering Lin Yu. Her roommates were also out having fun. So she came out shopping alone. But she was especially happy to run into Lin Yu here. This kind of chance encounter was truly a gift from the heavens. Leng Qingxue looked at Lin Yu and said, Xiao Yu, you still haven't answered me. What are you doing here? Lin Yu said calmly, I'm here to buy a suit. Buy a suit? Leng Qingxue looked at Lin Yu suspiciously, her expression shocked. Say it. Xiaoyer, are you buying a suit to go on a date with another woman? She said this and pinched Lin Yu's waist with her small hands. Lin Yu rolled his eyes at the question and reached out to knock Leng Qingxue's little head. How dare you think like that, my sister? Does buying a suit necessarily mean going on a date? Can't it be a meeting or something? Leng Qingxue was stunned. What kind of meeting could Xiao Yu possibly attend? But as long as Lin Yu wasn't on a date, everything else was trivial. That's great. Xiao Yu, I'll help you pick out a suit. Trust your sister, she has a great eye. She'll swipe the card to buy it for Lin Yu after she picks it out. Leng Qingxue patted her plump breasts and said confidently. Her breasts swayed, and Lin Yu felt a little dizzy. Lin Yu nodded in response. It just so happened that he had a fear of choice, so it was perfect that Leng Qingxue was helping him choose. The two walked into the suit shop, like a young married couple. The shop assistant saw a young couple walk in, the man handsome and the woman beautiful, with extraordinary temperament. She immediately perked up and walked over. Sir, miss, may I help you? Leng Qingxue waved her hand and said in an extremely grand manner. Bring the best quality suits in your store. Money is not a problem. She looked like a villainous little rich woman. Lin Yu. This sister is quite playful, like a little rich woman. But she looks quite handsome. This soft meal seems quite delicious. He couldn't help but want to shout out. Rich lady hungry, food. The waiter was taken aback, and then led Leng Qingxue to the back of the suit shop.
Inside, the racks displayed several of the finest suits.
Miss, if you want the best quality, why not have it custom made? Custom made ones are the most expensive. Lin Yu shook his head. He naturally knew about custom made suits. But there wasn't time. He had to go to a meeting at Tianyu Technology in the afternoon.
It would take months to have it custom made.
No, I'll take it here. Miss Leng, help me choose. Okay. Leng Qingxue walked up to the display of suits and started to carefully select one.
She had never worn a men's suit before, so she just picked one based on the quality of her father's suits. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was pulled over to the side by Leng Qingxue and used as a clothes rack, trying on one suit after another. Leng Qingxue was having a great time with this. The waitress was looking at Lin Yu with a face of a flower girl. She had never seen such a handsome man before, and this man was even more handsome than the male stars on TV. His girlfriend was also very beautiful, and the two of them looked really matched. She couldn't help but want to fall in love with the couple. A system prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Host detected arriving at suit shop.
Sign in. He silently mouthed. Checked in.
Congratulations, host, you have earned 1,000 system points, a delicious ice cream X1, and 5% of the shares of Tianyu Technology Company.
Lin Yu looked at the system rewards and nodded silently. Well, not bad. But what the hell is this delicious ice cream? If ice cream isn't delicious, is it still bad? He looked at Leng Qingxue, who was smiling and trying on clothes for him. It seems that this sister's favorite food is ice cream. I can find an opportunity to let her taste it first, shue shue little white mouse. At this time, another waiter, accompanied by a man and a woman, walked over. Lin Yu listened to the noise and looked over here, his brows furrowed slightly. He saw Zhang Tingting walking over with a man, smiling, and when they saw Lin Yu for a moment, their faces instantly froze. Zhang Tingting's face looked even more unpleasant because she not only saw Lin Yu, but also Leng Qingxue. She had been invited to help choose a suit, and she heard that it was at the most expensive suit store in the city. She was instantly interested, and she never expected to run into Lin Yu here. Leng Qingxue felt the atmosphere stiffen a little, and she looked in the direction of Lin Yu. She recognized Zhang Tingting at a glance, as well as the man beside her. Fourth on the comprehensive list of campus male gods, Fengming. Leng Qingxue knew all the top 10 guys, and she had even started to think about finding a boyfriend on the list to appease her mother. But none of them were very good. Then she discovered Lin Yu, who had been quietly developing. And Fengming obviously knew Lin Yu, because he had recently become a big hit on campus and his ranking had increased significantly. And this Lin Yu was also someone he had told to keep an eye on. Fengming spoke with a smile on his face. Classmate Lin Yu, flower girl Lang, what a coincidence. You're here too. He said this and walked over to shake Lin Yu's hand. Lin Yu didn't refuse when he saw this. After all, you don't hit someone who's smiling at you. He didn't provoke you, so you should be polite. Fengming shook Lin Yu's hand, then a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth as his fingers began to flex. He was able to rank 4th, so naturally his academic performance and physical fitness were very strong. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Come on, what century is this, and you're still doing this kind of thing? But Lin Yu didn't let him off the hook either. Challenging him to a 100 body fitness competition was like looking for shit in a candlelit room. He applied a little pressure and shook hands with Fengming. Gradually, Fengming's expression changed from a sneer to shock, and then to a painful distortion. Lin Yu, on the other hand, had a calm expression, with an elegant smile curving the corner of his mouth. Chapter 28, Lin Yu understood that soft food is hard to eat. The atmosphere in the entire suit shop seemed to have frozen. Leng Qingxue and Zhang Tingting were looking at each other. Lin Yu and Fengming were shaking hands, except that Fengming's expression seemed to be in a bit of pain. Fengming was shocked in addition to his pain at the moment. He didn't expect this Lin Yu to have such great strength. He thought that his physical fitness, which ranked 4th, was enough to crush Lin Yu. Unexpectedly, he was countered by him. You! Fengming grimaced in pain and could hardly speak. Lin Yu saw this and asked indifferently. What about me? Saying this, he let go of Fengming's hand. Almost, after all, he is not a villain. Fengming quickly pulled his hand back and shook it to try to relieve the pain. Zhang Tingting glanced at Leng Qingxue. Qingxue, what a coincidence, you are here too. Leng Qingxue gave Zhang Tingting a faint look. Yes, I'm picking out a suit for our little Yu. You're picking out a suit for your boyfriend too? I. Zhang Tingting was suddenly speechless.
Feng Ming was naturally not her boyfriend, and she was not even interested in the fourth-ranked guy. Seeing that she was not speaking, Leng Qingxue, who was holding a well-chosen blue suit, compared it to Lin Yu's shoulders.
This one is good. You will look very handsome in it. Lin Yu nodded, the sister's aesthetic sense is very good. Okay, this one will do. Okay, waiter, wrap it up and swipe the card.
Leng Qingxue asked the waiter to wrap up the suit, holding a gold card in her slender jade fingers.
Okay, madam, you have really good taste. Wait. How much is this set? I'll take it. Feng Ming's hand pain eased, and he felt like he was okay again. The waiter looked at Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue, and then at Feng Ming.
Sir, the price of the entire set is 100,000 yuan. She had no choice but to quote the price.
Okay, let's swipe the card.
Feng Ming took out a card and was about to hand it to the waiter. Leng Qingxue stared at Feng Ming with a cold gaze, as if to say, do you understand the concept of first come, first served?
Is 100,000 a lot? We'll also swipe the card.
She was like a lioness protecting her cubs.
Then we'll pay 150,000 yuan, is that okay?
Feng Ming said indifferently. There is indeed a first come first served basis, but that doesn't stop you from raising the price, does it? He was determined to get this suit. First, he really came to buy a suit. Second, he wanted to take revenge for just being squeezed by Lin Yu's hand. Leng Qingxue, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. We'll pay 200,000. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. This sister is really ruthless, daring to ask for such a premium. However, he felt a little soft-hearted. He had to say that the rich woman's sister looked very handsome when she raised the price for him.
Feng Ming was unmoved, 250,000.
Leng Qingxue was about to follow suit, but was embraced by a warm, large hand around her slender waist. She looked up at Lin Yu. Lin Yu gave her a look that said, hand it over to me. Leng Qingxue felt the heat on her waist, and her face turned slightly red. Lin Yu looked at Feng Ming and said indifferently, 400,000.
Feng Ming was taken aback. Is this person so ruthless? Jumping so much at once? It seems like Leng Qingxue is going to pay, right? Soft meal, hard to eat.
Lin Yu followed up, waiter, 400,000 by credit card. Leng Qingxue also knew how to hand over her gold card.
Feng Ming immediately disagreed. No way. He must take this suit. 500,000. I'll pay 500,000.
Lin Yu looked at Feng Ming's expression and knew that this was still within his means.
600,000.
Feng Ming heard this and viciously gritted his teeth.
700,000. Anyone else?
700,000 was already his limit. His father knew that he was buying a suit for 700,000, and he was afraid that he would not be able to get his head knocked off.
But it didn't matter, as long as he won.
Lin Yu suddenly stopped talking, with an expression of anger and helplessness. Feng Ming's heart felt like it was being tickled when he saw this.
Ha 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 ha. Waitress. Card please. The waitress blankly took out the POS machine and swiped Feng Ming's card. Drip. Feng Ming's 700,000 yuan was gone.
Lin Yu heard this pleasing sound of the card being swiped.
The anger on his face instantly disappeared.
Cold sister, help me pick out another suit similar to that one. Leng Qingxue reacted and revealed a little devilish smile. She immediately picked out a black suit that was similar to the one she just tried on.
This black suit was even better than the previous one. Waitress, how much is this one? Wrap it up. The waitress looked at Feng Ming by the side.
Madam, this one is also 100,000.
Suddenly, the entire suit store became silent.
Feng Ming's face turned as dark as a pig's liver when he heard this.
He had been tricked. Shit. 700,000 yuan. He wanted to go up there and beat Lin Yu up right away, but from the handshake just now, he knew he wasn't Lin Yu's match. The waiter handed the suit, packaged and ready to go, to Leng Qingxue, who took out her gold card and swiped it. Lin Yu was stunned. Holy shit. You really swiped it, sister.
He was going to pay for it himself, but Leng Qingxue had already finished swiping the card.
So this is what it feels like to be taken for a ride. Chao de hua. I've got it. Leng Qingxue didn't even bat an eyelid. She took Lin Yu's arm and held his suit. Xiao Yu, you're so naughty. I love it. Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue walked out like that. Only Feng Ming, who was hysterical, was left behind. Zhang Tingting watched all this in a daze. She felt like she had lost something, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Leng Qingxue handed the suit to Lin Yu. Lin Yu said, Xue, I'll transfer the money to you. I was the one who bought the suit this time. Leng Qingxue puffed up, pinched Lin Yu's waist. Xiao Yu, what's the point of transferring such a small amount of money? This is a gift to you. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Sister, you think this is a small amount of money? Leng Qingxue tilted her head cutely, I guess so. I don't really have a concept of money. To me, it's just a number. Leng Qingxue was telling the truth. Apart from buying pretty clothes and the best ice cream, she generally didn't spend much money. Lin Yu. This sounds familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. Since this was the case, Lin Yu didn't beat about the bush. He remembered Leng Qingxue's kindness. He rubbed Leng Qingxue's little head and said, It's so hot, let's go back to the dormitory. I still have some things to do. Leng Qingxue was very sensible and didn't ask Lin Yu what he was going to do. Good. Be careful on the road, Xiao Yu. Okay. Lin Yu sat in the car and went to Tianyu Technology Company. At the same time, the senior management of Tianyu Company learned that Lin Yu had purchased another 5% of the company's shares. They were all in shock. Chapter 29, Economic Analysis, shocking the entire audience. At this time, Lin Yu was on his way here. The executives of Tianyu Technology were sitting in the conference room, discussing the matter. Because they had received notification that the mysterious Lin Yu had agreed to come to the company for a meeting. But before he arrived, he made another major move and bought 5% of the company's shares. This is too showy, isn't it? This person is a bit ruthless. He said he was coming to the company, but then casually bought 5% of the company's shares, as if it were nothing. Is he showing off his wealth? This guy is terrifying. We must treat him well. After some discussion, the senior management decided to raise the level of reception for Lin Yu a little. But despite the reception, they also wanted to see how good Lin Yu really was. They wanted to see if he had parachuted in or if he really was capable. If his level is not good enough, he is not qualified to get involved in the upper echelons. After all, the company's decisions are no joke. Every step is crucial. Lin Yu still didn't know that because of the 5% company shares obtained by signing in. The senior management of Tianyu Technology Company had already made up their minds about him. The car arrived at its destination. Lin Yu carried his suitcase and found a bathroom to change all his big underpants and drag kids. System, open system space. System space opened. Lin Yu saw a dark, black hole-like void in front of him. He threw the new underwear and the baby stroller into the hole. The black hole closed, and the underwear and stroller disappeared into thin air. It's very comfortable. Lin Yu sighed, this system space is great. It's just like a storage bag, you can use it to carry things. It's convenient and fast. He doesn't even need a backpack when he goes out, and he can carry things with him. Lin Yu put on his suit, straightened his collar, and then walked into the office building of Tianyu Technology Company. Before he came, Manager Zhao had sent a message to Lin Yu, informing him that the company's senior management meeting room was on the 70th floor of the office building. Lin Yu took the elevator directly to the 70th floor. He walked out of the elevator and went to the front desk. The young lady at the front desk sensed that someone was coming, and she looked at Lin Yu. She suddenly looked shocked. The man who had come was so handsome and young. It was the first time she had seen such a handsome man in her life, and he was even more handsome than the male stars on TV. She was a little puzzled. This was a technology company, not an entertainment company, so why would such a handsome celebrity come here? Could it be that the company has some project that involves working with a celebrity? She was stunned for a moment, and then looked politely at Lin Yu. Sir, may I help you? Lin Yu smiled and said, I'm the company's new shareholder, Lin Yu. New shareholder? So young. The receptionist heard Lin Yu's reply. She was suddenly shocked. But she remembered that she was told to come back today to greet a VIP guest. The receptionist's smile did not change. Please wait a moment, Mr. Lin Yu. I'll go inform the management to confirm. Okay. Lin Yu nodded and then stood silently in place. After a while,
the receptionist brought a middle-aged man over. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Yu. He knew that the person who had come was Lin Yu. The system had sent Lin Yu's photo to the company executives as soon as it acquired the shares, so that they would know who he was. There was no such thing as a mistake. The middle-aged man had seen Lin Yu's photo before, but the Lin Yu in front of him looked even more handsome than the photo.
"Hello, Lin Dong.
I'm Zhao Kai, we spoke on the phone this afternoon." Manager Zhao went up to Lin Yu and shook his hand, and Lin Yu politely returned the handshake.
"Hello, Manager Zhao.
Lin Dong, come with me, the company executives are waiting for you. Manager Zhao led Lin Yu into the senior management meeting room.
The receptionist girl looked at Lin Yu's back blankly. Such a handsome man is actually a shareholder of their company. He is a hunk.
Manager Zhao led Lin Yu into the meeting room. Inside the meeting room, there was a huge rectangular conference table.
4 people were sitting around the table. One of them was a middle-aged man with glasses sitting in the middle.
When the 4 saw that Manager Zhao had brought Lin Yu, they all turned their attention to Lin Yu.
Suddenly, 4 oppressive gazes were fixed directly on Lin Yu.
Zhao manager felt the pressure and hurriedly led Lin Yu into the meeting room, then closed the door and quickly left. Lin Yu was stared at by 4 pairs of eyes, so it was impossible to say that he wasn't nervous.
However, he quickly calmed down.
Lin Yu's expression did not change, and then he smiled and nodded towards the 4 people. The 4 people looked at Lin Yu, who was at ease, and their opinion of him improved a little in their hearts. Although young, he is very bold.
The man in the middle also laughed. My name is Shin Kai. Lin Dong is really a person of talent. Please sit. Thank you, Mr. Shen.
Lin Yu politely thanked him and then sat opposite the man.
Next, the meeting began.
As soon as Shindong saw Lin Yu sit down, he immediately began the meeting. He obviously wanted to test whether Lin Yu could keep up with the fast pace. Immediately afterwards, led by Shindong, the other 3 people expressed their opinions.
A company meeting was in progress. Lin Yu just listened expressionlessly on the side.
As for the content of the meeting, he understood it.
He didn't want to understand it either. But the economic analysis skills in his mind were being activated passively.
Only when Lin Yu heard something related to economics would it start analyzing on its own. The same was true of his mathematical skills. Whenever he heard something related to mathematics, he would involuntarily analyze it.
Lin Yu understood it, but it was very taxing on the brain cells. Okay.
He would rather not understand it, so that his brain cells can be saved.
An hour later, the meeting was nearing its end.
During this time, Lin Yu was not allowed to speak by Chairman Shen, but he kept an eye on his expression. Lin Yu's face was calm, as if he didn't care about the content of the meeting at all.
Chairman Lin, what are your opinions on the company's strategic development at this stage? The man suddenly snapped, looking at Lin Yu. Lin Yu heard this and spoke faintly.
I happen to have 4 strategies here, I'm not sure if they're suitable. 1. Implement a differentiation strategy in the business model and create your own brand and characteristics. 2. Fully expand market channels in terms of operations, reasonably utilize effective resources, and achieve diversified development. 3. Further expand the selection of talent and hire highly skilled talent. 4. Choose good suppliers to ensure the safety, quality, and cost effectiveness of materials and goods. Lin Yu finished speaking these 4 points in one breath, then smiled and looked at the crowd.
Chapter 30, Cold Mom, Auntie will introduce you to a girlfriend.
In the conference room, as Lin Yu finished explaining the 4 strategies, the entire room fell silent. The 3 people on the outside of the conference table heard Lin Yu's response. Their expressions became shocked and surprised. Even they, in such a short period of time, could not come up with these 4 points. This Lin Yu, who looks very young, is actually able to think so quickly and be so organized.
This boy is terrifying.
Coupled with his handsome appearance, he is simply a talented person. Shindong, who was sitting in the middle, was also taken aback, but then he smiled. This Lin Yu is a person with real talent. He raised his hands and began to applaud. Immediately afterwards, the remaining 3 people followed suit.
Clap. The applause continued endlessly in the conference room.
Lin Dong, you are truly a young talent.
I have to admit, I am old. Your 4 strategies are very good, I've already taken note. Lin Yu said modestly.
No, Mr. Shin is the backbone of the company.
I'm just a beginner. Mr. Shin also nodded upon hearing this. He approved of this newcomer, Lin Yu. After a while, the company meeting was over, and Lin Yu was also ready to slip away. After a day of meetings, his cells had been actively consumed. He analyzed the economic situation on his own, not caring about Lin Yu's brain cells at all. Lin Yu was about to walk out of the meeting room. One of the senior managers came up to Lin Yu. "I wonder if Lin Dong is married." "My daughter." Lin Yu. "Women will only affect the speed of his sword drawing." "Okay. I still want to introduce someone to him, no way." "Thank you for your kindness, Han Dong, but I already have a girlfriend," Lin Yu said, and the little devil-like smile of Leng Qingxue appeared in his mind. "Oh, that's a pity," Han Dong said regretfully. Lin Yu walked out of the meeting room. Suddenly an electronic prompt sounded in his head. "Congratulations, the dormitory has arrived at Tianyu Technology Company. Is the check-in successful?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "This system is pretty good, it's always delayed. Can you be a little later? Why don't you just wait until I've left the company to check in again?" Check in. "Congratulations, the host has obtained 1000 system points, Physical Enhancement Capsule X1, Temperament Enhancement Capsule X1, Agile Movement Skills Book X1, Leng Qingxue's Black Silk X1. Lin Yu nodded, then his face changed. "Damn it. Sigma. It seems like I've mixed in something strange. System. What are you smoking?" He paused. "Where are the black silk stockings? Where are the black silk stockings?" "Back to the host, in your system space." Lin Yu glanced at his system space. Sure enough, there were 2 pairs of black silk stockings sitting quietly there. He wanted to take them out and have a look. But then he realized that he was in the company, so he didn't dare to take them out. "I'll seal it. It must be permanently sealed. Leng Qingxue must not know about this. If she finds out, she might be overjoyed." Lin Yu immediately closed the system space and then walked out of Tianyu Technology Company. As he walked, he asked, "System, are those really Leng Qingxue's black silk stockings?" "Yes." "Well, they're quite nice." At this time, Leng Qingxue was looking for the stockings she had just worn today in her dormitory. "Huh? That's strange. I remember clearly that they were here, so why are they gone?" She couldn't figure out why the stockings had disappeared. Lin Yu walked outside the office building and got into the car to go back to the university. He had had a long day and wanted to go back and relax. He walked to the intersection and waited for the car. Suddenly, a white Porsche not far away was blocked by 2 black cars. The 3 cars collided and stopped at the same time. 2 men got out of the 2 black cars and walked angrily to the Porsche. "Damn it! How do you drive? Get out and pay compensation." Lin Yu looked at it and said, "Isn't this a scam? Or did they come prepared? Those 2 black cars are obviously in cahoots." The door of the white Porsche opened and a noblewoman got out. She looked at the 4 people coldly. "You're scamming in broad daylight?" The group of people didn't respond. "What scam? It's obvious that you were driving recklessly and scratched our car." The noblewoman didn't pay any attention to them. She took out her phone and was about to call the police. "You want to call the police?" One of the men immediately tried to snatch the woman's phone. A crowd of onlookers had gathered around. "How dare you bump into a car in broad daylight? You really have some nerve." Lin Yu, who had stood in front of the woman at some point, looked at the 4 men and said indifferently. The sudden appearance of the handsome young man changed the situation. The 4 men looked at Lin Yu. "Who are you? Hands off, I advise you. Get lost." Lin Yu ignored these people and looked at the noblewoman. "Auntie, are you okay?" He looked at the noblewoman in front of him and felt that she looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Zhou Feng looked at the handsome Lin Yu and smiled. "I'm fine, young man. Thank you." Just now, she was about to intervene when she saw the other party trying to snatch the phone. She didn't expect a helpful person to come. The person in charge of the group became furious when he saw Lin Yu ignore them. "Kid, today you will learn the price of meddling in other people's business." Attack! The 4 of them pounced on Lin Yu, ready to beat him up. Zhou Feng was about to act, but Lin Yu was even faster. He grabbed the wrist of the person who swung his hand, then squeezed it with a large hand. The person immediately winced in pain as his body shrank. Lin Yu then wrapped the person's arm counterclockwise, locking it.
Lin Yu locked both of their arms with one hand and solved the problem in no time. Zhou Feng, who was standing nearby, was stunned. She had practiced combat sanda and could tell at a glance that the young man in front of her had very strong combat skills.
Ow, ow, ow. Kid, let us go. I've called the police. Lin Yu laughed. Are you sure you want to call the police? I was wrong, big brother. Let's settle this privately. Let's settle this privately.
The man in charge immediately begged for mercy. Lin Yu looked at the noblewoman, who nodded. He then let go of his hands. The four were released and immediately got into the car and drove away.
Zhou Feng walked over to Lin Yu with a smile. Thank you, young man. You're welcome. Lin Yu smiled.
He just intervened because the woman looked a bit familiar.
Zhou Feng looked at the handsome Lin Yu in front of her and felt more and more comfortable the more she looked at him.
She looked at him carefully.
Such a good young man, I must make him my son-in-law.
She gave Lin Yu a smile that looked familiar.
Young man, do you want a wife? I'll introduce you to a girlfriend, okay? Let me tell you, my daughter is very pretty.
She's beautiful, has a sweet voice, a hot body, and is well-behaved.
Well, the part about being well-behaved she made up.
But it's okay, the young man in front of her doesn't know that. As she said this, Zhou Feng winked.
Lin Yu, Sigma. Chapter 31, Lin Yu is to be introduced to Xue.
Lin Yu was startled when he heard the woman's words.
Damn. Is today my lucky day? Why are so many people trying to introduce their daughters to him as girlfriends?
Although he is indeed very handsome, polite, and in good health, and is currently the majority shareholder of a technology company, he can't just be introduced to a girlfriend whenever someone catches him. Not to mention whether he has a girlfriend or not, normally he would not agree.
Not to mention that there is still Leng Qingxue at home.
He doesn't need anyone to introduce a girlfriend.
Lin Yu thought about it.
Previously, he wanted to introduce his daughter to Han Dong. He looked pot-bellied, with a Mediterranean hairstyle and an oily face.
His daughter. It's not easy to explain, is it?
He thought about it and shivered a little. But looking at the noblewoman in front of him, she was a very beautiful woman. There was an air of elegance in her eyebrows and eyes, and she looked a little familiar.
This pretty auntie is so pretty.
Lin Yu felt that her daughter should also be quite good-looking. He came back to his senses and realized that he was straying off topic. If someone's daughter is good-looking, then so be it, but he already had that cold sister on his side. And it was estimated that cold sister's appearance was even higher than that of the auntie's daughter. Lin Yu looked at Zhou Feng and gave a polite smile.
Auntie. You are so pretty. Your daughter must be very pretty too. It's just that I already have a girlfriend. So I don't need to trouble you. Zhou Feng was instantly beaming with pleasure at Lin Yu's compliments.
This handsome young man really knows how to talk.
No matter what kind of woman, she likes to be told she's pretty. Zhou Feng was naturally no exception. Young man, you have a sweet tongue. It's a pity that you already have a girlfriend. Auntie still wants you to be my son-in-law. What's your name? Give me your contact information.
Saying this, she took out her mobile phone and prepared to add Lin Yu's WeChat. Zhou Feng knew that the other person had a girlfriend, and she felt a little sorry. However, she looked at Lin Yu very favorably, and it would be good to make friends.
Moreover, she could wait, and maybe this young man would become single again?
Then she could introduce him to Xue. She knew that Xue had found someone at school, but the details were not necessarily true. So she paid more attention to good boys. Lin Yu also took out his phone without hesitation.
Auntie, my name is Lin Yu. Since she had already said that, could he refuse? Obviously not. Firstly, she was an elder. Secondly, this pretty auntie gave him a sense of familiarity. Auntie is called Zhou Feng. If you need anything in the future, you can ask me for help. Okay, thanks, Auntie Feng.
Lin Yu nodded repeatedly. He had a system, so he shouldn't need help, but he still had to be polite. The two of them scanned the QR code with WeChat and added each other as friends. Lin Yu saw that it was getting late, so he was ready to go back.
Auntie Feng, I'll go back first if there's nothing else.
Okay, you go ahead. Lin Yu got a reply, and he turned around to leave.
Wait, you. Are you just going to walk back?
Zhou Feng suddenly stopped him.
Lin Yu was taken aback.
No, I'll take a taxi later. Taking a taxi is such a hassle.
Where are you going? I'll give you a ride.
Zhou Feng pointed at her Porsche.
Lin Yu's eyes lit up at this. Auntie is really a nice person, offering to drive him back. This is very convenient. If you can take a private car, why take a taxi? Obviously, a private car is more comfortable. Lin Yu sighed, wondering why he hadn't thought of this. But even if he had, he wouldn't have said it. He couldn't just let someone drive him around after they just met. Okay, thanks, Auntie Feng.
Lin Yu smiled and agreed to Zhou Feng's suggestion. He wasn't a pretentious person, and if someone offered to do something, he wouldn't refuse, or else he would be a complete idiot.
Okay, Xiaoyu, get in the car. Zhou Feng opened the car door and the two got in together. Inside the car, Zhou Feng started the car. Xiaoyu, where are you going? Auntie Feng, I'm going to the university. Zhou Feng looked at Lin Yu with a little surprise. At this time, Lin Yu was wearing a black suit, with a mature and stable temperament, and a handsome face. The university? Do you go to school there? Shui is there too. Yes. Lin Yu nodded. Zhou Feng stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the university.
In the car, Zhou Feng chatted while driving. Xiaoyu, I really can't tell that you're still a student.
Lin Yu was slightly taken aback. My goodness, does he look mature? He looked down at his suit. Well, I have to admit, this suit is a big letdown. Aunt Feng, I'm a serious college student. I just happened to be wearing a suit today because of something. Zhou Feng continued. Xiaoyu, it's a coincidence, my daughter also goes to Emoji University. Unfortunately, you already have a girlfriend.
Lin Yu's eyebrows shot up, that's really a coincidence. Zhou Feng's face was smiling, and she had the opportunity to introduce you two to each other.
It's not bad to make friends. Lin Yu nodded. Just listen when the elders talk. Half an hour later. The Porsche slowly pulled up in front of the university. Here we are, Xiaoyu.
Lin Yu opened the car door and got out, greeting him towards the window.
Thank you, Aunt Feng, I'll go back first. Go on, go on. Zhou Feng looked at Lin Yu's handsome back inside.
What a good boy, but unfortunately he has a girlfriend.
Shui missed a good opportunity. Zhou Feng was about to drive off when she suddenly remembered something. She took out her phone and found Leng Qingxue's WeChat. Shui, what are you doing? Do you miss your mother?
At this moment, Leng Qingxue was lying in bed watching a drama when she suddenly saw a message pop up on her phone.
Shui, I'm watching a show, Mom. I miss you, I really miss you.
Zhou Feng could tell Leng Qingxue was being evasive.
You miss me, do you? Come out.
Mom is waiting for you in front of the university.
Leng Qingxue was shocked. Sigma. Mom is at the university.
Chapter 32, Leng Qingxue is surprised when her mother suddenly comes to the university to look for her. Leng Qingxue is a little surprised.
Why did her mother suddenly come to the university to look for her? She's not up to something, is she? She can't figure out what her mother is up to.
She's a little suspicious that her mother is trying to tease her on purpose. After all, her mother's personality is a bit of a handful.
Leng Qingxue types on her phone. Shui, Mom, don't joke around. What are you doing at my university? Stop joking.
Zhou Feng rolled her eyes when she read this. This child, she thought she was joking.
I'm not joking. Hurry up and come to the university entrance. Otherwise.
Leng Qingxue suddenly knew that her mother was serious. If she didn't go out, she was afraid that she would be severely punished.
She quickly climbed out of bed and put away the tablet she was watching dramas on.
Then she looked for clothes to wear.
Girls don't wear much in the dorms, so it's a hassle when they want to go out.
After a while, Leng Qingxue got dressed. Like a gust of wind, she rushed straight out of the dorm.
20 minutes later. Leng Qingxue arrived at the university gate, having run the whole way.
Not far away, a white Porsche was parked there quietly. She recognized it at once, it was her mom's car.
Mom really came.
Zhou Feng in the car also saw her precious daughter.
She got out of the car.
Leng Qingxue, who had rushed all the way over, immediately threw her arms around Zhou Feng.
Mom! I missed you so much.
Zhou Fang also put her arms around her daughter and gave her a glare.
You child, what were you doing running so fast? Look at you, you're all sweaty. Mom, didn't you tell me to hurry? Leng Qingxue puffed up. I didn't tell you to come quickly. Zhou Fang pinched Leng Qingxue's little ear. Mom, what's the matter? Why did you come to the university to find me? Leng Qingxue hugged Zhou Fang and asked the question in her heart. Let's talk in the car, it's hot outside.
Zhou Fang pulled Leng Qingxue into the car, started the car, and took her daughter to a restaurant.
Xue hasn't eaten yet, are you hungry? It's 5 p.m. At this time of day, you can eat or not, it depends on the person. A little hungry. Sigma. Leng Qingxue answered. She usually eats dinner at 6 p.m. It's not impossible to eat at 5 p.m. Well, then let's go eat.
Zhou Fang took her daughter into the nearest restaurant and ordered a private room. After the dishes were served, the two sat in the private room, eating and chatting.
Mom, what's going on? You came to my university. Leng Qingxue asked with a pouting mouth. I just stopped by your university to see you. Zhou Fang answered.
She really didn't come to the university on her own today, mainly to see Xiaoyu off.
Seeing Xue was incidental. Ha!
Leng Qingxue was a little confused by her mother's actions.
Zhou Fang continued. Xue, today I met a really nice guy.
Not only is he good looking, he's also polite and brave.
He helped me out a lot.
Next, she told Leng Qingxue about her encounter with Lin Yu.
Oh? This boy is really nice.
Leng Qingxue praised him after hearing about him.
Isn't he great?
I even want to introduce him to you as a boyfriend.
Zhou Fang's face broke into a smile. Leng Qingxue raised an eyebrow. Mom, I already told you, I have a boyfriend. You really do? Zhou Fang looked at her daughter. Of course. Leng Qingxue said seriously. And he's very handsome and fun. I'm very satisfied. Zhou Fang carefully observed Leng Qingxue's expression to make sure she was serious. Okay. Mom is just keeping an eye out for a good boy for you. You can't miss out, right? Since her daughter really did have a boyfriend, Zhou Fang naturally couldn't say anything.
But she still needs to show him to her.
I wonder how he compares to Xiaoyu. Humph.
Leng Qingxue glared at her mother. Zhou Fang looked at her daughter and saw that the boy already had a girlfriend.
You didn't take advantage of the opportunity. Leng Qingxue puffed up her little head. As if she didn't have a boyfriend. Zhou Fang laughed and patted her daughter's little head. Look at you, so smug. You have a boyfriend, right? At university, right? Bring him out so I can meet him. Leng Qingxue was taken aback. I'll knock. So I'm going to meet the mother-in-law. She naturally has no problem with it. I just don't know if my little feather is up to it. Mom, this isn't a good idea.
We've only been dating for a month.
In fact, she and Lin Yu haven't even been a month, just 2 weeks. What's so bad about it? A month is not a short time. Zhou Fang said to Leng Qingxue. Ah, this. Leng Qingxue looked at her mother hesitantly. What? Can't you call out the person? Or is there another reason? Zhou Fang's eyes narrowed as she stared at Leng Qingxue.
Mom, my boyfriend is shy.
He's meeting you so early. Shy. I think you're the one who's shy. Xue, or are you saying that you don't even have a boyfriend? Leng Qingxue couldn't stand it. Mom is questioning her. She is a woman of her word. Damn it. Then let's do it. Superscript 33. Xiaoyu, I've done my best. It's up to you to see if you can hold your ground.
Leng Qingxue took out her phone and prepared to send a message to Lin Yu.
Suddenly, Zhou Fang's phone rang.
The caller ID appeared, and she pressed the answer button.
Hello, what's up? Okay, I'll be right there. Zhou Fang hung up the phone and looked at her precious daughter. Xue, there's something at the office. I'll go back first. You eat slowly, I've already paid the bill. Leng Qingxue almost laughed out loud when she saw this, yay sigma. Suddenly, Zhou Fang spoke. Mom will come next week, if I don't see your boyfriend. Humph. Chapter 33, My mom wants to meet your son-in-law. Leng Qingxue Zhou Fong was taken aback when she heard this.
She had just been snickering there. She sighed in her heart, "Mom, this is really timely."
You almost got Xiao Yu to come over.
But then Zhou Fong suddenly made a U-turn. Even though she had some work to do at the company, she hadn't forgotten about meeting her son-in-law.
And she had even made an appointment for the following week.
Leng Qingxue looked at Zhou Fong in front of her, who looked quite serious. Seeing her mother like this, she knew she wasn't going to let go of Xiao Yu.
No matter what, she wanted to meet him.
Xiao Yu was on his mother-in-law's mind.
Leng Qingxue couldn't do anything about it.
She could only hope that Xiao Yu could hold out.
Fortunately, it's not today, it's next week. He can get ready. Mom, do you really have to wait until next week? Can't it be a few days later?
Leng Qingxue held out her arms and hugged her mother, her big beautiful eyes blinking furiously.
Zhou Fong gave her daughter a look. That trick won't work on her.
She reached out and pinched Leng Qingxue's little face, making it bulge.
Shue, so you want it to be a few days later? Well, how about 27 days later? Zhou Fong looked at her daughter with a silly expression on her face. 27 days later, that's a month, isn't it? She poked Leng Qingxue's forehead with her finger. Wouldn't it be better if it was a year later? A year? Really, Mom? Leng Qingxue's eyes suddenly lit up.
In a year's time, she and Xiao Yu would have probably developed into a blazing fire.
That would be great. Great my ass. Zhou Fong patted Leng Qingxue's little head.
You little girl, you're thinking pretty big.
2 weeks at the most. Shue, if you can't produce my son-in-law by then. As she spoke, Zhou Fong pinched Leng Qingxue's little ear. I know, Mom. It's not like I don't have a boyfriend, it's just that I suddenly want to let him meet you.
I have to tell him, so that he can get ready.
Zhou Fong nodded.
Her daughter had a point, so she also gave her 2 weeks.
Okay, that's settled. She picked up her bag. Shue, Mom is going to go back first. When you go back, be careful on the road. Bye, Mom.
She was going to wait until her mom left before having a serious talk with Lin Yu about this.
Bye, Shue.
Zhou Fong walked out of the private room with her bag, leaving Leng Qingxue alone to finish cooking the rice. After a while, Leng Qingxue was about 70% full and put down her bowl and chopsticks.
She could actually eat a lot, but it depended on the taste of the food. If the food is delicious, she can eat 3 big bowls. If the taste is average, she will eat it symbolically. She looked at the big table of leftovers. Waiter, pack it up.
Leng Qingxue shouted directly. She didn't feel anything about packing up the food. On the contrary, it was a shame to waste food.
Just like the buns she couldn't eat could also be stuffed into Xiao Yu's mouth. In this way, it is not a waste. That's good, I can take it back to the girls in my dorm. They can all eat a lot.
Her roommates are all girls with great figures, but they can really eat. That includes Leng Qingxue herself. She can eat too, but it depends on the taste of the food. The waiter packed up the food, and Leng Qingxue, carrying the rather heavy lunchbox, walked out of the restaurant.
The restaurant was relatively close to the university. She walked back to the dorm. I'm back, sisters. Leng Qingxue kicked open the dormitory door.
The 3 little sisters were sitting at the table watching dramas and playing games.
Shue, where have you been? It's already 6 o'clock.
They all looked at Leng Qingxue together.
I went to eat. Here, I brought you takeaway. See if it's to your liking. Wow. Shue, you're so nice. We were just about to go out to eat.
The 3 girlfriends immediately surrounded her, and the 3 of them hugged Leng Qingxue and bounced around.
Then they each opened the lunchbox Leng Qingxue had brought back, and they started to eat. It's delicious, Shue. Did you go to the restaurant to eat today?
Su Qing looked at Leng Qingxue while she ate.
Leng Qing climbed onto her little pink bed and lay down on it. Yes. My mom came to visit me at school today. She took me out to dinner. Oh, I see.
They thought Shue had gone to a candlelit dinner with her boyfriend.
The 3 little girls continued to eat in silence. The food in the restaurant tasted pretty good. Before long, the lunchboxes Shue had brought back were all gone. The girls, full and satisfied, started chatting about gossip. Xue, how was your math test today? This test paper is so hard. Lu Qian looked at Leng Qingxue, who was lying on the bed. She is a child who loves to study, so she cares about her grades in every exam. Yes, Xue, you and Lin Yu handed in your test papers early. That was so cool. LV echoed with admiration. Leng Qingxue was taken aback. She didn't know how to answer. The test paper was actually quite simple, and if anything, the last question was difficult. But she couldn't say that. Otherwise, it would hurt the confidence of her little sisters. Well, this exam paper is quite difficult, and I also spent a lot of effort on it. Holy shit! It's over. Xue found it difficult. The few of them suddenly felt dejected. Xue, is Lin Yu really good at maths? I feel like he was very comfortable with it. The three of them looked at Leng Qingxue with wide eyes, curious. Leng Qingxue nodded. Xiaoyu has a deep understanding of mathematics, deeper than I do. I hate to admit it, but Xiaoyu is really better than her. However, she praised Lin Yu in front of everyone, and she was a little proud in her heart. If her boyfriend is good, then she is good. Upon hearing this, the three little girls' expressions on their faces instantly shocked. It seems that Lin Yu really is good at mathematics. Xue is the top of their math department, and the top one has personally admitted it. So there's nothing more to say. Su Qing smiled and looked at Leng Qingxue. Oh, our Xue even called Xiaoyu. This dog food is really awesome. Leng Qingxue's face suddenly turned red. Sigma. I'm not. I'm used to calling Xiaoyu, so I just blurted it out. But she calmly said, isn't this normal? You'll understand when you have a boyfriend. Su Qing, Lu Jia, Lu Qian. Damn. It's heartbreaking. In the evening, Leng Qingxue opened the message and sent a WeChat message to Lin Yu. At this time, Lin Yu was playing a game. A message popped up on his phone, so he clicked to read it. Xiaoyu, my mom wants to meet you. Lin Yu. Chapter 34, Delicious Ice Cream, let Xue try it. Lin Yu looked at the message from Leng Qingxue. He was dumbfounded. 1 second he was playing games, and the next second his girlfriend told him that her mother wanted to meet him. It was quite sudden. It was outrageous. He and Leng Qingxue had been together for almost half a month. And now he was going to meet the mother-in-law? No way. He wasn't ready for that. Well, actually, he was a little nervous. He didn't know what the legendary mother-in-law was like. Would she be easy to get along with, and would she like him? Leng Qingxue was such a little devil, so her mother would be. Lin Yu didn't even want to think about it. His knuckles were clearly defined as he typed rapidly on the virtual keyboard of his phone. You, good sister, you're not lying to me, are you? Don't scare me, I can't stand being scared. He was a little suspicious that Leng Qingxue was teasing him. Compared to her personality, it was very possible. Leng Qingxue looked at Lin Yu's message and snickered to herself. Xiaoyu is really funny. She guessed that Lin Yu would react this way. Who wouldn't be scared when meeting the mother-in-law? She revealed a little devilish smile and replied. Xue, good brother, what's the point of sister lying to you? My mother really wants to meet you. Lin Yu's body twitched. What did your auntie say? My mother said she wants to meet her son-in-law. If I don't bring him, then I'm a dead man. Leng Qingxue replied briskly. Lin Yu. Aunt Ling really wants to meet him, and she's doing it on the standard of meeting her son-in-law. Don't panic, this is a big problem. Xue, don't worry, my mother said she'll see you in 2 weeks. We still have time. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. He wasn't worried at all. But he let out a sigh of relief. 2 weeks later? That's still a little bit of time to spare. Xue, Xiaoyu, were you just stunned? Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu typed indifferently, not at all. He could already imagine Leng Qingxue, on the other side of the phone, flashing a smug smile. Xue, what? Xiaoyu, you weren't shocked, it's not funny. Lin Yu. His forehead twitched. Good grief, this sister is just dying for him to be shocked. Xue, humph. I'm angry. It's not like I can be appeased. Leng Qingxue wasn't angry at all, and she still had a smile on her face. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, angry, huh? I'll bring you something delicious tomorrow. Since someone's angry, forget it.
He snickered to himself. Perfect, the system sent a delicious ice cream. He hasn't tasted it yet, but he'll give it to the lab rat Shui as an experiment first.
Jeff. The main reason was that it was from Lin Yu. If your boyfriend gives it to you, you have to care about it. Are you still angry? No, I'm not angry anymore. Sigma.
Lin Yu typed with a smile, going to bed, it's late.
I'll bring you something delicious tomorrow. Good. The next day. Early morning.
Lin Yu opened his sleepy eyes. He got up, got dressed, and washed up.
Then he went downstairs to have breakfast. The boys' dormitory.
Leng Qingxue wore a beige, slim-fitting long dress that outlined her proud figure. There were quite a few boys around, pretending to be nonchalant, looking over there from time to time.
Leng Qingxue didn't care about this group of people. She waited quietly for Lin Yu to come downstairs. Lin Yu walked downstairs.
He saw Boss Leng already waiting for him. He hurriedly quickened his pace and walked over to Leng Qingxue.
Why are you here so early today? Because I want to eat something delicious. Sigma. Leng Qingxue blinked her big eyes at Lin Yu. She was curious about what delicious food little Yu could give her. So she came to find her early. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback. I can't tell, is this sister still a little foodie? Then why did she keep feeding him Xylong Bao? Let's go have breakfast first. Lin Yu rubbed Leng Qingxue's little head. Great. Leng Qingxue took Lin Yu's arm and the two of them walked towards the cafeteria. Little feather, hurry up and tell me what's so delicious. I'm curious.
Lin Yu pretended to be mysterious.
I can't tell you now, but you'll find out when the time comes. Ah. I want to eat it now.
When Lin Yu said this, Leng Qingxue became even more curious and couldn't wait to taste it right then and there.
Lin Yu's mouth twitched. My dear sister, you can't just eat whatever you like. In the morning, on an empty stomach?
And you're a girl.
These three buffs stacked on top of each other. Then you really are gutsy.
I, Lin Yu, will call you the strongest.
He pinched Leng Qingxue's white and tender little face. No, Snow. You can only eat this after breakfast.
Leng Qingxue was lost in thought.
What exactly is something you can only eat after breakfast? She was curious. After finishing breakfast, the two walked out of the cafeteria. Little feather. Can I eat it now? Give it to me.
Leng Qingxue shook Lin Yu's arm directly.
Lin Yu. Eating ice cream right after breakfast? That's impossible. Lin Yu unconsciously paid great attention to Leng Qingxue's health. Even he himself didn't realize it. Wait 2 more hours.
Leng Qingxue heard this and stared at Lin Yu carefully.
Little feather, are you trying to trick me?
As she said this, her little hand had already pinched Lin Yu's waist.
Lin Yu pinched her little face. I, Lin Yu, always keep my word. Be good and go to class first. After class, you can eat. Okay.
The two of them walked into the lecture hall together. Today was still math class, and it looked like the old professor hadn't finished grading the exams yet. However, he kept staring at Lin Yu with shining eyes throughout the whole class. It made Lin Yu feel a little uncomfortable.
Recess.
Leng Qingxue grabbed Lin Yu's arm directly.
Xiao Yu, cheating on me will start to cost you.
Lin Yu shook his head with a smile.
This sister, really?
He put his hand in his pocket and muttered to himself.
System, take out delicious ice cream.
In Lin Yu's hand in his pocket, a box of beautifully packaged ice cream suddenly appeared. He pulled the ice cream out like a magician and put it in front of Leng Qingxue.
Leng Qingxue was full of surprise. Wow! Xiao Yu, how did you know I like ice cream? How did he know? Of course he had analyzed it. Try it, it's said to be delicious. Leng Qingxue opened the box, which contained an ice cream she had never seen before, wrapped in exquisite packaging.
She took out the small spoon and put it in her mouth in one bite, her eyes lighting up immediately.
It's so delicious.
Chapter 35. After the photo of the feeding session was posted, the forum was flooded with comments.
Leng Qingxue's eyes were sparkling with stars at this point.
The ice cream that Xiaoyu brought her was really delicious. The ice cream had a dense texture and a sweet taste, and it wasn't greasy at all.
Some ice creams have too much cream and are a bit greasy. Leng Qingxue is considered an expert when it comes to ice cream. Her family is well off, and she has tried all kinds of ice creams.
But the ice cream that Lin Yu brought her was the first time she had ever tasted it. It tasted so delicious, it was not like food from this world.
After Leng Qingxue took her first bite, she couldn't help but take a second bite.
She took the small spoon and ate it in one go.
Ah! That speed, even Lin Yu was stunned. Holy cow! Sigma! Is this how you eat ice cream? Shouldn't you eat it slowly, bite by bite? This sister is really fierce.
Well, it seems that this delicious ice cream is really delicious. Letting Xue try it first was the right choice. Because if it tasted average, Xue would have tried it first and then told him. He held out his big hand and rubbed the little head of Leng Qingxue.
Eat slowly, my sister. This is ice, you can't eat it so fast. It's not good for your stomach.
Leng Qingxue's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she felt very comfortable when Lin Yu touched her head.
It's okay, Xiaoyu. I'm an old ice cream gourmet. This level is not even cold.
However, she still slowed down the pace at which she ate the ice cream. Although the ice cream was delicious, she wanted to finish it in one go. But she still listened to Lin Yu.
You have to give your boyfriend face, she asked while eating. Xiaoyu, the ice cream you brought is so delicious. Where did you buy it? How come I've never seen it before?
Lin Yu's expression revealed a mysterious smile.
Then you definitely haven't seen it before. It's ice cream produced by the system. You can't buy it on the market. Well, it's a secret. I had a hard time getting it.
Lin Yu looked as if he had gone through a lot of trouble. In fact, there was no such thing.
You can buy it directly from the system. But for ordinary people, it's impossible to buy it. Wow! Xiaoyu, you're so nice.
Leng Qingxue felt that what Lin Yu said was true, because this ice cream was something she had never bought either. As a little rich girl, she had once bought ice cream that cost tens of thousands of dollars a box, but the taste was not as good as the ice cream that Lin Yu had brought.
Leng Qingxue said, leaned over, and suddenly kissed Lin Yu on the cheek. Mooah!
Lin Yu froze for a moment. All the cream from Leng Qingxue's little mouth had been brought to his face.
This sister, just eat it, why are you kissing him? After Leng Qingxue kissed Lin Yu, she continued to eat the ice cream with a small spoon.
From time to time, she picked up the spoon and fed Lin Yu a bite.
Lin Yu, come on, open your mouth. Ah!
Lin Yu opened his mouth under the watchful eyes of the people in the classroom.
It really is delicious.
It is no wonder that this is ice cream produced by the system.
Even someone like Lin Yu, who is not a fan of ice cream, has the desire to eat it.
When the people in the classroom saw this scene, both boys and girls were heartbroken. Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue were now the focus of the classroom, so naturally there were a lot of people watching them. This scene of dog food being scattered was what they saw.
Damn it! The cold dog food was slapped all over my face. It's sour. I'm so sour.
Gradually, the gazes of some girls were fixed on the ice cream in Leng Qingxue's hand.
They looked like they wanted to eat it.
Because they smelled a particularly sweet smell. In theory, the taste of something cold is difficult to release.
And the ice cream in Leng Qingxue's hand looked particularly exquisite.
Leng Qingxue noticed the girl's gaze, and she suddenly showed a fierce expression.
What are you doing? This is the ice cream that Xiaoyu gave me. She picked up the box and finished the rest of the ice cream in one bite. Humph. Everyone. Lin Yu. What a wolf.
The old professor came over with the teaching materials and the second class began.
Ding ling. Ding ling. The bell rang. The students left the classroom one after the other.
Leng Qingxue, on the other hand, took Lin Yu's arm.
Lin Yu was used to this. Xiaoyu, your ice cream is delicious. I want to eat another box.
She looked at Lin Yu with big, wide eyes.
Lin Yu glanced at Leng Qingxue.
Of course she could have another one, he could always exchange for another one at the system store.
But not 2 in a row, right? It's so cold. He pinched Leng Qingxue's little face. She still wanted to eat. Only one a day. He was serious about Leng Qingxue's health. Okay. Leng Qingxue nodded. She knew that Lin Yu was only looking out for her best interests, and her heart warmed a little. The two of them went to the cafeteria together for lunch. After lunch, Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue went their separate ways. Lin Yu returned to the dormitory. His 3 LSP roommates had also returned. He picked up the full bottle of happy water on his desk and took a sip. Refreshing. Wang Jun walked over from the side. You've hit the jackpot, man. It's just not the same as dating the school beauty queen. Now I drink rich water every day without blinking an eye. What a big family. Wang Jun noticed that Lin Yu had bought a new bottle of Fatty House Happy Water every day this week. It's just like a big family. Even he wouldn't buy happy water every day.
Lin Yu's mouth curled up slightly.
Stupid mortal, you think I buy happy water every day?
In fact, it's always been this bottle, not the slightest change. I'm so generous that I can't finish drinking all this happy water.
He said lightly, well, Junzi. You were right. I've become rich.
In fact, Xue is a very rich woman.
I'm shocked. Suddenly, the 3 people in the dorm felt a huge sense of sourness.
Leng Qingxue is so beautiful and she's also a rich woman. Lin Yu has made a fortune. There were no classes in the afternoon, and the dormitory was peaceful.
Lin Yu went straight to bed and fell asleep. Suddenly, Wang Jun let out a pig-like squeal. UZ. Something big has happened. Lin Yu was woken up. What is it? What's all the fuss about? Can you be a bit more stable like me? Something's happened. UZ. You and Leng Qingxue have been posted on the campus forum. Lin Yu was stunned. What the hell? Wang Jun handed Lin Yu his phone to look at. The title of a post on the phone. Shock. Publicly showing affection, is this appropriate? The cover photo was of Leng Qingxue feeding Lin Yu xiaolongbao in the cafeteria. This post had been voted to the top of the hot list and was in the most prominent position. Lin Yu's eyebrows furrowed slightly. With his keen thinking skills, he immediately thought of it. I'm afraid someone is manipulating this post behind the scenes. Chapter 36, Forum Storm. Lin Yu's hacking skills turn the tables. Lin Yu took out his mobile phone and opened the campus forum. Sure enough, he saw the post at a glance. It was ranked first in terms of popularity, at the top, so how could he not see it? Lin Yu knew that it was actually very normal to show affection in college, so there was nothing strange about it. But the subtlety was that this post had gone viral. A viral post meant that it had been viewed by many people. In fact, it doesn't matter if a lot of people read it, it's just a show of affection. But the comments posted by those people may have other unexpected effects and form public opinion. This is very troublesome. Lin Yu clicked into the post. There were already hundreds of replies. I'm a cat, holy shit. Guys. There's a beauty. But she's feeding a dog. So annoying. Who is this beauty and that guy? Gray sky, I don't know, someone who understands this should explain it. Prices will definitely rise when you buy groceries, that's the cold and quiet Snow, the school beauty queen. You don't know her? As for this guy, I don't know him either. Someone will definitely point and laugh, which one is Snow? I only know Zhang Tingting is the school beauty queen. Netayun, I know that guy, I think his name is Lin Yu. He's in the economics department. I heard he's very good at maths. Piggy, holy shit. Xue. My Xue. My goddess is gone. Don't stop, what are these two doing? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? There are so many people in the cafeteria. Chicken soup is here, what's inappropriate about it? I think these two are a perfect match, they're so sweet. Little Burger, this is downright indecent. I'm reporting this. Little Red Flower, aren't these two shameless? Lin Yu read on, and noticed that the comments were basically divided into 3 camps. One camp felt that he and Xue were offensive, accounting for 50%. Another camp felt that there was nothing wrong with the two of them, accounting for 40%. The remaining 10% were just there to watch the fun.
He raised his eyebrows slightly. Someone is obviously stirring things up behind the scenes. Otherwise, just a photo wouldn't have caused any waves. At this point, Chen Fei and Zhao Yun were also awakened by Wang Jun's loud voice. They got up from bed and gathered around Wang Jun. What's going on? You guys see for yourself. Wang Jun handed his phone to the two of them to look at. The two of them were shocked. Damn it! What a son of a bitch! He actually tried to harm Yuzi behind his back. They were not stupid, and they could tell at a glance what had happened. I'll teach him a lesson. Xian Fei and Zhao Tian took out their phones, opened the campus forum, and were ready to vent. They wanted to help Lin Yu get back at him. Lin Yu said, "Guys, don't be impulsive. It would be even more detrimental to go spamming now." Lin Yu knew in his heart that they definitely could not go spamming in this situation. The other party would be more than happy for you to go spamming, and then make the matter even bigger. This is not just a matter of showing off affection. Xian Fei and the others also stopped their preparations to troll others after hearing what Lin Yu said. At the same time, the same incident also happened in the dormitory where Leng Qingxue was. Su Qing opened her phone and was about to browse the campus gossip when she saw the most popular post. The cover was still a picture of Leng Qingxue feeding Lin Yu Xiaolongbao. She directly shouted at Leng Qingxue. Shue, something's happened. Look! Leng Qingxue frowned slightly when she saw the content on Su Qing's phone. She herself had been posted on the campus forum more than 10 times. She never thought that this time it would become popular in this way. The comments seemed to be very unfavorable to her and Lin Yu. She took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Yu. Shue, Lin Yu, do you know about the forum? Lin Yu saw the message on his phone and typed back. I know, don't worry. Leave it to me, I already have a solution. Good Sigma. Leng Qingxue trusted Lin Yu very much, so she waited patiently since he said he had a solution. Lin Yu mentally recited. System, open the points mall. The points mall has opened. A myriad of system items appeared before Lin Yu. He searched through them. In no time, he found the item he wanted. Hacking Skills Book. System, purchase Hacking Skills Book. 500 points, do you wish to purchase? Purchase. The Hacking Skills Book appeared in Lin Yu's system space. He immediately used the Hacking Skills Book. Boom! Countless computer skills flooded into Lin Yu's mind in an instant. It was as if he had been using this technology for years. He sat down at the table, turned on the computer, and got to work. Lin Yu's solution was simple. He used his powerful computer skills to access the campus forum. He deleted the popular post. Then he prevented new posts from appearing. It was that simple, violent, and unadorned. At this time, several department heads from the campus were having a meeting together. Do you all know about the forum incident? What are your opinions? I don't think there's a problem. Isn't the university supposed to show off? Besides, the girl and the guy are really pleasing to the eye. I have high hopes for them. The one speaking was the department head who had caught Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue that day. I don't think there's a problem either. These two kids were just having dinner together, they didn't do anything else. The old math professor spoke up as well. He is the head of the math department. Lin Yu is a math genius. And Leng Qingxue also has a good talent in math. Even if Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue have average math talent, the old professor would still say so. Because there is nothing wrong with them showing off their affection. Okay, in that case. This matter will be let go, I will have someone go and say something. Lin Yu had already entered the campus forum and was about to delete the post. Suddenly, Wang Jun let out a piggy sound. Holy shit! Our university's official account is going down. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately walked over to take a look. It turned out that the university's official account had just posted a message. It said that college students should fall in love, so that the campus is full of youth, and everyone can just calm down. The students below also followed up with comments. After all, it was rare for the official account to speak out. Lin Yu was a little stunned. This. He was just about to take action, but then the matter just died down like that? Shua. He was about to delete the post, and almost did so. Since things had calmed down, he wasn't going to delete the post. This first popular post would be kept as a souvenir for Shue. However, Lin Yu was not going to let the person who posted it off the hook.
How dare you offend the abbot and still try to run away? Lin Yu is no kind person. He entered the forum and logged into the poster's account in reverse. Chapter 37, Reverse Login and Get Even.
Lin Yu used his skilled hacking skills to reverse access the poster's account and log in. I'd like to see who posted this, so obviously to attract public opinion. Lin Yu sat in front of the computer and logged in. On the other side, the poster was holding his phone and looking at the post that had become the #1 trending post, with a smug smile on his face.
Things have reached this point, and public opinion is still not in Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue's favor.
It will definitely attract the attention of the school authorities, and Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue will likely be summoned to a meeting by the department head. This person is the man who picked up his phone in the cafeteria that day and took a picture of Leng Qingxue feeding Lin Yu a Xiaolong Bao. He posted this post on the campus forum, causing public opinion to rise.
There are two main reasons for this. The first reason is naturally jealousy towards Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue. As fellow men, Lin Yu has found such a beautiful school beauty as his girlfriend, so how can he not be jealous?
What's more, the two are still showing off their affection for each other, and he is dying of jealousy. The second reason is that someone instructed him to do so, promising him benefits, and this is even the majority view. Of course, he himself was also happy to post it. After all, no one knows that the person who posted it was him. He took out his phone and sent a message to the person who instructed him. The post has already been sent and the heat has already built up. Take a look. 7. I see. Well done. You will get your reward after this is done. Meanwhile, Leng Qingxue and the rest of the girls in their dormitory were also following the whole thing. Leng Qingxue was patiently waiting, with no sign of anxiety on her face. On the other hand, Su Cheng and Lu Qian kept refreshing the post and watching the comment section. They looked like they were more anxious than the emperor. They looked at Leng Qingxue's patient expression and asked in surprise. Xue, why aren't you at all anxious? This thing has blown up. Leng Qingxue looked at her group of girlfriends with amusement. What's the point of being anxious, sisters? I've already spoken to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu said he can solve it. Just wait here with peace of mind. Leng Qingxue had great trust in Lin Yu. And since her man had said that he could solve it, naturally she silently supported him. The three of them were taken aback when they heard this. Are you serious? Is Lin Yu really that amazing? Can he solve something like this? After a while, Su Qing continued to browse the forum. Suddenly, she saw another popular post appear in the forum. She clicked on it to read it. It was officially posted by the university. The content said that there was no problem with relationships at university, and everyone was encouraged to speak up. There were also many comments from other people below. I'm a cat, holy shit. The university has come out in support. This is awesome. Grocery prices are bound to rise, holy shit, it seems that the university is supporting Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue. I'm shocked. Gray Sky, I'm shocked. The authorities are supporting love. I want to go and find a sweet relationship too. Go go go. A fish, wake up, brother, if someone likes you, how can you be single? Gray Sky, don't swear. Chicken soup is here, where are you, the person shouting in front. The authorities are supporting it, why aren't you talking? Su Qing was surprised when she saw this post and let out a cry of joy. Ah! Shue. Look! It's reversed, it's reversed. The official has spoken. The girls hurriedly logged on to the forum to read the post. Lu Qian looked at Leng Qingxue in shock. Shue, did Lin Yu do this? He's amazing. He was able to convince the official to speak out. I don't know, I'll go ask him. Leng Qingxue was a little stunned, and also a little proud. She didn't expect little Yu to be so amazing. He even got the official to support them. She took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Yu. At this time, Lin Yu had already logged into the account of the poster. He spent a long time looking through the account. He found a few interesting things. This person is quite vain, posting a few selfies of his own and setting them to be visible only to him. His appearance was average, and his face was a little chubby. He was making a funny expression on his face, which Lin Yu found a little funny to look at. He gave a wicked smile. You're not kind, so don't blame me for being unrighteous. Lin Yu clicked on the post of the person's selfie, made it visible to everyone, and added a caption.
I don't care. I'm invincible, I'm the most handsome.
And added a smug expression afterwards. Then he logged out. Lin Yu's mouth corners rose, just waiting for the post to quietly ferment.
This punishment is more than enough.
After all, he is not a devil.
Lin Yu logged out of his account and turned off the computer.
The hacking operation just now had consumed a lot of his brain cells. Although he had become very skilled after learning hacking skills, it actually required thinking. He took out his mobile phone and found that there were unread messages on WeChat. He clicked to open one and saw that it was from Leng Qingxue.
Xue, Xiaoyu, I officially went down to calm things down. Did you do this? Sigma Sigma.
Lin Yu was momentarily stunned.
He really didn't do this.
He had thought about going to the school to resolve the issue, but he didn't think it was appropriate, and he didn't want to cause trouble.
He typed a reply. I didn't do it when the school got involved. I was going to hack the forum and delete the post and ban it.
But then I found out that the school was on our side, so I didn't delete it.
Leng Qingxue saw Lin Yu's reply.
Her cherry lips parted slightly.
Little Yu. You know how to hack. Little Yu is surprising her more and more. She really has good taste. You, just a little sprinkling. I didn't delete the post, but I did something fun, you'll see. Leng Qingxue's eyes lit up.
She loved fun things. On the other side, just as the poster was feeling smug, he received a message.
Poster, the plan failed.
The school authorities even went so far as to support them themselves.
Poster, huh? Poster, and what's more, have you lost your mind?
You posted another stupid post.
Isn't that embarrassing enough? Poster, huh? Huh? What post? I haven't even touched it.
However, the other person no longer responded to him. He quickly opened the campus forum and saw that the officially supported post was on the hot list. He also saw a post with his own selfie on the cover, which was also on the hot list.
He was dumbfounded and quickly clicked in. Then his expression instantly shocked. Because the posting account was his own account. The comment area was also full of laughter. Holy shit! Who the hell is it? Chapter 38, Lin Yu, the top student in mathematics, wins the bet. Because the poster's account had just posted a thread that had topped the trending list. It was very popular. So when Lin Yu logged in reversely and posted the selfie, it was seen by someone right after. Then the popularity quickly grew. It quickly topped the trending list. In the comments section of the selfie post. I'm a cat, holy shit. I'm dying of laughter.
A fish. The remaining comments were all filled with laughter.
Leng Qingxue's dormitory.
The 4 girlfriends also saw this post.
They were all laughing from ear to ear. Especially Leng Qingxue, she was laughing the hardest.
Leng Qingxue always liked to laugh, and her sense of humor was very low. Moreover, she was the protagonist of this incident.
So she laughed even harder.
Her chest hurt from laughing so much. The other 3 also laughed and covered their stomachs.
Xue, your boyfriend is so bad. We love it. Leng Qingxue nodded her head proudly when she heard this. Humph. Don't look at who your boyfriend is. Huh? Leng Qingxue gave the 3 little sisters a slap on the back of the head, one for each. You like it, my ass. That's my boyfriend.
On the other side, the poster immediately deleted the selfie. Although it had been fermenting for 2 hours, many people had seen it. His face turned green with anger. He had stolen the chicken but lost the rice.
Someone had taken over his account and posted his selfie. He was so angry.
And he had also been shamed at University Sigma.
In the dormitory, Lin Yu lay contentedly on the bed.
The matter was resolved, and the person who caused trouble was punished as he deserved.
It was very satisfying. Moreover, he was praised by Leng Qingxue. She said that he was bad, and she liked it. Is he really bad? Not at all.
Okay. Lin Yu lay on the bed and began to review the gains of these past few days. Zhou Shuren once said, "I examine myself 3 times a day."
He, Lin Yu, has been reflecting on himself once every 3 days, which is enough. System, open personal dashboard. Personal dashboard is open. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20. Looks, 99. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Fitness, 100. Skills, courage, unarmed combat, quick thinking, mathematical modeling, economic analysis, hacking. System points, 6,500.
Items: Physical Enhancement Capsules X3, Charisma Enhancement Capsules X4, Invincible Capsules X3, Learning Enhancement Capsules X3, Learning Focus Skill Book X1, Gourmet Cooking Skill Book X1, Agile Movement Skill Book X1, Intelligent Analysis Glasses X1, Powerful Healing Band-Aid X1, a pair of Lin Su's black silk stockings. Assets: 100,000 renminbi, 25% of Tianyu Technology Company shares.
Lin Yu looked at his system items
And found that there was quite a lot of stuff.
He decided to use some of it first. System, use the Learning Poly Skills book. Used. Lin Yu's mind became instantly clearer.
He decided that he now had a way to enter a state of serious study at any time.
It was probably something like not being distracted in class.
Generally speaking, it's already pretty awesome to be able to pay attention for 30 minutes out of a 45-minute class.
But Lin Yu could pay attention for 45 minutes. Wow! This skill doesn't seem to be very useful.
He continued to chant to himself.
System, use the Agile Movement Skill Book. Used. Boom!
The transparent skill book flashed with light, and Lin Yu felt his body suddenly become light and weightless.
He raised his arms and swung them around. He felt more agile than before.
His reaction speed seemed to have improved quite a bit as well.
Evasion improved. Well, this wave of enhancements was pretty good. He was very satisfied. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and looked at the black silk at the back.
He opened the system space and reached out to get the stockings that were quietly sitting there.
Sigma.
They were a little warm, and felt silky smooth to the touch. They looked like they were made of a very good material. They felt a little comfortable to the touch.
Holy shit! Lin Yu hurriedly put the stockings back. Seal. Permanently seal.
Let these stockings be frozen in the system forever.
Shueshue must not find out about this. That night, Wang Jun and Zhao Tian were playing games. Xian Fei was brushing up on his questions. Lin Yu was watching anime and updated a few series that he needed to catch up on. Xian Fei also checked his phone for messages while brushing up on his questions.
Suddenly, he shouted in shock.
Holy shit! Guys! The math grades are out.
The old professor just posted them in the group.
Lin Yu heard this and rolled over nonchalantly, continuing to watch the show. Holy shit! Check mine out. Wang Jun jumped straight up and pounced on Xian Fei.
He was a playful guy, but he didn't want to fail his math course. He didn't ask for much, just a passing grade would do. The two opened the table, and the grades of all the students in the math and economics departments were on it.
First place, Lin Yu, 100 points. Second place, Leng Qingxue, 99.5 points.
Xian Fei 30th place 80 points, Zhao Tian 40th place 75 points, Wang Jun 78th place 61 points.
Wang Jun had a false alarm. Damn, he almost failed.
After seeing the results, the three of them all turned their heads to look at Lin Yu, who was lying on the bed.
You secretly studied behind our backs, didn't you? You secretly did your homework.
Lin Yu gave the three of them a faint look.
It's just talent. I've never done internal roles. To be honest, you've never seen me study, have you?
The three of them were suddenly speechless, because what Lin Yu said was true. They really hadn't seen Lin Yu study before. On the other side, in the girls' dormitory, Su Qing shouted with her phone in her hand.
Shueshue, the math scores are out. Your Lin Yu is number 1. Leng Qingxue quickly opened the score report. She was dumbfounded. I'll knock. Sigma. What's going on? Why did she deduct 0.5 points? No matter how Leng Qingxue thought about it, she couldn't figure out where the 0.5 points had been deducted from. So, doesn't that mean she lost to Xiaoyu?
Then she has to fulfill Xiaoyu's one request.
Chapter 39, Lin Yu's request, props are ready. Leng Qingxue and Lin Yu compared their scores on the university math exam. Whoever got the higher score won.
The loser had to fulfill the winner's request as long as it wasn't against the rules. In the end, Leng Qingxue got 99.5 and lost the competition to Lin Yu by 0.5 points. She racked her brain, but couldn't figure out where the 0.5 points had been deducted from her score. Could it be that the professor deducted 0.5 points as punishment for her untidy handwriting? That was absolutely impossible. Leng Qingxue knew that her handwriting was never untidy. It was more likely the other way around. It was very likely that Lin Yu's handwriting was untidy. Generally speaking, girls' handwriting is neater than boys'. However, it was also true that during the exam, Leng Qingxue had seen Lin Yu's exam paper. What can I say about the handwriting? It wasn't dog walking, it wasn't neat, it was just wild. But Leng Qingxue knew that she had lost this time, and she accepted it. And she lost with her heart convinced. Because for the last big question in this exam, she didn't have a solution. It was only when Lin Yu wrote the solution for her that she was able to do the last big question. Even so, she still only got 99.5. But there is no shame in losing to your man. Leng Qingxue was very proud. Her man was so good at math, she had to be proud. Sigma Sigma. Well, what kind of request will Xiaoyu make tomorrow? Leng Qingxue thought about this, a little nervous, a little scared, and a little excited. On the other side of the world, Lin Yu learned that he was the top scorer with a perfect score. He didn't show any emotion and didn't feel anything. Isn't this normal? Basic Operation 6. He continued watching the video on his bed. Suddenly, several WeChat messages popped up on the video interface. They kept popping up. You could tell from the first glance that the sender typed very fast. Shui, Xiao Yer. My sister only got 99.5 in math. I'm very angry. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and typed a reply. Didn't you get 99.5% on the exam? How can you be angry about that? Shui, I don't care. I'm just very angry. And I'm not going to be appeased. Lin Yu's mouth curled up. You, not appeased? I was going to bring you some ice cream. If you're not appeased, then. Leng Qingxue looked at the message Lin Yu had sent and her face fell. I'll knock. You have to eat the ice cream. That delicious ice cream, Leng Qingxue even wanted to eat a dozen boxes at a time. I'm done, Xiaoyu, I'm not angry anymore Sigma Sigma. I want ice cream. Lin Yu found this a bit funny. Okay, I'll bring it to you. He felt like he had captured Snow's Achilles heel. There was nothing that a box of ice cream couldn't solve. If there is, then 2 boxes. Shui, Xiaoyu, you won this exam. What do you want to ask for? Leng Qingxue asked Lin Yu tentatively. Lin Yu was stunned when he saw this. Damn it! He had forgotten about the bet. But fortunately, Shui just reminded him. He pondered in his mind, and then smiled evilly. I have already thought of a request, but well, I won't tell you now. You'll find out then. Leng Qingxue glared at the phone when she saw this. Fine, Lin Yu is getting worse and worse. He's even started to tease her. Shui, humph. Tomorrow is tomorrow. I'll see what you have to ask for. Lin Yu's lips curled slightly, hoping that Shui would still be so tough tomorrow. The next day, Lin Yu opened his sleepy eyes. Today, another day full of hope. The LSPS were still fast asleep. He got up, washed up, and went to have breakfast. As soon as he got downstairs, he saw Leng Qingxue waiting for him as usual, downstairs in the dormitory. It formed a beautiful sight. Leng Qingxue saw Lin Yu coming down the stairs and smiled. She walked quickly up to him and took his arm. Xiaoyu, tell me quickly. What is your request? Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. This sister, what a little inquisitive ghost. He reached out and touched Leng Qingxue's little head. Let's go have breakfast first, you inquisitive one. Really? Okay. Elbow. The two walked to the cafeteria to have breakfast. After breakfast, Leng Qingxue's curiosity came back. She hugged Lin Yu directly, her big eyes blinking. Little Yu, you can tell me now, right? HM. Wait for me a moment.
I'll go back and get the props. Lin Yu gave a cunning smile. Leng Qingxue was startled. I'll knock. There are still props. She panicked a little. Lin Yu went back to the dormitory to get the props. Leng Qingxue waited for him downstairs. Lin Yu actually didn't need to go back to the dormitory to get the props, he could just conjure them up in the system space. But those were such big props. He couldn't just take them out of his pocket, could he? It's normal to take out an ice cream from your pocket, but to take out something big. Isn't that ridiculous? He walked back to the dormitory, mentally chanting. System, open the system mall. System space opened. Lin Yu began searching for a maid costume in the system mall. Yes. His request was for Leng Qingxue to wear a maid costume for 2 hours. The kind that only he could see. There was only one class this morning, so there was plenty of time. Ha 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 ha. That's awesome. As for using the request for other things, that's naturally impossible. He, Lin Yu, is a man of his word. Lin Yu searched for a long time and found a classic maid outfit in black and white with an extremely beautiful style. Yes. This is the one. Buy it. 50 points. Is the host buying it? Buy it. Boom. The maid outfit just now appeared in Lin Yu's hands. He reached out and felt the fabric. It was silky and textured. This maid outfit was clearly made from top quality material. Lin Yu was very satisfied. He carried the maid outfit and walked downstairs. Leng Qingxue was stunned when she saw Lin Yu carrying a black and white maid outfit. She had already understood that it was a maid outfit. Shue, come, this is it. Lin Yu couldn't hold back the smile on his face. Leng Qingxue walked over to Lin Yu and put her small hand around his waist. Then she gave him a flirtatious look. Little Yu, you're good. Have you been planning this for a long time? Lin Yu calmly replied, I haven't, I really haven't, don't be ridiculous. He was telling the truth, the idea of the maid outfit really only came to him last night. Even without Leng Qingxue's reminder, he had already forgotten about the bet. Leng Qingxue looked at the maid outfit. The outfit was wrapped up tightly, but it was very beautiful. Lin Yu looked at Leng Qingxue, Shue, you're not going to back out, are you? Leng Qingxue puffed up her little face, who's going to back out? I, Leng Qingxue, always keep my word. Elbow. I'll change right now. Chapter 40, it's just a maid's uniform. I'll wear it. Lin Yu was a little excited when he saw Leng Qingxue about to change into a maid's uniform. The beautiful school flower was changing into a maid's uniform for him to see. Who wouldn't be excited? Shue is still very committed to her promises. Lin Yu asked for one thing, and she agreed. But even if Leng Qingxue was really shy and didn't want to change into a maid's uniform, Lin Yu would not force her. Leng Qingxue took the maid outfit from Lin Yu's arms with a slightly flushed face. Then she pulled Lin Yu forward. Lin Yu was stunned. Shue, where are we going? Didn't you say you were going to change? Leng Qingxue gave Lin Yu a glare with a slightly flushed face. Xiaoyu, are you lying? Of course I'm going back to the girls' dormitory to change. Do you think I'm going to change here on the spot? Lin Yu was shocked. Sigma. He reacted. Holy shit. I dare not change here. This is the floor below the boys' dormitory. Right, you can't change here. Leng Qingxue gave him a funny look and then dragged Lin Yu towards her dormitory building. After a while, Leng Qingxue led Lin Yu to the bottom of the girls' dormitory building. She hugged the maid outfit in one hand and pinched Lin Yu's waist with the other. Xiaoyu, wait for me here obediently. Don't run around. Yes, my lady maid. Lin Yu responded with a straight back. He definitely wouldn't run around. Besides, this girl's dormitory really wasn't something he could just enter. Not to mention that it is difficult to get in even if you get along with the dorm mother. Leng Qingxue laughed, and then walked into the dormitory building in that kind of maid outfit. Lin Yu was standing downstairs alone. Well, it's not bad. This is the first time he has stood here waiting for someone. From time to time, a few girls walked in and out of the dormitory downstairs. When they saw Lin Yu, their eyes widened, as if they had seen some rare treasure. Wow! Sisters! Look! There's a handsome guy. Where? Where? Over there.
One girl pointed in a direction for another girl.
Holy shit. He's so handsome. Holy shit. I know him. He's Lin Yu.
The girls suddenly realized.
So he is Lin Yu. Then he must be waiting for Leng Qingxue.
A few bold girls went over to Lin Yu and said with a smile,
"Come and play, handsome." Lin Yu was shocked. Holy shit.
He felt like he had arrived in a den of demons.
This is scary.
He had to protect himself. Lin Yu smiled politely. No, it's bad for your health. At this time, Su Cheng and Lu Jie returned from breakfast.
As soon as they arrived, they saw the handsome Lin Yu standing there. Qingqing, look. It's Lin Yu.
Su Cheng nodded. Let's go over and have a look.
The two walked over to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Waiting for Shui here?
Lin Yu smiled and nodded when he saw that the person who had come was Leng Qingxue's roommate.
Yes. He naturally recognized Leng Qingxue's roommate. They sat in the same row during class. Ha ha ha.
We'll go up and help you urge Shui along. Su Cheng said with a smile.
Well, that would be great. Lin Yu felt that it was quite dangerous to stand under the dormitory building. Su Cheng and Lu Jie walked back to the dormitory. As soon as they entered the dormitory, they said, Shui, Lin Yu is waiting for you downstairs. Why are you still here?
The moment they saw Leng Qingxue, their expressions suddenly changed. Because they saw that Leng Qingxue had already changed into half of her maid's outfit.
Holy shit. Shui, what are you doing? Leng Qingxue was suddenly shocked. Sigma. She was watching the dormitory to make sure no one was there before she quickly changed into her maid's outfit.
But halfway through the change, her roommate came back.
This is so embarrassing.
It's already embarrassing to change into a maid's uniform, and now my roommate saw me. Her face turned a little red, but she said calmly.
Change into a maid's uniform. Qingqing, can't you tell? No, why are you changing into a maid's uniform?
Su Cheng was a little confused.
Hey, it's not me, it's Xiaoyu. He insisted on seeing it, and even bought a set. So I changed. Leng Qingxue simply passed the buck to Lin Yu.
She didn't say that she had lost, but that she would grant Lin Yu one request. But it was Lin Yu who wanted to see it in the first place. There was no problem passing the buck to him. Besides, if you want to see a maid costume, you have to take the blame. Su Cheng's face suddenly revealed a look of understanding.
Oh, I see. I understand. Men are like that. Lin Yu is acting normally. Shui, let us help you. Su Cheng and Lu Jie pounced on Leng Qingxue and helped her change into the maid outfit. In fact, helping was secondary, they mainly wanted to get a close look at the maid outfit.
They had only seen this kind of thing in cosplay.
And ordinary people don't buy it.
While helping, their little hands were still stroking it.
Wow! The material. It's so good. It's silky and has a sense of quality. Lu Jie couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, and it's so pretty. This set must be very expensive. Leng Qingxue nodded.
She also thought that this maid outfit was very good.
Xiaoyu is considerate. Soon, Leng Qingxue changed into the maid outfit and walked around the dormitory. What do you think? Very good. Su Cheng and the others nodded.
It's mainly because she looks good, and she looks good in anything.
Leng Qingxue's face broke into a smile. Of course it is.
She came to the door of the dormitory wearing a maid's uniform, but she didn't go out.
Xiaoyu, I'm here. Lin Yu stood downstairs and looked up at Leng Qingxue when he heard her voice.
His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Leng Qingxue, dressed in a maid's uniform, had a beautiful face and a smile that made people's hearts race.
What do you think? Do I look good? Leng Qingxue jumped next to Lin Yu. You look good. You really look good.
Lin Yu's heart stirred slightly, and then he suddenly walked over to Shui and used his tall figure to block her. Although there were no other boys at the entrance to the girls' dormitory, he still had to block them.
Shui could only be seen by him.
Leng Qingxue saw the look in Lin Yu's eyes, and she was very satisfied, and she was no longer shy. She took Lin Yu's arm. Xiaoyu, I'll show you a glimpse first. I'll take the dress off and put it back on after morning class is over. Lin Yu was touched when he heard this. Xue was truly his virtuous wife, understanding and empathetic, and she understood what he was thinking. Knowing that the maid outfit could only be seen by him, she showed it to him first before taking it off. Lin Yu immediately embraced Xue's slender waist. Xue, you're so good. Leng Qingxue, on the other hand, extended her white jade fingers and tapped Lin Yu's head, her face full of a smile. Little Yu, look at your silly face, is that good enough? Then Leng Qingxue went back to the dormitory, changed into her regular clothes, and took off her maid's uniform, which she folded neatly and held in her hand. Seeing this, Lin Yu directly reached into his bosom with a big hand, took out a transparent bag, and put the maid's uniform in it. This way, Xue will find it convenient to carry it. Immediately, Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue walked together towards the lecture theater. It was just that Leng Qingxue was still holding a transparent bag in her hand, as if it contained some clothes. The passers-by around them were shocked. Holy shit! Maid outfit. The bag Leng Qingxue was holding seemed to contain a maid outfit. Holy shit! Are you serious? I'm so jealous. Leng Qingxue didn't care about the stares from these people, and continued walking with her arm around Lin Yu. Lin Yu was also pleased with himself. Envious, aren't you? Too bad you can't see it, only I can. The maid outfit of the #1 beauty. Not far away, a middle-aged man walked over. He saw Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue. He walked over and smiled. We meet again, little classmates. Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue looked back, shocked. Sigma. It was the department head who confessed to them that day and caught them. Chapter 41. Lin Yu, this brat, is eating all the food by himself. Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue froze when they saw the person in front of them, who was the department head who had caught them the other day when they confessed their love. Lin Yu in particular was a little flustered, because Leng Qingxue was still holding the maid outfit in her hand, and the bag was still transparent. Holy shit! I actually ran into the department head. It was fine that he caught me confessing my love last time, but this time Leng Qingxue is still holding the maid outfit in her hand, and I've been caught again. Shua. Leng Qingxue immediately flashed a sweet smile and said hello to the department head. Lin Yu followed suit and said hello to the department head. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. Hello, hello. Then he looked again at Leng Qingxue, who was holding the maid's outfit, and Lin Yu standing next to her. The more he looked, the more he liked them. These two kids really were a match made in heaven. Very good. Well, very spirited and full of energy. The department head gave them a thumbs up. Leng Qingxue gave a little devilish smile and held up her little hand. Department head. My boyfriend told me to hold the maid outfit. Arrest him. Lin Yu was shocked. Sigma. Damn it. Backstabbing. You bad Xue. He reached out his large hand, wrapped it around Leng Qingxue's slender waist, and pinched her skin with his fingers. It feels good, not prickly, soft and bouncy. Director, don't listen to her nonsense. She wanted to take it herself. The department head smiled as he watched the two of them. Okay, go to class quickly. You'll be late. Lin Yu walked quickly towards the lecture theater, his arm around Leng Qingxue's shoulders. On the way, Lin Yu viciously squeezed Leng Qingxue's tiny waist. Good for you, Snow, you actually set your husband up. Leng Qingxue laughed like a cunning little fox. Little Yu, I didn't set you up. You told me to wear the maid outfit. I'm telling the truth. Leng Qingxue deliberately said it to scare Lin Yu. Moreover, she is such a clever person that she could tell at a glance that the department head liked the two of them. That's why she dared to say it. Lin Yu was a little speechless on hearing this. Because it was he who had suggested the maid outfit. But he had been shocked just now. This little imp must be punished. His mouth curled up. Xue, in view of your just act of framing. Today's ice cream is cancelled. Leng Qingxue couldn't hold back when she heard this, and she tightly embraced Lin Yu's arm. Ah! Xiao, you can't cut ice cream. Lin Yu was pleased when he saw this. Brat, I have you right where I want you. No, you must be punished. This is the price for framing your husband. He looked determined. Leng Qingxue saw this and changed her strategy directly. She hugged Lin Yu's arm and swayed back and forth, her beautiful big eyes blinking. Brother. Don't punish me, okay? Lin Yu's heart trembled suddenly. He felt like his heart was about to melt. He couldn't handle a beauty of this caliber acting spoiled.
Okay, the ice cream isn't cancelled, he said with a righteous expression. Leng Qingxue's face instantly beamed with joy when she heard this. Sigma, yeah. Lin Yu. Dude, are you doing Sichuan opera here? The two walked all the way to the classroom. As Leng Qingxue and Lin Yu entered the classroom, they attracted everyone's attention.
There was no way around it, a beautiful girl and a handsome guy, it was hard not to attract people's attention. The boys in the classroom saw Leng Qingxue holding a transparent bag in her hand, and it seemed to contain some clothes. They were stunned at first, and then they reacted.
Holy shit! Maid outfit. It's a maid outfit. No wonder Snow, the goddess, is holding a maid outfit. Holy shit! I'm so jealous. Holy shit! Lin Yu really knows how to have fun. Leng Qingxue didn't care about the stares from the group. She smiled and petted Lin Yu's face. Xiaoyu, they say you really know how to have fun.
Lin Yu replied indifferently.
This is having fun?
They haven't seen anyone who really knows how to have fun yet. Well, but this person who really knows how to have fun won't let them see it, only Lin Yu himself can see it.
See what you can do. Leng Qingxue lightly tapped Lin Yu's forehead with her jade finger. After a while, the old math professor walked into the classroom with a stack of test papers. He first looked towards Lin Yu's seat. Leng Qingxue saw the old professor coming, and she immediately stood up and asked a question. She was serious about mathematics. Professor, where did I lose 0.5 points? Lin Yu sitting next to her found it a bit funny. Goodness, this girl is really something, still worrying about your 0.5 points. The old professor replied seriously. Leng, you missed the second last question, and you didn't fill in the unit. So you lost 0.5 points. Leng Qingxue was stunned. I got it. It was because I forgot to write the unit. She really didn't expect that. Because of this 0.5 point, she was standing here in a maid's outfit today. However, in terms of the competition, she still lost. Because she didn't know the last question at all, and Xiaoyu had taught her the way of thinking. Then, the old professor handed out the test papers. Leng Qingxue immediately put her and Lin Yu's papers on the table. They compared them carefully. After she finished reading the exam paper, she pouted. Lin Yu, I really missed one unit. I'm so angry. Lin Yu laughed and rubbed Leng Qingxue's little head. There's nothing to be angry about, just remember next time. The mathematics professor started the class and praised Lin Yu by name. He also explained Lin Yu's solution method. As a result, all the students in the classroom looked in Lin Yu's direction. Meanwhile, on the campus forum, there was an intense discussion about Leng Qingxue's maid outfit. Red carp, green carp, and donkey, holy shit. My goddess is wearing a maid outfit. Does that mean a caterpillar? Lin Yu is so lucky. I'm so jealous. Cream cake, pfft, our Ting Ting would look even better in a maid outfit. A fish, you guys say Leng Qingxue is holding the maid outfit. Was it her idea or Lin Yu's request? Thor's dog, it must be Lin Yu. I'm a cat, that's right. Universal rationality, you guys say, did Lin Yu deliberately use a transparent bag so that we could see that Leng Qingxue was holding the maid outfit in her hand? Walnut is very flat, holy cow. Listening to your words is better than reading for 10 years. You're right. Lin Yu definitely did it on purpose. He's being selfish. If Lin Yu sees these comments, he'll definitely praise them for being so clever. That's right. He deliberately took out a transparent bag. Lin Yu has a system. What bag can't he take out? Even if it's a plastic bag, he can take it out. But he deliberately took out a transparent bag to put the maid's uniform in. So that they can see that Shui won't wear the maid's outfit even if she has it. Only Lin Yu can see Shui's maid's outfit. Isn't that infuriating? Ha 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 ha. The math class is over and the students are leaving the lecture hall. Lin Yu also brings Shui to a super luxurious hotel. In the room, a lonely Shui changes into her maid's outfit, which only Lin Yu can see. She jumped over directly and hugged Lin Yu's waist. Sue! Hand over the ice cream. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu reached into his empty pocket. Then he took out a delicious ice cream and gave a meaningful smile. Shui, you're wearing a maid's uniform, shouldn't you do something a maid does? Chapter 42, The Cold Maid's Shoulder Kneading Service, the Emperor's Treatment.
Leng Qingxue's expression froze when she heard Lin Yu's words. Then she gave Lin Yu a cold stare.
She knew exactly what Lin Yu meant.
Leng Qingxue extended her white, delicate hand and pinched Lin Yu's waist, her pretty eyebrows slightly raised.
Xiao Yu. I don't know what a maid is supposed to do. Tell me.
Lin Yu's body stiffened.
How could Leng Qingxue not know what a maid should do? She obviously wanted to see what he would say.
Lin Yu felt that he could not be bullied.
Just say it. Cough cough. Lin Yu cleared his throat. What is a maid? Naturally, she should help her master pour tea, rub shoulders and knead backs. Feed the master his meals, etc. Leng Qingxue gave Lin Yu a flirtatious glance. Lin Yu, you really dare to think about it.
Let your sister rub your shoulders and back. Lin Yu looked calm.
What was there that he was afraid to think about? It was a rare opportunity for Leng Qingxue to wear a maid's outfit, and he had to seize it, didn't he?
He had to let Shueshue properly serve him as a maid and serve him a little. Lin Yu shook the ice cream in his hand.
Come on, Shueshue maid. Come and serve your master. Leng Qingxue poked Lin Yu's forehead with her finger and gave him a gentle glare. Okay, master. Even if there was no ice cream, Leng Qingxue would have agreed. After all, it was her boyfriend's request, so of course she would agree. Lin Yu sat directly on the stool, leaned back, and assumed the posture of a big master. There were only the two of them here, so he could lean back however he wanted. Leng Qingxue looked on amused. This little Yu really thinks of himself as a master. Lin Yu swung his hands around, enjoying the pose. Come, maid Shueshue. Massage your master's shoulders. Yes, master. Leng Qingxue walked behind Lin Yu and really reached out and began to massage Lin Yu's shoulders. Ah. It feels so good. Leng Qingxue's small hands were soft as if they had no bones, and the strength was just right. It felt so good for Lin Yu. Shueshue, have you practiced this? Yes, my mom taught me. She taught me and then let me give her a shoulder massage. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu laughed out loud upon hearing this.
Mother-in-law, this maneuver is really strong.
Once and for all. What are you laughing at?
Leng Qingxue gave Lin Yu a little tap.
After a while, Leng Qingxue stopped massaging Lin Yu's shoulders.
After massaging for a long time, her arms were a little sore. Lin Yu, on the other hand, took out a box of ice cream from the system space and handed it to her. Snow Maid, hurry up and feed your master the ice cream. Leng Qingxue's eyes lit up at the sight of the delicious ice cream. She took the ice cream, opened the box, and scooped up a big mouthful directly with a spoon. Then she put it in her own mouth. Ah! Then she scooped up a small mouthful with a spoon and brought it to Lin Yu's mouth.
Ah, master, open your mouth. Lin Yu? Is there a maid who eats a big bite and the master eats a small bite? He bit the spoon into his mouth in one bite and said. Is maid Shueshue trying to rebel? Lin Yu pinched Leng Qingxue's little face.
Leng Qingxue, on the other hand, gulped down the ice cream, her little mouth bulging.
Master, how can the maid work if she's not full?
Lin Yu's mouth twitched.
You call this not being full?
So Leng Qingxue took 2 big bites of ice cream herself, and then fed Lin Yu a small bite. At this time, the campus forum had gone crazy. Because after morning class, they hadn't seen Leng Qingxue or Lin Yu. Combined with the maid outfit Leng Qingxue was holding in the morning, they were directly dumbfounded. Lin Yu must have eaten the food for himself.
That's too much. We want to see Snow's maid outfit too.
To be honest, Shueshue's shoulder kneading technique is really good, and it feels really good.
He finally understood what it meant to be treated like an emperor. Hey, Lin Yu, you really enjoyed it. Leng Qingxue pinched Lin Yu's ear. It's because you have such good techniques, Shueshue. Lin Yu said wittily. You're good at talking. Let's go have lunch. The two of them returned to the university together. After having lunch, Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue returned to the dormitory. Inside the dormitory, the 3 LSPS were already lying on the bed. Zhao Tian's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Yu return. He wanted to find Lin Yu to learn from him.
Lin Yu was too strong, making the school beauty Leng Qingxue hold the maid outfit, and then disappear together.
You see, how did you make Leng Qingxue agree to hold the maid outfit? Lin Yu was stunned.
He didn't do anything special, he just said something, and she agreed.
Well, that should be the majesty of a man.
Lin Yu said seriously.
The majesty of a man? I understand. Next time I'll let my wife wear a maid's uniform too.
Zhao Tian said excitedly. I have to say, Lin Yu was really impressive this time.
He also asked his girlfriend to wear a maid's uniform. Lin Yu nodded. Well, you can do it. Time flies, it's Friday again.
On Friday afternoon, both the mathematics class and the economics class had gym class.
Inside the gym,
2 gym teachers were speaking in front of the 2 teams. Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue looked at each other in the 2 teams respectively.
Dismissed.
With the gym teacher's order, the students dispersed in a rush.
Leng Qingxue bounced over to Lin Yu's side. Xiao Yu, where shall we go play?
Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, not knowing what to say, so he just said, let's just walk around. No one who is serious about sports really exercises in gym class, Leng Qingxue laughed.
Let's go then. She walked over to Lin Yu and took his arm. Zhao Tian suddenly appeared with a black eye. Hello, sister-in-law. Leng Qingxue was taken aback and almost laughed out loud. Hello. After Zhao Tian had gone far away, Leng Qingxue couldn't hold back her laughter anymore.
With one hand, he held Leng Qingxue in his arms, while with the other, he firmly caught the basketball that was speeding towards him from afar. Lin Yu's gaze was calm, but he looked fiercely across to the basketball court.
Who threw the basketball? Come out. Chapter 43, The Serious Lin Yu, a basket through the clouds.
With one hand, Lin Yu caught the basketball, while with the other, he wrapped his arm around Leng Qingxue's slender waist. His gaze was cold as he looked across to the basketball court. Leng Qingxue was also taken aback by this sudden situation.
If it wasn't for Xiao Yer blocking the basketball and protecting her just now,
the basketball would have probably smashed into her. Leng Qingxue was confident in her own physique, but she reckoned it would hurt like hell to be smashed by such a big basketball. She crossed her arms and waited for the person on the opposite court to shout.
What are you doing? You almost hit someone. She looked like an old hen protecting her chicks. In the basketball court, a burly man walked out. He was wearing a basketball uniform, with a wrist guard on his hand, looking very professional, and he had a smile on his face. Sorry, classmate. Are you okay? The basketball accidentally flew over.
Lin Yu looked at the man who walked out with sharp eyes.
Did you throw this ball?
The man looked at Lin Yu and said, I threw it, my hand slipped.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Lin Yu sneered inwardly, not believing a word of it.
How could you throw the ball so accurately if your hand slipped? Getting hit by this basketball is going to hurt like hell.
Basketballs are the most painful of all balls when they hit someone.
What about footballs, tennis balls, and table tennis balls? Of course, if you throw a bowling ball, just forget it.
Lin Yu had seen the news before, where a passerby was stunned by a basketball on the spot. He knew that the basketball was most likely coming at him, and he was lucky that his physical fitness had reached 100. Otherwise, if it had been the previous owner, he would have been hit without being able to react. With the previous owner's 20-point physical fitness, he would have probably fallen to the ground if he had been hit. In fact, it didn't matter if he was hit or not, it was just that the ball was thrown a little crooked.
It almost hit Xue. Lin Yu couldn't stand it. The man opposite him looked at Lin Yu with a sneer.
He threw the basketball on purpose. His name was Han Chang, captain of the mechanical engineering basketball team, and ranked 15th on the campus men's list. He was just one place ahead of Lin Yu. With his excellent basketball skills and quite good looks, he ranked among the top 15.
Which girl didn't like a handsome guy who could play basketball?
The reason he threw the ball was very simple.
One reason was jealousy of Lin Yu.
This guy was so handsome and had even found a school beauty as his girlfriend.
Who wouldn't be jealous?
The second reason is to provoke Lin Yu's anger and play a basketball match with him. Because he found out that Lin Yu doesn't know how to play basketball at all, or rather, no one has ever seen Lin Yu play basketball. And Lin Yu looks like a pretty boy,
and he looks pretty thin. He can knock him away in one go. Using one's strengths to attack the opponent's weaknesses, isn't this a win? Han Chang is very confident and excited. Lin Yu is very popular, so wouldn't he be very pleased if he came out and won? Unfortunately, Lin Yu's reaction was quite good and he caught the ball Han Chang threw.
This is not a normal college student at all. But Lin Yu's hand must be hurting at the moment, as the impact of the basketball was not small. Han Chang looked at Lin Yu, who was staring at him without saying a word.
Classmate, give me the ball. We still need to practice.
When Leng Qingxue heard this, her little face puffed up and she hugged Lin Yu's arm.
Xiao Yu, don't give it to him.
Lin Yu laughed and patted Leng Qingxue's little head.
Xue, that's someone else's ball. Are we going to take it?
A cold light flashed in his eyes.
Okay, classmate, I'll give it back to you.
Here. Lin Yu gathered his strength in one hand, grabbed the basketball tightly, the veins on his arm bulged, and then he used his leg strength to bring it to his waist, and the strength from his waist was transmitted to his hand. Finally, he threw it with all his strength. The basketball shot out like a cannonball, and it seemed to make a faint sound of breaking wind. Han Chang looked at the basketball shooting at high speed and suddenly had a slight desire to dodge. But this was impossible. If the captain of the basketball team couldn't catch the basketball, then what was the point? He directly extended his hands and caught the basketball that was shot at him.
Bang!
The moment the basketball touched his palm, it actually made a crisp sound. It could be heard throughout the entire stadium. Han Chang caught the basketball, but he only felt a sharp pain in his palm. He took a few steps back, his face showing some pain.
Everyone present was a little stunned. With Han Chang's physique, he was actually knocked back by the basketball thrown by the pretty boy?
Leng Qingxue was shocked and opened her mouth wide when she saw the scene.
Xiao Yu, you're amazing.
She was the closest person to Lin Yu, and the momentum of the basketball just thrown was scary to watch.
Moreover, Xiao Yu threw the basketball with one arm around her.
In other words, he didn't throw it with his full strength.
It was just so-so. Let's go, Xue.
Lin Yu deliberately didn't throw with his full strength. If he really threw it with all his strength, it would have a bad impact, making it seem like he was deliberately trying to hurt someone.
There were so many people watching.
Han Chang looked at his already red and swollen palm, a little annoyed, and shouted at Lin Yu, despite the pain.
Wait, classmate. Are you interested in playing a basketball match? Unexpectedly, Lin Yu turned out to be surprisingly strong. But playing basketball is not just about having strength.
And he has professional teammates.
No interest.
Lin Yu said without turning his head.
Does he really think he's stupid? He doesn't even have teammates, so what's the point?
Han Chang was stunned.
Damn it. Why isn't this guy playing by the rules? Normally, if the other person wants to play a game with you, shouldn't you pretend to be interested in front of the school flower? Just reject it directly. What the hell?
Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Lin Yu walked away from the basketball court with Leng Qing. On the way, Leng Qingxue hugged Lin Yu's arm.
Little Yu, can you play basketball?
Lin Yu raised an eyebrow.
Yes, but only a little.
He was telling the truth.
In high school, he used to go play basketball with his classmates.
He was self-taught, and no one taught him, so he just picked it up as he played.
Back then, everyone was the same, and how many people had received professional basketball training?
However, Lin Yu guessed that the person picking on him today had practiced basketball since childhood. Lin Yu knew the basic basketball rules and dribbling techniques, but compared to a professional, he was an amateur. Leng Qingxue heard this and revealed a little devilish smile.
So there's something you don't know, little Yu?
She had known Lin Yu for a long time and found that he seemed to know everything, and this time, finally, there was something he didn't know.
Lin Yu reached out and pinched Leng Qingxue's waist. Actually, I can learn it right away, believe it or not? Yes, I believe it.
Suddenly, the WeChat notification sounds on Leng Qingxue's and Lin Yu's phones at the same time.
The two opened the WeChat group and took a look. Department head, next Monday, the university basketball game will start. The Department of Economics, the Department of Mathematics and the Department of Mechanics, and the Department of Civil Engineering will play the first game. Everyone is welcome to sign up for a team. Chapter 44, I only know a little bit.
Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue looked at each other when they saw this message.
Sigma. Lin Yu was a little confused. What the hell is going on?
Speak of the devil and he doth appear. Someone just asked him to play a game, which he refused, and now another one has come.
Or two departments combined to play a game. It's ridiculous. Leng Qingxue looked at Lin Yu and said. Little Yu, this is too coincidental, isn't it? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. It is a bit coincidental indeed. Let's go, Xue, let's go back. It doesn't have much to do with us. However, Lin Yu felt that this had nothing to do with him. He could only play a little basketball and couldn't play on the court. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his head. Detected arrival at the gymnasium from the dormitory. Sign in. Lin Yu. Checked in. Checked in successfully, received 1000 system points, Invincible Capsule X1, Agile Sports Running Shoes X1. Well, this reward is not bad. Lin Yu looked at the system rewards and nodded silently. The physical education class ended. Lin Yu returned to the dormitory. Wang Jun came over directly and patted him on the shoulder. Yuzi, did you know about the basketball game? The class group is blowing up. Lin Yu nodded. I know, I saw it early. What's up? Are you going to play or not? Play what? I can't even play. Lin Yu walked over to the table and took a sip of the happy water. Wang Jun looked at Lin Yu in confusion. That's not right, you're so handsome, but you can't even play. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Who the hell said that if you're handsome, you have to be able to play? Wang Jun scratched his head. So, you're not going to sign up? No. If you don't know how to play and you still sign up, aren't you just going to make things worse? Wang Jun was stunned. Then I won't sign up either, I don't want to be embarrassed. That night, Lin Yu was playing a game. Holy shit! Wang Jun let out a piggy squeal, alarming everyone. Something's wrong. No one signed up in our group. We started voting for people. Because everyone was holding the mentality of not wanting to be embarrassed, no one signed up. So they started voting for people. At least one person from each class will participate. Lin Yu calmly said, just vote, what's the panic? It's got nothing to do with him. After a while, Wang Jun saw the voting results and looked at Lin Yu blankly. Lin Yu, congratulations, you'll represent our class. Lin Yu, what? What? He immediately opened his phone, entered the WeChat group, and clicked on the voting results. Lin Yu, 31 votes. Li Ming, 20 votes. Wang Jun, 10 votes. Lin Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Shit. Who was trying to get me? Who voted? You see, it seems that all the girls voted. They said you are so handsome, and you must be even more handsome playing basketball, so they voted for you. Zhao Tian explained from the side that this is how the girls in the group chat. Lin Yu was numb. This reason is too ridiculous, isn't it? They don't care about winning or losing, they just want to look at handsome guys? So Lin Yu represented the economics first class in the competition. In the evening, Lin Yu sat on the bed. System, open the system mall. Opened. Lin Yu began to search for basketball skills in the mall. Since things had come to this, he was pushed out by the outrageous reason. He could only learn basketball. He searched for a long time and found the Professional Basketball Skills book. System, redeem. 500 points, redeem. Yes. A new skill book appeared in Lin Yu's system space. He immediately took out the Professional Basketball Skill book and used it. Boom. A flash of light in his head, and countless basketball knowledge and skills emerged. After a while, Lin came back to his senses. He felt like he had been playing basketball in the NBA for many years. He was familiar with everything from slam dunks to three-pointers. Lin Yu took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Leng Qingxue. Xue, I'm playing in a basketball game. Shui, huh? I thought you didn't know how to play. Yeah, I don't know how to play. But they voted me in. Lin Yu told Leng Qingxue the reason why. Leng Qingxue almost laughed out loud when she heard it. Monday afternoon. Inside the gymnasium. The gymnasium was already full of people.
Because it was the first game of the basketball tournament, there were a lot of people paying attention. What's more, it was a showdown between the two popular figures, Lin Yu and Han Chang, which was even more appealing. At the moment, Lin Yu was wearing a team uniform and a pair of particularly handsome running shoes, standing on the court with 4 teammates selected from other classes. Opposite him was Han Chang from the mechanical engineering department. Leng Qingxue stood on the sidelines, holding a small sign with the word "Yu" on it. She held up the small sign to cheer for Lin Yu.
Lin Yu! Come on!
Although Xiaoyu doesn't know how to play basketball very well, she definitely has to cheer. So, the people in Economics Class 1 and Mathematics Class 1 also started cheering for Lin Yu.
These two classes are almost like family. Han Chang, on the other hand, sneered. If cheering worked, then what was the point of having skills? Lin Yu's face was expressionless. My girlfriend is the school beauty queen. You! Han Chang suddenly exploded. Just you wait, Lin Yu. I'll shut you up.
Lin Yu, my girlfriend is the school beauty queen.
Han Chang was furious. Damn it. The whistle sounded. The game started. The basketball was thrown into the air.
Lin Yu and Han Chang jumped up at the same time, vying for the basketball. Han Chang's expression of disdain appeared in his eyes, but it didn't last for long, and suddenly turned into shock. Lin Yu jumped up a full half a meter higher than Han Chang, and then knocked him aside sideways. After grabbing the basketball, he landed steadily, and then dribbled quickly to the other half of the court with lightning speed.
A 3-point shot went into the basket. Clang! The basketball fell to the ground. The entire stadium fell silent.
Both the audience and the players were stunned.
Just half a minute into the game, Lin Yu had scored a 3-pointer. Ah!
After the silence, there was an explosion of wild shouting and screaming.
Lin Yu is so cool. Go Lin Yu! Leng Qingxue also looked at Lin Yu on the court with a dumbfounded expression. Her face puffed up. You call this a little bit?
Chapter 45, The School Beauty Competition. Lin Yu's ranking rises again.
Leng Qingxue saw Lin Yu start so coolly and take 3 points.
Her cute, white face puffed up.
Because Lin Yu had previously said that he only knew a little about playing basketball.
As a result, he took the lead after less than half a minute.
Good. He's playing a fool here. Even she was fooled.
Leng Qingxue had already decided that after Lin Yu finished playing, she was going to pinch his waist hard. If Lin Yu knew what Leng Qingxue was thinking, he would definitely cry out in protest.
He really only knew a little bit, but there was a little accident later.
Meanwhile, Zhang Tingting was walking with a group of girlfriends from afar.
For a basketball game like this, of course she had to be in people's sights.
Although it wasn't the art department's match, as the school's beauty, she naturally wanted to come and watch. Just as she had walked into the spectator area, she saw Lin Yu jump high, grab the basketball, and quickly dribble and shoot a 3-pointer. She froze in place, her eyes a little vacant, not knowing what to say for a moment. She didn't realize that in addition to being good at math, Lin Yu was also so good at playing basketball.
Her girlfriends beside her also opened their mouths slightly, exclaiming in awe. Ah, Lin Yu looks so handsome playing basketball.
Another girl patted the girl who was talking on the shoulder.
What are you talking about? Tingting is still here. Lin Yu is just lucky. Right, Tingting.
Zhang Tingting did not reply. She clenched her fists tightly, and then seemed to have a feeling. Looking in the direction where Leng Qingxue was. Leng Qingxue was holding a sign for Lin Yu, cheering for Lin Yu happily.
Zhang Tingting's fists clenched even tighter. The competition arena.
After Lin Yu scored 3 points first, the morale of their team soared. The other teammates dribbled the ball frantically, passing it to Lin Yu at every opportunity.
They knew this was the Big Daddy.
They had to hold on to the Big Daddy's thighs. The Big Daddy would then lead them to victory. The overall basketball level of the economics and mathematics team was much lower than that of the mechanical and civil engineering team. This is because the members of the mechanical and civil engineering team are all on the school basketball team, and Han Chang is the team captain. Some people who know the inside story even think that this is a game with no suspense. Lin Yu takes the ball and weaves his way all the way around the opposing players defending him. Han Yu is completely serious at this point, and he finds that this kid Lin Yu is outrageous. With such strong skills, he provoked him to play a game with him the other day, but was rejected at the speed of light.
This person is terrifying. He's hiding it really well.
Lin Yu made his way through the defense and got near the rim, jumping up to shoot a layup. Han Yu seized the opportunity and reached out his arm to block Lin Yu's shot. However, the ball in Lin Yu's hand did not move an inch, as if it was firmly attached to his hand. Lin Yu sneered inwardly, "You call that effort? You're not even close to being able to play basketball." Clang! Lin Yu successfully made a layup and gained an advantage. Wang Jun was boiling with excitement. Damn it! This kid can really hide it, and he still says he can't play basketball. Chang Wei. You still say you can't do martial arts. Zhao Tian, on the other hand, was looking at the girls in the audience, and stars were popping out of his eyes. Coach! I want to learn how to play basketball. At this moment, a small hand pinched his ear. Why are you looking at the girls across the court if you want to learn how to play basketball? Zhao Tian suddenly winced in pain. Ling Ling, I only have eyes for you. The girls on the court let out excited screams. Aha! Lin Yu! Lin Yu! Lin Yu, come on! I'll bear you monkeys. Leng Qingxue? What am I doing? She suddenly felt a little green grassland on her little head. Zhang Tingting looked at the scene and her teeth clenched tightly. She shouted directly. Han Chang! Come on! I have confidence in you. So quite a few people also cheered for Han Chang. As soon as Han Chang heard it, he was like a shot of adrenaline, and it seemed like a yellow aura was ignited all over his body. Oh! Tingting is cheering for me. I feel full of power. Lin Yu. Damn, is this going to explode? But unfortunately, this is reality, not anime, and the power of the school flower is worthless in the face of absolute strength. Leng Qingxue couldn't stand it when she saw Zhang Tingting cheer, and she waved her little fists. Xiao Yuer, come on. Crush him. Lin Yu suddenly felt full of strength. Ah! My school flower power is above you. A red airwave also ignited around him. The competition ended, and the mathematics and economics team defeated the mechanical and civil engineering team by a narrow margin of 90-10. Lin Yu could have won by a landslide, but he let up a little. It's not good to win too much. Han Chang sat on the ground, looking doubtful about life. Lin Yu, on the other hand, walked out of the court. Xiao Yu, drink some water. Leng Qingxue handed Lin Yu a bottle of water, and looked at Lin Yu, who was covered in sweat, her eyes shining. Aha! The girls all gathered around. Leng Qingxue hurriedly protected Lin Yu behind her, like an old hen protecting her chicks. She secretly pinched Lin Yu's waist. Xiao Yu. In the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to play basketball casually. All the girls saw it. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. Okay, I won't play basketball casually. He didn't want to play basketball in the first place. It's very tiring, isn't it? Let's do something more sexual. The surrounding audience looked at this scene and all showed shocked expressions. Mechanical engineering and civil engineering actually lost. And they lost so miserably. It was a huge upset. And all of this was because of that man named Lin Yu. When they looked at Lin Yu again, they saw him leading the stadium arm in arm with Leng Qingxue. Zhang Tingting looked at the backs of Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue with a complex expression. She felt as if she had lost something, but she didn't know what it was. Walking along the road, Leng Qingxue wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's arm, her small, white hands quietly squeezing his waist. Xiao Yu. You said you couldn't play basketball. You've been acting cool today, haven't you? Lin Yu also pinched Leng Qingxue's slender waist. Really, Xue, I really can't play basketball. But I was forced to participate that day and was voted to participate. I practiced a bit and became what I am now. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingxue's beautiful big eyes stared straight at Lin Yu. Does she think I'm stupid? Someone who can't play ping pong can practice for 2 days and become as good as he is today? But since Xiao Yu said it, she won't make things difficult for him. Xiao Yu. I want ice cream. Okay. Inside a girl's dormitory. A girl with glasses is tapping her fingers on the keyboard. Lin Yu's athletic ability is also quite good? It seems that his ranking should be raised a bit. Chapter 46 Lin's mother, this girl is really pretty, she'd make a great daughter-in-law. Lin Yu returns to the dormitory. He's a bit tired today, so he needs to rest. The 3 LSPS also walk back to the dormitory. Wang Jun yells as soon as he enters the dormitory. Yu Z. I found out that you're not being honest. You obviously have really good basketball skills, but you said you couldn't play.
Lin Yu.
He said this last Friday, and last Friday he really couldn't play. I said I learned it just 2 days ago.
Do you believe me? Lin Yu said indifferently. No.
The three of them shook their heads together.
Wang Jun continued. Yuzi, I originally thought you were just an unremarkable little handsome guy.
I never imagined you had so much hidden. From marrying Leng Qingxue, to being a math genius, to being a slam dunk master.
Wang Jun didn't dare to think about what else Lin Yu had up his sleeve. Doesn't your conscience ache?
Lin Yu gave Wang Jun a cold stare. Where I come from, unremarkable is not used like that. At this moment, Zhao Tian suddenly popped out, his eyes shining as he stared at Lin Yu.
Coach. I want to learn basketball. Lin Yu was taken aback.
Okay, starting today, practice shooting 100 times a day, 100 squats, and 100 ball dunks.
Trust me, you'll get bald and get stronger. Zhao Tian replied seriously. Okay, coach.
Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction.
Good. Very spirited.
That night, a new post became the talk of the campus forum.
Leng Qingxue clicked to read it.
It turned out to be a ranking of the campus's most popular guys, and Lin Yu had risen to 12th place. There was a lot of discussion below.
A rabbit, aha.
Lin Yu is the most popular guy on campus.
He deserves it. Thor's cat, yes, yes. Lin Yu is so handsome in today's basketball game.
Meat lover, I think this ranking has improved too little.
Lin Yu should be in first place. Little red flower, nonsense. I think it's been mentioned too much. Leng Qingxue closes the forum and sends a WeChat message to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, I have good news. Lin Yu opens WeChat and replies. What good news? Shue, your ranking on the most popular guys list has improved again. You're now 12th.
Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly when he saw this.
Huh? So quickly they know that he's good at basketball? These girls' information network is a bit scary. What kind of speed is this?
He just finished playing basketball in the afternoon, and his ranking improved in the evening.
It's just so, only 12th. Leng Qingxue glanced at the phone. Look at you, only 12th place.
Today you played basketball, and I heard that some girl wants to give birth to a monkey for you. Lin Yu's body stiffened.
He quickly typed. No way. Delta. I only want Shue to give birth to it for me. No one else has a chance. Leng Qingxue's face flushed slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Oomph, you're smart. Sigma Sigma. Wednesday morning.
Leng Qingxue opens her sleepy eyes, climbs off her little pink bed, and goes to the bathroom to wash up. Her routine is very standard, and she must get up at 7 o'clock on time. There's no way around it, that's just what beautiful people do.
If you don't maintain a standard routine, you'll get acne.
After washing up, she finishes breakfast and leaves the university. She doesn't have any classes this morning, but Lin Yu does. Otherwise, she was going to drag Lin Yu out with her.
Leng Qingxue went out to the fresh food supermarket to buy snacks.
In the past, on Wednesdays, she not only bought snacks, but also ice cream. But now that she had the ice cream that Xiaoyu had brought her, Leng Qingxue could no longer look at other ice creams. Even if it was the kind that cost tens of thousands of yuan a box, the taste was nowhere near as good as Xiaoyu's. Leng Qingxue wore a beige, form-fitting long dress, with long, wavy hair draped over her shoulders, as she walked slowly down the road. Half an hour later, she arrived at the entrance of the fresh food supermarket. This fresh food supermarket is large, the service is quite good, but it is a bit far away.
Leng Qingxue walked into the supermarket and quickly picked out her favorite snacks, and also picked up quite a few for Lin Yu. But it seems that Xiaoyu doesn't have the habit of eating snacks. She tilted her little head and then revealed a little devilish smile. It's okay. If Xiaoyu doesn't eat them, I'll eat them for him. After a while, Leng Qingxue pushed a cart full of snacks and walked to the counter to wait in line. In front of her, a beautiful noblewoman was carrying a bag and holding fresh ingredients she had just bought. Leng Qingxue looked at the woman and thought of her own mother. Her own mother would never come to the supermarket to buy food herself. In fact, her mother's cooking was a bit hard to eat. Suddenly, a man brushed past her, and his finger seemed to graze the woman's bag. Leng Qingxue's eyes narrowed. Seeing that the man was about to walk away, Leng Qingxue spoke coldly. Wait.
Lu Yulan, who was standing in front of Leng Qingxue, turned her head and looked at the pretty young girl behind her with confusion. The man didn't react at all, and he continued walking. Leng Qingxue immediately stepped forward to stop the man. I already said wait, Mr. Thief. The man's eyes immediately filled with fear.
What are you doing? Don't say anything. I'll sue you for slander. The people around them all looked at the two.
Leng Qingxue walked up to him and said, then show me your hands. The man sneered, and he left his hands empty, and even waved them around.
Little girl, I want you to apologize. Leng Qingxue
pretended to look puzzled, and then suddenly reached out, grabbed the man's arm, and twisted it behind his back, subduing him.
I want to call the police.
The man cried out in pain. Leng Qingxue then took out a gold card from the man's sleeve and handed it to Lu Yulan.
Auntie, please take a look and see if it's your card. Lu Yulan was taken aback.
She quickly checked her bag and found that her gold card was gone.
Yes, thank you, little girl. She quickly shook Leng Qingxue's hand. The people around them applauded. Great! The little girl is amazing.
The thief had already taken the opportunity to escape, and a few men ran back to chase after him.
After paying for her food, Lu Yulan paid for Leng Qingxue's snacks as well.
Leng Qingxue hurriedly declined. Auntie, no need, I'll pay for them myself.
Lu Yulan squeezed Leng Qingxue's hand. How can that be?
You helped me recover such a big loss.
I should be the one to pay. Leng Qingxue did not argue when she saw this.
She looked carefully at the woman in front of her.
This auntie looks so familiar, so beautiful and so familiar, as if I have seen her somewhere before.
While Leng Qingxue was looking at Lu Yulan was also observing her, with a smile on her face.
This girl, she is really handsome. She is a little prettier than I was when I was younger. I must trick her into becoming Xiaoyu's daughter-in-law. Chapter 47, Lin Mama's plan to trick someone into becoming a daughter-in-law.
Lu Yulan carefully observed the pretty young girl in front of her. She was delighted, and the more she looked at her, the more she liked her. This young girl is really pretty, even she thinks she is incredibly beautiful.
She, Lu Yulan, is confident in her own appearance, otherwise how could Xiaoyu be so handsome?
When she was young, not to brag, the men who chased after her could line up from here to the train station. Even so, Lu Yulan had to admit that the young girl in front of her was even more beautiful than she had been when she was younger.
She was definitely going to trick her back into becoming Xiaoyu's wife. Xiaoyu was so lucky.
Earlier, she had called Lin Yu and asked him to find a girlfriend at university and bring her back to show her.
Lin Yu had readily agreed. Lu Yulan knew that her son was just being polite. Lin Yu was born to her, so how could she not know the boy's thoughts? It was just a matter of stalling for a little while. Sure enough, 2 weeks passed and there was no sign of Xiaoyu.
Lu Yulan would normally not say anything, after all, he was her precious son. He can drag on as long as he wants. But today was different, she had met such a pretty girl.
She had to seize the opportunity. Time waits for no one.
And this girl is not only beautiful, she also has a good character and is courageous. Just now, in that kind of situation, she, a little girl, stood up and helped her get her stolen gold card back.
Who wouldn't like that? Lu Yulan stroked Leng Qingxue's little hand and gave her a gentle smile. My daughter, you are so pretty. Auntie really likes you.
Leng Qingxue also gave a sweet smile in response.
Auntie, you're pretty too. You're just like my mom. I really like you too. Leng Qingxue wasn't just being polite.
She really felt at ease with this pretty auntie, and there was a sense of familiarity. And she looked familiar, like she'd seen her somewhere before.
You're such a sweet girl. What woman doesn't like to be told she's pretty? And to be told so by another pretty woman. Lu Yulan patted Leng Qingxue on the head. Come, my girl, let's get out of the supermarket first. Okay.
Leng Qingxue followed Lu Yulan out of the supermarket like a female warrior, carrying a large bag of snacks. On the way, Leng Qingxue was very happy and felt that the woman next to her was very kind.
She couldn't help but ask. Auntie, do you usually come to the supermarket by yourself to buy food?
This auntie has a gold card, and her family should be doing very well, but she actually comes out to buy food herself.
Yes, I like to buy and cook my own food.
Lu Yulan replied with a smile. Although her family is well off, she prefers to cook her own food.
She doesn't even hire a chef to cook at home.
On the one hand, she doesn't trust others, and on the other, she really likes cooking. Over time, her cooking skills have become very good, and even Lin Yu is full of praise.
Leng Qingxue nodded upon hearing this. Auntie is really virtuous. Unlike my mother, who can't cook very well. She still won't admit it. Inside a villa in the city. Zhou Fang is sitting on the sofa watching TV when suddenly she sneezes. Ha! It sounds like someone saying bad things about me. It must be that little imp, Shui Shui. There's no one else but her. There's only 1 day left before the 2-week deadline. If you can't find a boyfriend by then, I'll make sure your mother beats you into a pig. Zhou Fang couldn't help but sigh as she thought about Lin Yu.
What a nice boy, but unfortunately he already has a girlfriend. On the other hand, Lu Yulan found it a bit amusing to see this pretty little girl criticizing her own mother.
This girl is really cute. My daughter, I'm a very good cook. You can come to my house for dinner in the future. Leng Qingxue nodded happily when she heard this. If this pretty auntie says so, then the food must be pretty good, at least it's definitely better than what mum makes. Daughter, you still haven't told auntie your name. Lu Yulan patted Leng Qingxue's little head. The more she looked at the girl, the more she liked her. Auntie, my name is Leng Qingxue. Leng Qingxue answered politely. Leng Qingxue? That's a pretty name. Can auntie call you Shui Shui? Of course you can. Leng Qingxue nodded without hesitation.
Shui Shui is not a name that can be called by just anyone, but the pretty auntie in front of her, Leng Qingxue felt that she could.
For some reason, it just felt right. Shui Shui is so nice. Lu Yulan's smile became even gentler. Shui Shui, my name is Lu Yulan. You can call me Auntie Lan. She was happy in her heart that the pretty Shui Shui was about to be tricked into becoming her daughter-in-law. There's no rush, but she needs to take things slowly. Shui Shui, are you busy right now? If not, why don't you go shopping with your auntie? Leng Qingxue's little head went into a spin at this suggestion. She was indeed not busy today. Xiao Yu had class in the morning. She would have to wait until the afternoon to hang out with him. And she also wanted to go shopping, but she was worried that she wouldn't have anyone to go with. That's great, auntie. I'm not busy at all. Let's go shopping together.
Good girl, come with me. Lu Yulan led Leng Qingxue to the parking lot and opened her car.
Shui Shui, put the things in the car first.
It's so inconvenient to go shopping with all this stuff.
Okay, Auntie Lan. Leng Qingxue put a large bag of snacks in the car.
Lu Yulan also put the groceries she had just bought in the car.
Let's go, Shui Shui, let's go shopping. Okay. The two walked into the commercial street.
At this time, Lin Yu was sitting in the classroom taking an economics class. His economic analysis skills were being activated passively in his mind.
He knew the knowledge the professor was teaching without having to think about it. He was a little puzzled that Leng Qingxue hadn't messaged him. He wondered what the little imp was doing. He guessed she was still asleep. On the other side, Lu Yulan and Leng Qingxue were shopping together. The two of them bought a lot of bags and clothes, and naturally she paid for them. Leng Qingxue picked out a beige long dress and compared it to the bottom of Lu Yulan's waist. Auntie Lan, you will look great in this one.
Lu Yulan looked at the long dress in Shui Shui's hands and her eyes lit up.
She discovered that Shui Shui's aesthetic sense was actually very similar to hers. What a coincidence! This is destined to be the Lin family's daughter-in-law. She smiled and nodded. Shui Shui has a great eye, and I like this one too. As they walked around, they didn't realize that it was already noon.
Lu Yulan directly took Leng Qingxue to a hotel and ordered a private room.
Leng Qingxue didn't object.
Lu Yulan sat next to Leng Qingxue and held her little hand.
Shui Shui, how about if I introduce you to a boyfriend? He's my son, he's very handsome and nice. Leng Qingxue, Sigma. Chapter 48, Leng Qingxue's Ultimatum.
Leng Qingxue was stunned when she heard Lu Yulan say this.
I knocked.
It turns out that she is being eyed by Auntie Lan, and she wants to introduce her to her son.
But that's normal. Leng Qingxue doesn't feel anything about it. After all, she is still quite pretty. And isn't it common for a mother to find a partner for her son? Just like last time when my mother wanted to introduce a guy to her.
Lu Yulan looked at Leng Qingxue and froze.
Continuing with a smile, she said. Shue, let me tell you.
My son is really very handsome, guaranteed by his aunt's genes, there is absolutely no problem.
If he is not handsome, Shue can just return him to your aunt. Moreover, he has a very nice personality and his academic performance is quite good. Of course I will only say good things about my son. But Xiaoyu is a bit thin. She didn't say this out loud, but she wondered how Xiaoyu was doing at university. Had he grown stronger? Auntie really likes you, and wants you to be her daughter-in-law.
Lu Yulan said, and touched Leng Qingxue's small hand.
Leng Qingxue listened silently. To be honest, if she had known Lu Yulan earlier, she might have said yes. Because Auntie Lan had just said that her son was very handsome, and she believed it. This auntie is so pretty, her son must be good-looking. And Auntie Lan speaks sincerely, saying that her son is a nice person, so he must be. But she already has Xiaoyu. No matter how handsome that person is, he can't be as handsome as Xiaoyu. So she smiled politely. Auntie Lan, I'm sorry. I already have a boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Lu Yulan's expression on her face changed. What? Sigma. Such a good girl already has a boyfriend. She's too late. Why didn't she meet Shue earlier? Such a good daughter-in-law has flown away. Shue, is it true that you have a boyfriend? You're not lying to your aunt, are you? Lu Yulan asked. Auntie, why would I lie to you? I really do have a boyfriend. Leng Qingxue also shook Lu Yulan's hand. She quite liked this beautiful aunt she had only known for a day, because in her, Leng Qingxue felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Okay, Shue. Auntie really thinks it's a pity. You're such a good girl, but someone else beat you to the punch. Lu Yulan exclaimed, feeling a sense of loss. Auntie, don't feel sorry for yourself. There are plenty of girls who are better than me. Leng Qingxue reassured Lu Yulan. Lu Yulan took Leng Qingxue's hand. She knew in her heart that there was no such thing as a large group. She had only met one today. The result was that the flower already had an owner. Never mind. Lu Yulan took out her phone and said to Leng Qingxue, let's add each other on WeChat. An auntie who goes out shopping will look for you to hang out with. Is that okay? She really likes this girl. Great. Sigma. Leng Qingxue also took out her phone and the two of them added each other on WeChat. After a while, the food was served and the two of them began to eat. Lu Yulan looked at Leng Qingxue's elegant eating style and felt even more sorry for her. After they finished eating, Lu Yulan and Leng Qingxue paid the bill and walked out of the hotel. It was now 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Leng Qingxue should go back too. The two of them walked to their car. Auntie, I'll go back first. I have classes in the afternoon. Leng Qingxue picked up her large bag of snacks and the clothes that Lu Yulan had bought for her. What? Snow, you're still a university student? Yes. Leng Qingxue nodded her head. Is it so strange that she is a university student? Snow, you're not from the University of Magic, are you? Because the only nearby university is this one. Lu Yulan also goes shopping in this area because her son goes to school here. Yes, Auntie, how did you know I'm from the University of Magic? Leng Qingxue asked in puzzlement. Auntie guessed. Her son goes to the same university. Lu Yulan was even more furious at this point. Such a faithful girl is going to the same university as Xiaoyu. And she even has a boyfriend. Leng Qingxue was also taken aback, her mouth slightly open. What a coincidence, Auntie Lan. Who would have thought? Shue, let me drive you to university. It's not far, but the sun is quite hot. Great. Thanks, Auntie Lan. Leng Qingxue didn't beat about the bush and got straight into the car. 10 minutes later. The car pulled up to the university entrance and Leng Qingxue got out with her bags. She waved to Lu Yulan. Bye, Auntie. Bye, Shue. Lu Yulan drove home. Once she got home, she thought about her daughter, Leng Qingxue, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She took out her phone and called Lin Yu directly. Lin Yu was in his dormitory. When he saw it was his mother calling, he pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom. Hello, Yu, I'm very angry, come comfort your mother. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, what's wrong? What happened?
Let me tell you, I met a really pretty girl today. She's really nice, and she goes to the same university as you. I wanted to introduce her to you as your girlfriend, but it turns out she already has a boyfriend.
Isn't that infuriating?
Lin Yu couldn't hold back his laughter when he heard this. Hey, Mom, that's it?
That's what makes you angry?
What do you mean, that's it? Lin Yu, you little brat, still don't have a girlfriend. Lin Yu couldn't sit still when he heard this.
He couldn't stand it.
Mom, I'll tell you, I'm not going to pretend anymore, I'm going to lay it all out. Your son, has already found a particularly pretty girlfriend.
She goes to our university and is the undisputed beauty queen.
When Lu Yusin heard this, her expression first of all surprised, and then turned to disbelief.
Xiao Yu, you're lying to your mother again, aren't you? Don't think that your mother won't beat you up.
In fact, she really can't bear to. Mom, I'm telling the truth this time, I won't lie to you.
Lin Yu said confidently. Oh? Really? Then bring her back for me to see.
Ah, this.
What is this?
Lin Yu really is lying to his mother. Lin Yu suddenly hardened his resolve, bring it.
Mom, give me a moment to talk to my girlfriend. Lu Yulan gave a cunning smile. She was great at provocation. Okay, Lin Yu, I'll give you a week to prepare.
Lin Yu took a deep breath, okay. Lu Yulan's face lit up with joy, my dear son is so good. Lin Yu found it amusing that just a moment ago he was still a brat, but now he's a darling son.
Looks like I need to talk to Xue about this. That night, Leng Qingxue was playing a game on her bed.
Suddenly, a message popped up on WeChat.
Mom, Leng Qingxue, the 2-week appointment is up. Tomorrow afternoon, Golden Emperor Hotel.
I want to see my son-in-law come.
Otherwise, you can just wait to be beaten up like a pig. Leng Qingxue was shocked. Ah! Xiao Yu, save me. Chapter 49 Xiao Yu. Auntie Feng.
Leng Qingxue wanted her daughter to get the certificate on the spot. Leng Qingxue read the message from her mother.
She immediately shivered.
Because her mother said that if she beat her into a little pig, she would really beat her into a little pig. When she was young, she was beaten once because she was too naughty. Her buttocks were swollen.
Sigma.
This mother-in-law can handle things, and if something happens, she will really beat her. And her mother also knows how to fight, and the force of her slaps can make you feel so good that you can't breathe. Leng Qingxue learned how to fight from her mother.
No way. 2 weeks went by so quickly?
Leng Qingxue felt that she and Lin Yu hadn't even spent 2 days together, and 2 weeks had already passed. But fortunately, she had already told Lin Yu about meeting her mother-in-law.
It wasn't a big deal. She quickly typed. Mom, let me tell you. Don't you dare hit me.
I'll bring my boyfriend over tomorrow. Inside the villa, Zhou Fang read her daughter's reply and typed back.
Xue, if you bring my son-in-law over, I'll naturally give you face.
Zhou Fang of course knew that she would never hit her daughter in front of her son-in-law, and that she would give her daughter face. After all, she was her own precious daughter, even if she was a bit of a handful.
Just you wait, Mom. I'll bring someone tomorrow that you'll be satisfied with. Leng Qingxue typed very arrogantly. Zhou Fang raised an eyebrow and typed a reply.
That'd be best.
Satisfy her?
Right now, no one could satisfy her except for Lin Yu.
Unfortunately, Lin Yu was already taken. She just hoped that the person Xue would bring tomorrow would be good enough for her.
But Xue had quite high standards.
I don't think there'll be a problem, right? The two hung up.
Leng Qingxue found Lin Yu's chat box and was about to tell him about her mother's visit. She typed with her slender fingers on the phone's keyboard, then paused and deleted what she had typed. She felt that this matter would be clearer if she told him in person rather than chatting on WeChat. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was thinking the same thing.
He decided to tell Xue about his mother's visit tomorrow. The next day,
Lin Yu got up early to wash and then went downstairs to have breakfast. When he walked downstairs, he saw Qiaoli waiting for him in the distance. Leng Qingxue saw Lin Yu coming down the stairs and threw herself into his arms.
Little Yu, help me.
As soon as she threw herself into Lin Yu's arms, her slender arms wrapped around his waist. Lin Yu was taken aback and ran his large hands over her small head.
What's wrong? Why are you still asking for help?
Leng Qingxue tilted her little head up, her big eyes staring at Lin Yu without blinking. Little feather, my mother said she wants to take you to meet her this afternoon. If I don't take you there, she'll beat me into a pig. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. So it was time, and his mother-in-law wanted to meet him. He pinched Leng Qingxue's tender little face. But what the hell is this beating into a pig? Can someone really be beaten into a pig? Lin Yu scratched Leng Qingxue's little nose. Your mother-in-law is not as scary as you think. Yes. She's very scary. My mom is super fierce. She knows martial arts and her favorite thing to do is beat up her unsatisfactory son-in-law. Ka. A fierce beating. Leng Qingxue said this while gesturing with her small hands and smiling like a little devil. Lin Yu was shocked. Sigma. Holy cow. What a scary mother-in-law. If Zhou Fang knew that Leng Qingxue had disparaged her image in front of Xiaoyu, she would have beaten Xue into a pig on the spot. Lin Yu reacted, and he pinched Leng Qing's thin waist. Xue, my mother's side also said they want to meet you in a week. Leng Qingxue was shocked. Degree. Lin's mother also wants to meet her. Pressure is coming her way. What is going on now? Why does this kind of thing have to happen all at once? Her own mother wants to meet Xiaoyu, and Lin's mother wants to meet her. Lin Yu saw Leng Qingxue's stunned expression and pinched her white, tender little face, with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, Xue. My mom is really scary. Her favorite thing to do is bully her daughter-in-law. In fact, he was teasing Leng Qingxue, and his mother is very gentle. Leng Qingxue? Then don't worry. Xiaoyu. Are you serious? Don't scare me. Of course it's true. Ha. Lin Yu looked at Leng Qingxue's pale face and burst out laughing. Leng Qingxue realized she had been tricked and pinched Lin Yu's waist with her small hand. At 5 p.m., Lin Yu dressed formally and made himself look handsome. He was serious about meeting his mother-in-law. Delta. He walked to the university entrance and met Leng Qingxue. Leng Qingxue was dressed more casually, as she didn't need to dress up to meet her mother. But when she met Lin's mother, she had to look her best. Leng Qingxue saw such a handsome Lin Yu, and her mouth pouted. Good for you, you. You usually dress so casually, but today you're so handsome when you meet my mother. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. So I usually dress so handsome too? No way. Leng Qingxue instantly said no. If you dress so smartly all the time, what's going to happen? She'll have no chance at all. Elbow. Xiaoyu, come with me to see my mom. Leng Qingxue took Lin Yu's arm and the two of them got into the car and headed to the Jinhuang Hotel. Inside the luxurious private room of the Jinhuang Hotel, Zhou Fang was sitting in the middle of the room, tapping her fingers on the table from time to time. She had booked the most expensive private room in the city's most expensive hotel, and she was meeting her son-in-law according to the highest standards. Xue won't stand her up, will she? If that's the case, Zhou Fang doesn't mind going to the school to drag Xue out. Half an hour later. There's still no movement at the door of the private room. Zhou Fang's brows are slightly furrowed. She stands up and pinches her fingers, as if a murderous aura is released. Suddenly, the door opens and Leng Qingxue stands in the doorway with a handsome man. Mom! I'm here. She rushed up to hug her mother. Zhou Fang, on the other hand, was shocked and overjoyed when she saw the handsome man's face. The murderous aura on her face instantly dissipated, and she then revealed a gentle smile. She pushed away from the little face of her daughter, and then walked over to Lin Yu before grabbing his hand. Xiaoyu! It's you! Lin Yu was also stunned on the spot. Sigma. Auntie Fang. Come, Xiaoyu, have a nice chat with Auntie Fang. Zhou Fang smiled broadly and pulled Lin Yu to sit next to her. She now wished she could take the household register and get the two children to get married right there and then. Leng Qingxue's little head on the side instantly froze. Mom, Xiaoyu, do you know each other? Chapter 50, Leng Qingxue's family status is reduced by 1. Zhou Fang gave her idiot daughter a dirty look when she heard her question. This little idiot. She has the nerve to ask. When I introduced Xiaoyu to you as a boyfriend, you said you already had a boyfriend and rejected him. It almost cost her such a good son-in-law. But fortunately, it was really a great fate. Xiaoyu is actually Xue's legendary boyfriend. It has saved a great loss.
Zhou Feng finally understood why Shueishui was so confident and rejected her introduction.
With such an outstanding boyfriend as Xiaoyu, it was only natural to reject the others. In view of Shueishui's two merits and demerits, Zhou Feng decided not to beat Shueishui into a pig.
If Leng Qingxue knew what Zhou Feng was thinking, she would definitely complain.
Is this what a real mother says?
Sigma. Zhou Feng looked at her daughter. Of course I and Xiaoyu know each other. He is a good boy. Didn't I say I would introduce you to a boyfriend the other day? He is the one I was talking about.
But you didn't appreciate it and rejected him.
You almost missed Xiaoyu.
Leng Qingxue's face paled when she heard her mother's words.
Sigma. I'm shocked. How could this happen? So the boy you were talking about is Xiaoyu. Mom. You could have just told me Xiaoyu's name. It's all your fault. Leng Qingxue puffed up her little face and threw the blame at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng said she wasn't going to take the blame.
She pinched Leng Qingxue's puffed up little face and said, "You're the one who said you had a boyfriend and told me to stop talking about it."
Leng Qingxue was suddenly speechless.
Although she had rejected her mother's introduction of Xiaoyu, she was already with Xiaoyu. In that case, the result would be the same.
He, Sigma.
Lin Yu, who was sitting next to Zhou Feng and had her hand in his, was also a little stunned. He didn't expect the legendary mother-in-law to be the beautiful aunt he met that day. Aunt Feng is Shueishui's mother. He said that he felt very familiar with Zhou Feng, and he was right. Shueishui's mother is Feng, so of course he would feel familiar with her. The two of them looked very similar, and both were very pretty.
However, Shueishui said that her mother-in-law seemed to be very fierce. He didn't really notice it. Where was the fierceness? What a beautiful and gentle aunt. Zhou Feng was feeling very comfortable at this moment.
Her long-cherished good son-in-law was far away, but he was also close at hand.
How could she not be happy?
Zhou Feng's face was full of smiles, and the murderous aura on her body had long since dissipated. It was also because today Shueishui brought Lin Yu, otherwise she would have to beat her up for being late. She smiled and looked at Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, I really didn't expect it to be you, Auntie."
Auntie is so happy.
Lin Yu also smiled and said, "Auntie Feng, I can only say that you are Shueishui's mother, and I am also happy."
What a good boy. Leng Qingxue then sat down next to Zhou Feng and hugged her. Mom, Xiaoyu, how did you two meet? Even I don't know. Tell me about it.
So Zhou Feng told her the story of how she met Lin Yu that day. Leng Qingxue suddenly realized that Xiaoyu had met her mother when she went out that day.
What a coincidence. After a while, the waiter came in and served the food. Come on, Xiaoyu, eat your vegetables. Let's chat while we eat. Zhou Feng filled Lin Yu's bowl with food. Lin Yu looked at the dozen or so dishes inside. He's being treated well as a son-in-law. At the table, the three of them ate as Leng Qingxue watched the harmonious scene and felt happy in her heart. This shows that the mother-in-law really likes her son-in-law. But Mom kept serving you. She didn't serve me. This makes Xiaoyu feel like the real son.
Leng Qingxue felt that her family's imperial position was being challenged.
Mom, I want to eat too. Leng Qingxue said with a puffed-up face. Here, have some. Zhou Feng put a piece of meat in Leng Qingxue's bowl. Leng Qingxue. Is this the treatment for a real daughter? Sigma.
Lin Yu was laughing at the side, and Shueishui was just too much fun.
Here, Xiaoyu, eat more. Zhou Feng said, and glanced at Leng Qingxue. Xiaoyu, tell your aunt. Has Shueishui bullied you at university? I'll be your advocate.
She knows her precious daughter well, and she's very stubborn.
Lin Yu was taken aback. Well,
then she really has bullied quite a lot. For example, when they first met, she confessed her love for him directly, and even locked him up, which made the department head catch them. She fed him xiaolongbao every day, even though he couldn't eat them. She scared him by saying that his mother-in-law was very fierce, but she wasn't at all.
There are a lot more, too many to write about.
When Leng Qingxue heard her mother say this, she immediately looked at Lin Yu.
She gave him a look. Lin Yu, don't say anything, or I'll bite you.
Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. See, this woman even knows her own evil deeds and is threatening him. Zhou Feng saw Lin Yu freeze up and thought he was afraid to speak.
It's okay, Xiaoyu, speak boldly, I'll back you up. Lin Yu spoke up. Ah, no way, Auntie Fang. Xue is very obedient, she never bullies me. Zhou Fang was a little suspicious of this. Xue is well behaved? Then there would be no one in the world who was not leather. Leng Qingxue nodded her head contentedly when she heard Lin Yu's reply. Humph, Xiaoyu, you're smart. In view of your answer, you can be rewarded when you go back.
Lin Yu saw Leng Qingxue's smug smile. His lips also rose slightly.
However, Auntie Fang, Xue told me when she came that you are particularly fierce. My favorite thing to do is to beat up my unsatisfactory son-in-law. Leng Qingxue was shocked when she heard this. Sigma. Chapter 51 Long Mama, Xiaoyu, I'll follow your example.
Zhou Fang heard Lin Yu's words and was first stunned, her expression remaining a smile.
That's not true, Xiaoyu. Don't listen to what Xue says. How could an aunt beat up her son-in-law?
Well, at most she would beat her daughter.
Yes, I think so too. Auntie Fang is so gentle. Lin Yu agreed.
Immediately, Zhou Fang looked at Xue, who was sitting next to her, and her eyes were full of murderous intent.
Xue had actually slandered her in front of Xiaoyu,
destroying her image as a tall mother-in-law in Xiaoyu's heart.
How could she be fierce? And she definitely wouldn't beat her unsatisfactory son-in-law.
If he wasn't satisfied, that was fine, but why beat someone up for no reason?
Just beat up Xue, how could she beat up a stranger? Xue, do you think this is true?
Leng Qingxue felt her mother's murderous gaze. She was suddenly shocked.
I'll knock. Xiaoyu actually set me up. Leng Qingxue was dumbfounded at this point.
She didn't expect that Xiaoyu would stab her in the back. Although she did say that her mother was fierce, her mother was really fierce.
How could she not be fierce after beating her into a piglet?
As for beating up her son-in-law, she was just trying to scare Xiaoyu.
Wait. Xiaoyu, you stabbed your sister in the back. When we get home today, I'll punish you properly. No way. Mom.
Leng Qingxue hugged Zhou Fang's arm and her big eyes blinked.
Mom is so gentle, how could she be fierce?
I was just trying to scare Xiaoyu and increase your majesty as the mother-in-law. Think about it, as a mother-in-law, you have to have authority. Zhou Fang was both angry and amused by this, and she reached out and gently pinched Xue's little ear.
You little brat, so naughty.
There was no way she could do that to her own precious daughter, not to mention that Lin Yu was still here. She couldn't possibly not give Xue face. Leng Qingxue saw that her mother wasn't going to beat her up, and she instantly became happy. Then she looked at Lin Yu menacingly.
Lin Yu, you just wait. Superscript 33.
Lin Yu, on the other hand, looked calm. He wasn't afraid at all. With his mother-in-law backing him up, he could just bully Xue. At the table, the three of them continued to eat in harmony. At the table, Lin Yu silently recited in his heart. System, purchase table manners skills.
50 points, buy. Yes. Lin Yu used the table manners technique, and he instantly learned countless table manners.
He learned everything, including how to hold a knife and fork and how to hold chopsticks.
Table manners are also a science. As the saying goes, there is a proper way to sit, stand, and eat.
You shouldn't smack your lips while eating. He had already known some of these things, but there were some things he had to learn specifically. This is usually fine, but today is a meeting with the mother-in-law.
Lin Yu has to be careful.
So, Lin Yu maintained an elegant eating posture. Zhou Fang nodded more and more as she saw the elegant Lin Yu. This child is really good, and you have taught him really well. Leng Qingxue, who was standing nearby, was stunned.
When did Xiaoyu become such a good actor?
Leng Qingxue has been eating with Lin Yu every day and has long since seen how he eats. Lin Yu's eating habits are fine, neither coarse nor refined, he is a normal person.
But today he is just too fake. Mom. I'm going to expose Lin Yu. He's faking it. Half an hour later.
The three of them had finished eating, and there was still a lot of food left on the table. Leng Qingxue got up, walked around the table and sat down next to Lin Yu, then secretly reached out her small, white hand. Without being noticed, she pinched Lin Yu's waist.
Lin Yu, I'll let you say bad things about me. I'll pinch you.
But even though she pinched him, she didn't use much force. Zhou Fang, on the other hand, continued to chat with Lin Yu about family matters. Xiaoyu, tell Auntie Fang what the situation is like at your house.
Auntie Feng, my father has started a company and my mother is the manager. During the summer vacation, I hardly ever see my father, as he is always away on business trips. Oh, that's a coincidence.
Shueshue's father also has his own company, so our families are a perfect match.
Zhou Feng was even more satisfied with Lin Yu's answer.
Not only was he a nice person, but his family situation was also similar to theirs.
He was practically predestined to be her son-in-law.
Lin Yu nodded in agreement. That day, Shueshue had given him his suit without batting an eye. He knew right away that Shueshue was a little rich girl. Zhou Feng saw this and wanted to strike while the iron was hot. She was now eager to go home immediately, get Shueshue's household registration book, and have Shueshue and Xiaoyu get married right away. Or she could just bring the Civil Affairs Bureau over. But we still need Xiaoyu's household registration book, and that depends on Lin's mother.
Xiaoyu, how does your mother feel about Shueshue? My mother hasn't met Shueshue yet. But she has asked me to bring Shueshue to meet her next week. I think she'll like Shueshue. Lin Yu answered with certainty.
For some reason, he just had this intuition.
My mother will definitely like Shueshue.
Zhou Feng smiled, confident in her daughter.
That's good. Xiaoyu, I had a really nice chat with you today. Zhou Feng, let's go back. I'll drive you back to the university. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Yu stood up, suddenly remembering something, and asked Zhou Feng. Auntie Feng, where's your husband? I haven't seen him.
Oh, your husband is on a business trip and couldn't come. And he doesn't know that Shueshue already has a boyfriend.
Zhou Feng replied with a smile. Lin Yu was stunned.
Shit, his father-in-law didn't even know he existed.
Uncle, he won't have any objections, will he? What objections could he have? And even if he did, it wouldn't matter, as long as Auntie is satisfied.
Don't worry, Xiaoyu, I'll look after you. Zhou Feng said with a generous air.
Lin Yu was stunned.
It seemed like he had learned something. His uncle's family position seemed to have been exposed. Chapter 52, A Sudden Car Accident, Lin Yu Saves the Day. Leng Qingxue saw Lin Yu's expression and it was a little bit subtle. She also snickered secretly on the side, then patted Lin Yu on the shoulder.
Little Yu. Dad is like this at home.
He can give his opinion, but whether it is adopted or not depends on me and Mom. Lin Yu heard this and his mouth twitched.
Holy shit.
Uncle, you need to improve your position as a younger brother.
But it's normal when you think about it.
In his family, Dad's position as a younger brother is also like this.
At home, you still have to listen to Mom. Zhou Feng, on the other hand, smiled tenderly at Lin Yu. Xiaoyu, don't worry, I'll look after you.
If Shueshue dares to bully you, just tell Mom.
I'll beat her into a pig.
And if your uncle bullies you, the same goes. Lin Yu suddenly felt that Auntie Feng was really gentle.
This is a good mother-in-law.
He now had a mother-in-law to protect him, so who would dare to touch him? Lin Yu now felt invincible, and was filled with a sense of security.
Could he already walk all over Shueshue at her house?
Under the protection of his mother-in-law, who would dare to touch him?
Who else? Mom. Am I not your real daughter anymore?
Leng Qingxue heard Zhou Feng's words and her face puffed up.
My mother actually said in front of Xiaoyu that she wanted to beat her into a pig. Shueshue, of course you are my real daughter. Zhou Feng reached out and pinched Shueshue's puffed up face.
But you said bad things about me in front of Xiaoyu, and I haven't forgotten.
Leng Qingxue. I just said that my mother is fierce and violent and loves to beat up her son-in-law, didn't I?
But that's the truth. My mother is fierce and violent, and although she doesn't beat up her son-in-law, she beats up her daughter.
Lin Yu suddenly became curious. How did she beat her up to become a little pig? How does someone beat someone up to become a little pig? He looked at his mother-in-law. Auntie Feng, how did you beat Shueshue up to become a little pig? Zhou Feng let out a chuckle. Haha, Lin Yu. I really like your inquisitive spirit. I'll tell you now. Mom. Stop it.
As soon as Leng Qingxue saw her mother about to tell her embarrassing story, she grabbed Zhou Feng's arm. Zhou Feng turned her hand around and held Leng Qingxue in her arms to stop her from moving around. Lin Yu was even more interested when he saw Leng Qingxue's actions. His mouth curled up slightly.
There must be some hidden meaning behind this.
Xiaoyu, I'll tell you, I beat Qingxue up until she turned into a little pig.
It's very simple.
Lin Yu instantly pricked up his ears, afraid of missing a single word.
Just beat her up until she's swollen.
Zhou Fang also revealed a smile like a demon.
Except that this demon is more mature and experienced. Lin Yu was stunned. Holy shit. That makes so much sense. If someone gets beaten up until they're swollen, they're just a pig, right? Auntie Fong, I've got it. You see, Lin Yu is really smart. Zhou Fang nodded in satisfaction. Leng Qingxue let out a cry of shock. Aha!
Lin Yu, don't believe what your mother said.
This is so humiliating. Lin Yu nodded calmly.
Well, Qingxue, I won't tell anyone about the time you got beaten up and turned into a little pig.
Aha! You still say that? Delta. Leng Qingxue almost pounced on Lin Yu and bit him.
However, she was held back by her mother. Zhou Fang and Lin Yu chatted for a while longer, then got up and left the hotel with the two children.
Children, let's go back. It's getting late.
Aha! Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue nodded together.
Lin Yu looked at the remaining dishes on the table. Wait, Auntie Fong, let's have the leftovers packed. We can't waste food. Zhou Fang was taken aback that she had even thought of this.
Xiaoyu is such a good boy, even though his family is well off, he knows how to cherish food.
Good boy, I'll ask the waiter to pack it up.
Leng Qingxue jumped over to Lin Yu and hugged him.
Xiaoyu. Leave the packing to me.
I'll take it back to the girls in my dormitory to eat Sigma. Lin Yu scratched her little nose.
Of course you can.
He had originally thought that if no one else ate it, he would take it back to his dorm room to share with his roommates.
Now it was perfect, as Leng Qingxue wanted to take it back to her roommates. As for the three LSPS, he unilaterally declared that they were not hungry. After a while, the waiter packed the food. The three of them walked out of the hotel with the packed leftovers and went to the parking lot.
Zhou Fang got into the driver's seat of the Porsche, while Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue sat in the back. The car started, and Leng Qingxue kept sticking her little hand out and pinching Lin Yu's waist every now and then. Xiaoyu had just backstabbed her, and Leng Qingxue still remembered. Lin Yu only felt it tickling his waist, and didn't feel anything. He leaned back comfortably in his seat, so comfortable. His mother-in-law was personally driving for him, and she asked who else was there.
Zhou Fang chatted with Lin Yu while driving.
Xiaoyu, how are Qingxue's grades at school? Qingxue's grades are very good, especially in math, she's number 1 in her math class. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingxue's hand, which was pinching Lin Yu's waist, suddenly became more forceful.
How dare you say that?
It's obvious that the person next to her is better at math than she is.
This girl, I don't know why she likes math so much. Zhou Fang sighed.
Lin Yu was about to speak when suddenly he noticed something rushing towards them at high speed. Outside the car window, a black car was speeding towards the Porsche and narrowly missed it.
Auntie Fong, be careful.
After the Porsche was narrowly missed by the black car, it uncontrollably scraped against the fence by the road.
Zhou Fong was suddenly startled, then quickly calmed down.
She immediately gripped the steering wheel and tried to control the car.
But the steering wheel suddenly became a bit difficult to turn.
Lin Yu saw this and immediately leaned over, holding the steering wheel with one hand and exerting force in the opposite direction. The muscles in his arms burst out, with veins bulging. The direction of the Porsche was controlled, and Zhou Fang quickly applied the brakes. But due to inertia, the car still grazed the fence and rushed past. It slowly crashed into a tree by the road.
Qingxue, Aunt Fong. Look down.
Leng Qingxue and Zhou Fang listened to Lin Yu's words and lowered their heads to protect themselves. Lin Yu, on the other hand, pounced forward, putting Leng Qingxue in his arms with one hand and shielding Zhou Fang's head with his body with the other.
Bang!
The Porsche crashed into the tree and came to a stop.
For a long time,
there was complete silence in the car, not a sound.
Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu! Are you okay?
Zhou Fang and Leng Qingxue hurriedly called out to Lin Yu, who was protecting them under his body. It was so thrilling just now, and fortunately Lin Yu was there. They were still shaken.
Lin Yu looked up. I'm fine, are you guys okay? His 100% physical fitness is no joke.
If something happened in this minor collision, he would definitely have to return the system. The three of them hurriedly got out of the car.
We're fine.
Zhou Fang and Leng Qingxue immediately surrounded Lin Yu and checked him for wounds. Suddenly, Leng Qingxue let out a cry of alarm. Ah! She saw that Lin Yu had a large abrasion on his arm, with bright red wounds oozing blood. Chapter 53, No need to go to the hospital for a small injury that doesn't feel like anything. Zhou Fang also looked over when she heard Leng Qingxue scream. What's wrong? Xue? Mom! Look at Lin Yu's arm. Zhou Fang heard this and looked at Lin Yu's scraped arm. Her body trembled and her face turned pale. The wound was shocking and scary to look at. Lin Yu had suffered such a serious injury to protect them, and Zhou Fang was especially moved. He was worthy of being her chosen son-in-law. Lin Yu looked at the two pale-faced people. He subconsciously lifted his arm and took a look. Is that it? This is it? I thought it was going to be more serious. Not to mention the large red patch, which looked intimidating, but Lin Yu actually didn't feel any pain. Perhaps it was because of his 100% constitution, Lin Yu couldn't even feel the pain from such a minor injury. Leng Qingxue looked at Lin Yu's arm with concern. Xiaoyu, does it hurt? I'll blow on it for you. Leng Qingxue directly leaned over and blew on Lin Yu's wound. A gust of tiny wind made Lin Yu's arm itch. Zhou Fang also took Lin Yu by the hand and said, Xiaoyu, let's go to the hospital first. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Come on, what's the point of going to the hospital for such a small scratch? He was about to refuse, but then he saw that Zhou Fang and Leng Qingxue's fingers had been cut. Lin Yu frowned slightly. These two didn't even know they had been injured themselves, and they were still thinking about taking him to the hospital. Auntie Fang, Xue, look at your fingers. You don't even know if you're hurt. Zhou Fang and Leng Qingxue were stunned, and then looked at their fingers. A red scratch appeared on their thin white fingers. They didn't feel it at the time, but now they could feel the fingers burning with pain, as if they had been cut with a knife. They must have just been cut. Lin Yu silently recited in his heart system, take out the powerful healing band-aid. Already taken out. Two attractively packaged band-aids appeared in his hands, identical in appearance to ordinary band-aids. If it wasn't a product of the system, Lin Yu would have even thought that this was an ordinary band-aid. Xue, give me your hand. Although Leng Qingxue didn't know what Xiaoyu was going to do, she obediently placed her hand in front of him. Lin Yu removed the band-aid and wrapped it around her hand. His movements were very meticulous and careful, as if he had to align the edges of the band-aid. He's quite OCD. Leng Qingxue looked at Lin Yu as he wrapped the band-aid around her hand, and was suddenly surprised. Xiaoyu, you're so good. You even carry band-aids with you. Lin Yu laughed to himself. Not to mention carrying band-aids with him, he has the system. He could carry the train with him. Auntie Fang, your turn. Lin Yu also applied a band-aid to Zhou Fang, as usual, and it had to be aligned perfectly. Zhou Fang looked at Lin Yu, who had carefully taken out the band-aid, and the more she looked, the more she liked it. It was hard to find a good son-in-law like this. He was brave and attentive. Fortunately, he was already hers. After Lin Yu finished, Zhou Fang said directly. Let's go to the hospital. Lin Yu. Do we have to go to the hospital? He just needs to have his wound disinfected, and it will be almost healed in a day. 100 physical fitness is really something. Aunt Fang, I don't need to go to the hospital for this small wound. Zhou Fang's eyes became serious upon hearing this, and her tone was also very serious. No, what if the wound gets infected? Lin Yu was taken aback. His mother-in-law has a very powerful aura. Yes. Leng Qingxue also jumped out. You call this a small injury? Lin Yu's eyes twinkled slightly as he looked at the Porsche with a little damage to the front. He pointed at the Porsche and said, Auntie Fang, your car is broken, you need to hurry and get it fixed. Zhou Fang looked at the car. It's not important, the priority is to get you to the hospital. I'll have my secretary come back and drive the car back later. Saying this, she took out her phone and called her secretary. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Well, it's necessary to go to the hospital, there's no escape. As a result, Lin Yu was dragged to the hospital by the mother and daughter. The doctor disinfected his arm and then wrapped it in gauze. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. It was just a scratch, but it was made to look like a broken bone. Leng Qingxue was standing nearby, looking at Lin Yu's bandaged arm and smiling like a little devil. She stuck out her little finger and poked his arm. Does it hurt?
Xiao Yu. Lin Yu didn't have much of an expression, it doesn't hurt. Zhou Fang also looked over, really doesn't hurt? Xiao Yu. And Fang, really doesn't hurt.
Lin Yu didn't know what to say, because it really didn't hurt, or for him, it was just a minor injury. Zhou Fang got Lin Yu's answer and let out a sigh of relief. That was really thrilling, almost causing her son-in-law to be seriously injured.
Let's go, kids, let's go back. Okay.
When Zhou Fang asked her secretary to take the Porsche away, she also asked her to bring a new car.
After leaving the hospital, she drove the two children back to university in the new car.
In the car, Zhou Fang's eyes gleamed menacingly. Xiao Yu, Xue, don't worry, I will definitely catch the black car from today.
That black car was obviously premeditated. Mom, catch him and beat him up.
Call me too, I'll beat him up with you. Leng Qingxue sat next to Lin Yu, clenched her fists, and said with a menacing expression.
He almost hurt my little Yu.
Beat him up and turn his head into a pig's. The two women in the car were both exuding murderous intent.
Lin Yu spoke up at this time. Auntie Fang, I know who that car is related to. Leng Qingxue and Zhou Fang looked at Lin Yu.
That car belongs to the group of people who hit you with the pot the other day.
I guess they want to take revenge on you. Xiao Yu, how do you know?
Because I remembered the license plate number and the shape of the car. Since Lin Yu has developed keen thinking skills, his memory has also been enhanced. He memorized the license plate number at a glance.
Zhou Fang nodded, she now completely trusts Lin Yu. Just from his outstanding performance.
My son-in-law is handsome, strong, smart, and has a good memory.
Isn't that normal? Good, Xiao Yu, with this clue. Auntie will definitely be able to catch those people more quickly. Leng Qingxue also looked at Lin Yu with sharp eyes.
Xiao Yu was giving her more and more surprises. Her initial judgment was really good, she had found a treasure.
Half an hour later. Zhou Fang took Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue to the university entrance. The two got out of the car. Bye, Mom. Bye, Auntie Fang.
Bye, Xue, Xiao Yu, remember to go to bed early and don't stay up late.
Zhou Fang drove off.
A chill appeared in Lin Yu's eyes.
The car accident today would not be forgotten so easily. After all, he, Lin Yu, was not a monster. Chapter 54, Sweet Kiss. The wound healed quickly. Zhou Fang drove away. Leng Qingxue walked side by side with Lin Yu on the university road.
She looked at the handsome man beside her, her face showing a little devilish smile, and then she extended her white, delicate hand and quietly leaned towards Lin Yu's waist. She wanted to take advantage of the fact that her mother had already left, and pinch Lin Yu's waist hard to avenge today's backstabbing. Because of the backstabbing at night, she almost got beaten up by her mother and turned into a piglet. Luckily, she, Leng Qingxue, was resourceful and was able to turn the situation around.
She is very vengeful.
Leng Qingxue deliberately waited for her mother to leave, so that she and Lin Yu would be left alone, like a man and a woman, with burning passion.
And then, a sneak attack.
If her mother had been there, she would have definitely protected Xiao Yu and she would not have had a chance to strangle him. She could tell that since Xiao Yu met her mother, her chances of becoming queen of the family had decreased by 1. Leng Qingxue's small hand reached Lin Yu's waist, and she was about to strangle him when she suddenly saw the bandage wrapped around Lin Yu's arm, the white bandage standing out conspicuously. Leng Qingxue's hand paused for a moment, then slowly retracted and reached into Lin Yu's coat pocket. Humph, since Xiao Yu saved the day tonight, I have decided to pardon his crime. His good deeds outweigh his bad, and the rewards and punishments are clear. She is worthy of the title. Lin Yu noticed Leng Qingxue's little hand in his pocket and turned his head to look at her.
What's wrong, Xue? Thanks to Xiao Yu, I'm fine today. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, huh? Nothing. Xiao Yu, I want ice cream.
Leng Qingxue stared at Lin Yu with her big beautiful eyes, not blinking an inch.
Eat. Eat the big one.
Lin Yu laughed and patted Leng Qingxue's little head. Her train of thought had jumped so quickly, all the way to wanting to eat ice cream. He had purchased a large ice cream in the System Mall. It was twice as big as the delicious ice cream he had given Xue before. He, Lin Yu, keeps his word. If he says he'll have a large one, he'll have a large one. Lin Yu took out a large ice cream from his other pocket and handed it to Leng Qingxue. Leng Qingxue was surprised when she saw the large ice cream and her mouth opened slightly. She took the ice cream and then stared carefully at Lin Yu's pocket.
Xiao Yu. You carry ice cream with you everywhere. Won't this ice cream melt?
Upon thinking about it, Xiaoya had been with her since she left home in the afternoon. She was only sent back by her mother in the evening. During this period of time, there were at least 5 or 6 hours, and the ice cream didn't melt even though he had it in his pocket. Leng Qingxue had no idea that Lin Yu had a system that could retrieve objects from a distance at any time. Lin Yu was stunned when he heard this. It didn't seem to be very reasonable if the ice cream didn't melt. His mind raced with thoughts, and then his mouth curled up slightly as he mentally mouthed the words.
System, buy an insulated bag. Purchased. Just like that, an insulated bag appeared silently in Lin Yu's pocket. Shui, what do you think this is? Lin Yu reached into his pocket and took out a black insulated bag and waved it around. The moment Leng Qingxue saw the insulated bag, she understood why the ice cream didn't melt. Lin Yu looked like he had made a great sacrifice. Shue, look. I've got an insulated bag in my pocket so that you can eat hot ice cream anytime, anywhere. How hard is that? How are you going to repay me? Hearing Lin Yu's words, Leng Qingxue tilted her cute little head, thinking. What Lin Yu said seemed to make sense. She walked over to Lin Yu, leaned her little face over, and stood on tiptoe. She gave Lin Yu a little kiss on the lips. After the kiss, Leng Qingxue's little face turned slightly red, but her expression was a little devilish smile. Little Yu, what do you think, is this enough of a reward? Lin Yu stood there in a daze, a little confused. Sigma. It's sweet. Leng Qingxue puffed up her head with pride. Of course it's sweet. Does she think she's getting all this ice cream for free? Leng Qingxue took a few steps forward. Xiaoye, come chase me. Lin Yu was just remembering the taste of sweet when he saw Leng Qingxue sprinting out. He reacted quickly and chased after her. Slow down, Shue, it's dark at night, be careful. Lin Yu caught up with Leng Qingxue and walked her all the way back to the girls' dormitory. Then he walked back himself. This day had really tired him out. He had met the mother-in-law, and there had been a car accident. Fortunately, he was strong enough. Leng Qingxue went upstairs and entered the dormitory. Sisters. I'm back. I've brought you something delicious. She put the packed lunchboxes on the table. The 3 little sisters' eyes immediately lit up, and they rushed over to hug Leng Qingxue. Ah. Thank you, Snow. It's 9 p.m. now, just in time for a midnight snack. The 3 of them hugged the lunchboxes and just devoured them. Don't look at them, they had dinner at 6 p.m., but they could eat this midnight snack too. They might not be able to eat it all at once, but they could split it into 2 meals. That's just simple. At this time, Lin Yu also walked back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the door, he heard Wang Jun's wailing. Turn it up. Damn it. Turn it up. Save the big move for the new year. Damn it. Lin Yu walked over and looked at Wang Jun's 08 record. He patted him on the shoulder. It's also possible that the big move is saved for the next generation. Wang Jun turned around. You, where have you been? Have you been on a date with the cold beauty queen? Fess up. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, more or less. He couldn't have said he was meeting his mother-in-law, could he? If he met the parents just a few days after meeting the woman, these LSPS would be scared to death if they knew. Wang Jun suddenly saw the bandage on Lin Yu's arm. Shit. UZ. You're injured. Who did this to you? I'll beat him up for you, bro. Xianfei and Zhao Tian also looked over, and shit. You broke my brother's arm. I'll get him. Lin Yu. He said he didn't need to go to the hospital, and now look. Anyone would think he had a broken bone, but it's just a small scratch. But with all that bandaging, anyone would think it was a broken bone. He said lightly, it's fine, guys, it's just a small scratch. Look, there's no board here. Shui insisted on taking me to the hospital to get bandaged, so there was no choice. Wang Jun, Xianfei, Zhao Tian. Shua. You're stuffing dog food into your brother's mouths when they're concerned about you? This is no way to live. Inside the girls' dormitory, Leng Qingxue is watching a drama. Suddenly, she notices that her finger, which is wrapped in a band-aid, is itchy. There's also a warm feeling. Meanwhile, in a villa.
Zhou Fang, sitting on the sofa, notices that the area on her finger where the band-aid is itchy and warm.
However, what she could not see was that inside the band-aid, the cut was rapidly healing. Chapter 55, Bruise Spray, Lin Yu's Tracking. Zhou Fang did not care about her slightly itchy finger. It was probably just an itch. Generally speaking, if a wound itches, it means that the flesh in that area of the wound is about to heal. But she had only been injured tonight, so how could it heal so quickly? It will take at least 4 or 5 days. In contrast, Zhou Fang felt that Lin Yu had suffered the most serious injury. What a good boy. She recalled the black car tonight, and her eyes sharpened. Tonight, she was fine alone, but Shuai and Xiaoyu were both there, and she almost hurt them. How could she tolerate this? She took out her phone and called her secretary. After the ringtone sounded twice, a woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, President Zhou, I've already taken the Porsche to the shop for repairs. Xiao Yan, the car doesn't matter. I want you to investigate a group of people. Zhou Fang said seriously. License plate number XXXX. The license plate number Xiaoyu had already told her, and she wrote it down. Contact the police by the way. Okay, President Zhou, I'll get right on it. Zhou Fang hung up the phone with her secretary, her eyes still sharp. They almost hurt her precious daughter and son-in-law. Superscript 33. They must be caught. Leng Qingxue was sitting on the pink bed in her dormitory. In her hand was the large ice cream that Xiaoyu had given her. The place on her finger where the band-aid was held was slightly itchy and felt a little warm. She didn't care about that. Leng Qingxue just wanted to eat the ice cream. She opened the box directly, took out the spoon inside, and then dug a full spoonful into her mouth. Ah! Sigma Sigma. It's so good. Su Cheng and Lu Qian, who were watching a drama, suddenly smelled a sweet smell. They turned around and saw Leng Qingxue eating ice cream. Their mouths watered at the same time. Shui, what brand of ice cream are you eating? It smells so good. Leng Qingxue was taken aback. Brand? She had eaten Xiaoyu's ice cream dozens of times without looking at the brand. She just finished eating it, so she didn't care about the brand. Xiaoyu would never harm her. Leng Qingxue picked up the ice cream carton and looked at it carefully. The words delicious were written on the lid. She looked at the little girls, delicious ice cream. Su Cheng and Lu Qian were taken aback. Delicious ice cream? Why have I never heard of it? But although they had never heard of it, the sweet smell made people feel delicious just by smelling it. Leng Qingxue put another scoop into her mouth. I've never heard of it either. Lin Yu gave it to me. He said you couldn't buy it on the market. Oh. I remember now. Su Cheng suddenly realized. Shui, that's the ice cream you ate in the lecture theater that day, isn't it? That day, many girls, including Su Cheng and Lu Qian, saw Leng Qingxue eating ice cream next to Lin Yu. And when they smelled the sweet smell, their mouths watered. Oh, I remember too. Lu Qian exclaimed. Shui, you finished most of the ice cream in one go, didn't you? Leng Qingxue nodded her head. At that time, a group of people wanted to covet her ice cream, so she had to finish it in one go. Leng Qingxue took another big spoonful of ice cream and looked at the little girls. Then, after a moment's thought, she scooped up a spoonful of ice cream and brought it to Su Qing's lips. Qingqing, have some. Su Qing was taken aback. She wanted to eat it, but didn't want to say so. Thank you, Shui. She took a bite of the ice cream. Then Leng Qingxue gave Lu Qian and Lu Jie a taste. After giving away 3 scoops of ice cream, Leng Qingxue felt a little heartbroken. Eat less. Sigma. The 3 of them let out a cry of joy when they tasted Leng Qingxue's ice cream. It's so delicious. Shui, your family's Lin Yu is really amazing. He can buy such delicious ice cream. Leng Qingxue puffed up her little head, of course. After that, Su Cheng and the others sat back down and continued watching the show. Just one bite of Shui's ice cream was enough. They didn't feel right eating anymore. Shui had brought the midnight snack that night, so how could they feel right eating her ice cream again? Inside the boys' dormitory, Lin Yu was sitting on his bed, while the 3 LSPS were playing games in a loud voice. Are they still too young to think that playing games in a loud voice will improve their skills? Obviously not. He took a sip of the already refilled Fatty House Happy Water.
Then he looked at the bandage on his arm.
It looks like a broken bone. It's ridiculous.
But the priority is to heal the abrasion first.
Scratches are no joke.
They may be minor injuries, but they bleed like hell. Normally, it takes 2 or 3 weeks for a wound to heal and form a scab. Lin Yu felt that his constitution would heal it in a few days. But he still wanted it to heal faster.
Since there was a system, why not use it?
Lin Yu entered the system mall and looked for items to heal his scratches.
He saw a spray for scratches that looked pretty good. System, buy it. 100 points, purchase. Yes.
A green flash of light appeared, and a small spray bottle appeared in Lin Yu's hands. The small spray bottle was green, and the words abrasion were written on it. Lin Yu played with the small spray for a while, and found that it was no different from an ordinary spray, except that it was a bit greener. He removed the bandage and sprayed the spray on the injured arm. In a short while, he felt his arm itch, and the red scars quickly scabbed over and then returned to smooth skin, not at all looking like scars.
Lin Yu was stunned.
It was worthy of being a system prop, it was just awesome. Lin Yu put the spray in the system space and then prepared to throw away the bandage. On the one hand, the injury had healed, and on the other hand, he, Lin Yu, is now in college and is at least a famous person.
How can he wear a bandage and look like he has a broken bone?
Immediately, Lin Yu reacted and he took the bandage and continued wrapping it around his arm.
This injury healed so quickly, if Shuai sees it tomorrow, won't that be silly? Who can heal so quickly in general?
Lin Yu wrapped the bandage and thought about the black car tonight. A chill came over him. It was time to settle the score. Lin Yu sat down at the computer and found the surveillance footage of the target location at the time. He tracked and analyzed the footage and the license plate of the car at the time. After watching more than a dozen video clips, with a lot of effort, he found the location where the black car was parked. Lin Yu opened WeChat and found his mother-in-law's account. This was the first time he had sent a WeChat message to his mother-in-law. Auntie Fong, I found the location of the black car.
License plate number XXXX. Location, no XXXX road. You should send someone to check it out first, and then notify the police. Zhou Fong was sitting on the sofa watching TV when she saw a message from Xiao Yu on her phone. She quickly read it, and her expression suddenly became shocked and excited. Chapter 56, Cold Mother, my son-in-law is actually a computer expert. Zhou Fong's WeChat interface was displaying the messages Lin Yu had sent her. After reading the messages, her expression first became shocked, then gradually excited, and her eyes became serious. She couldn't figure out how Xiao Yu had found the location of the gang. And it was still within such a short period of time. It had only been an hour since she drove home. Lin Yu was able to find out where the gang was located. Moreover, as soon as Zhou Fong returned home, she immediately called her secretary to track down the gang.
Before her secretary could send the news, Lin Yu had already sent a message first. How could this not be shocking? What's more, Lin Yu is only a college student. Where did he get the means and connections to investigate this matter? Although Zhou Fong was a little puzzled as to how Lin Yu found the target location, she had great trust in the information her son-in-law gave her. For one thing, she knew that Lin Yu was a relatively mature and stable child and would not do anything without being sure. It was like the other day when he stood up to help when she was being hassled by the car window smashers. For another, she trusted her son-in-law from the bottom of her heart. For some reason, she just did. Maybe that's what mothers-in-law do. She picked up her phone and typed a reply. Lin Yu, these ants have seen it all. I'll have someone go and check out that place right away. If the gang is really there, we can notify the police. We must catch the gang. After she typed, she pulled up the phone book and dialed the secretary's number. After 2 rings, the other party picked up the phone. Hello, Manager Zhou, what's up? Hello, Xiaoyan, I've already obtained the exact location of the gang here. The exact location is at XX Road, XX. Take someone to check it out and contact the police directly once you're sure. Ding Yan was slightly taken aback when she heard this. Huh? So soon? She had just contacted the police about what Mr. Zhou had instructed. It was late, and they would have to wait until tomorrow to track down the gang. Yet before the hour was up, Mr. Zhou called to tell her that the location had been found and for her to take someone to check it out. That was just too fast. Who on earth had found the location? But Ding Yan was puzzled, but she just did what her boss told her to do. She couldn't possibly ask for the location. She had to keep her mouth shut and work hard to get promoted.
She nodded and said, "Okay, Manager Zhou. I'll take someone to check it out right away." "Okay, Xiaoyan, I'll leave it to you." Zhou Feng hung up the phone.
Lin Yu, on the other hand, nodded slightly when he saw the message from his mother-in-law. He was 1000% sure that he had found the target location. But when talking to others, of course he couldn't be so sure, and left room for maneuver in his words. He couldn't just insist that the person was there and contact the police directly to go over there, could he?
What if something unexpected happened? Wouldn't that be a disaster? Barbie was QED.
He didn't like the feeling of being slapped in the face. And he was still a time traveler. For a time traveler to be slapped in the face was really embarrassing for the army of time travelers.
He looked at the time and typed on his phone. "Okay, Auntie Fong, the matter is settled. You get some rest early. I'm going offline first."
Lin Yu was preparing to withdraw, as chatting with his mother-in-law was still a bit stressful. However, his mother-in-law was very gentle with him. Sigma. Zhou Fong was wondering in her mind how Lin Yu had found the location of the gang. Then she saw the message that Lin Yu was withdrawing. She raised her eyebrows.
"This kid, what's the hurry? I haven't figured out how you found the location yet."
She hurriedly replied.
"Wait. Xiao Yu. Auntie still has questions. How did you find the location of those people? Tell Auntie quickly."
Lin Yu was just about to log out of WeChat when he saw a series of sentences from his mother-in-law.
He found it a little funny.
She was worthy of being Shue's mother. They both had similar personalities. As for how he tracked down the location of those people, Lin Yu felt that he could tell his mother-in-law.
Hacking technology was no big secret, and Shue knew about it too.
And since my mother-in-law is so nice to me, I don't need to hide anything. Auntie Phone, I used the computer to access the surveillance area and find the black car at the time. Then, based on its route, I looked through the 11 videos and found the location of the gang. Lin Yu replied without haste.
Zhou Feng's eyes widened when she saw Lin Yu's reply. Sigma. So Xiao Yu knows how to hack.
And he's so skilled at it.
No wonder he was able to find the location so quickly. Zhou Feng really admires this kind of computer technology.
Because she doesn't. She's just like the average person, using the computer for everyday tasks like watching dramas and playing games. She has no idea about the unfathomable world of hacking. Thinking about this, Zhou Feng suddenly felt even more surprised. Her son-in-law is really amazing. He knows martial arts, he knows internet technology, and he is polite and handsome.
Shueishua has really hit the jackpot.
Xiao Yu, you're amazing, you even know this difficult internet technology.
That's really impressive. Zhou Feng praised Lin Yu without reservation. Lin Yu, however, remained calm.
Auntie Feng, please don't praise me, my level is just so-so.
I still know a lot of things that I can't do. Zhou Feng could see Lin Yu's modesty.
Okay, go rest, Xiao Yu.
I won't disturb you anymore.
Okay,
Auntie Feng, you rest early too.
After sending this message, Lin Yu logged out of WeChat. It was late, and it was time to go to bed. Lin Yu lay down on the bed and fell asleep.
The next day.
In the morning, Lin Yu opened his drowsy eyes. Today is another day of being awoken by someone handsome. He looked around, and the 3 LSPS were still fast asleep. He got up, washed up, and went downstairs for breakfast.
As usual, Leng Qingxue was waiting for Lin Yu downstairs in the boys' dormitory. She was wearing light blue denim shorts today, and her slender, straight legs were even whiter in the sunlight.
When Leng Qingxue saw Lin Yu coming down the stairs, she rushed over and took his arm.
Little Yu. Good morning.
Lin Yu extended his large hand and petted Leng Qingxue's head.
Petting a puppy's head. Good morning, Shue. What are you so happy about?
Lin Yu asked, looking at the smile that spread across Leng Qingxue's face. Xiao Yu, last night the sisters in the dorm all praised you for giving me delicious ice cream. Leng Qingxue said with a proud face. When the sisters praise Lin Yu, it is the same as praising her, so of course she is happy. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu pulled a box of ice cream out of his pocket like a magician and put it in front of Leng Qingxue.
Shue, is this what you mean? Leng Qingxue's eyes lit up at this sight. Ooh. Xiao Yu. I want to eat it. Chapter 57, This ant is not that ant. The computer is broken. Lin Yu saw Leng Qingxue's eyes light up, and it was a bit funny. This little shue. She can't walk when she sees ice cream.
And this scene seems familiar, as if last time Shue also wanted to eat ice cream on an empty stomach.
He refused. Here she goes again. This girl really doesn't learn.
Generally speaking, the brave person who eats ice cream in the morning has a really big heart.
And eating ice cream on an empty stomach is even more impressive.
Forget about men, especially little girls.
The goddess of menstruation will be in ecstasy when she sees it. The goddess of menstruation likes little girls who eat ice cream and on an empty stomach. This way, it can come even more violently.
Lin Yu thrust the ice cream in his hand back into his pocket. Then he pinched her small, snow-white face.
No, Snow. If you want ice cream, you have to wait until after you've eaten. Leng Qingxue's face puffed up when she heard this. But she couldn't say anything.
Because Lin Yu was only looking out for her best interests.
But you have to promise, Lin Yu. You have to let me have some after breakfast. Of course, I'm all yours now. Do you think I'd renege on a promise? Lin Yu continued, stroking the puppy's head. Hey, I like hearing that. Sigma. Elbow, Xiaoye, let's go have breakfast.
Leng Qingxue led Lin Yu towards the cafeteria.
Half an hour later. The two of them, full and satisfied, walked towards the lecture theater. To be precise, Lin Yu was full. Because, as per usual, Leng Qingxue had stuffed him with the leftover Xiaolongbao. Shue, you didn't eat much, did you save room for ice cream?
Lin Yu walked side by side with Leng Qingxue, and reached out his big hand to pinch her little belly.
Nonsense. Little you. I'll sue you for slander. Leng Qingxue was shocked when she heard this, and then pretended to be very angry. She vehemently denied what Lin Yu had said.
But in fact, she was a little nervous. She really did save room for ice cream.
She never thought that Xiaoyu would notice. This boy is terrifying. He must be silenced. Superscript 3-3. Lin Yu could tell what was going on in Leng Qingxue's mind. He didn't pursue the matter further. He gave Leng Qingxue a face, otherwise if he made her angry, it would be his kidneys that suffered.
Lin Yu turned to ask another question.
He leaned quietly to Leng Qingxue's ear. Shue, when is your aunt coming?
The hot breath from Lin Yu's mouth made Leng Qingxue's little ear itch.
She tilted her little head. Shue? You want to see my aunt? She's playing abroad.
Leng Qingxue really did have an aunt, her mother's sister, who was currently on holiday abroad.
Lin Yu. Shua. He was talking about that aunt, not this aunt. There must be some mistake.
He organized his words. Shue, the aunts we are talking about may not be the same thing.
Leng Qingxue was puzzled, not the same thing?
She instantly reacted, her face slightly reddened.
Ah. Xiao. You didn't make it clear. You've embarrassed me. Delta.
Leng Qingxue raised her little fists and pounded Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt the soft little fists. What's the shame? No one else heard. After pummeling Lin Yu, Leng Qingxue looked at him carefully.
Xiaoyu, why are you asking this?
Lin Yu's mouth twitched.
As her boyfriend, it's pretty weird to ask this, isn't it? It's just perfect that Auntie is here. If you drink more hot water and tell her, wouldn't that be beautiful?
The reason he asked this was still because Leng Qingxue's fondness for ice cream had caused him to be on his guard.
During the time when his aunt was here, Lin Yu decided to deduct Leng Qingxue's ice cream. He would let her eat it again after she left. He scratched Leng Qingxue's little nose. It's not like you're a little glutton who just loves ice cream. The intelligent Leng Qingxue instantly understood what Lin Yu meant. Her face flushed slightly as she looked around, making sure that the people walking in the distance could not hear her. Then she leaned over to Lin Yu's ear and whispered. Sewer, remember. Come on the 8th of every month. Lin Yu nodded, I remember. He took this to heart. Well, starting on the 8th, deducting Shue's ice cream supply. If Leng Qingxue knew that Lin Yu was going to deduct her ice cream, she would probably faint on the spot. I shouldn't have said that. The two walked into the lecture hall. The classroom was noisy, with students whispering to each other. They saw the school flower and school grass enter, and instantly stopped, and the entire classroom became silent. After a few seconds, it continued to become noisy again.
Leng Qingxue and Lin Yu sat down in their seats. The old math professor walked into the classroom with a lesson plan in his hands. The noisy classroom suddenly became quiet again. The professor glanced at the crowd and then looked in Lin Yu's direction. Then he turned on the computer on the podium and prepared to use the projector. As a result, after he fiddled with it for a long time, the computer didn't respond, as if it was broken. 5 minutes later, the people in the classroom also realized something was wrong and looked expectantly in the direction of the podium. They all felt an unexpected sense of euphoria. Lin Yu included, as he too hoped that the computer had broken down and he could goof off. The old professor gave up tinkering with the computer. He taught mathematics, and he knew nothing about fixing computers. He looked at the class. Class, the computer seems to be broken. Does anyone here know how to fix a computer? If we have to call a professional to fix it, we'll probably lose a class period. He pinned his hopes on the students. After all, they were university students, and there must be someone who knows how to do it. But the two departments he teaches in are mathematics and economics. They're not computer science. The crowd in the classroom looked at each other, hesitant to speak. They did have a few people who knew how to fix computers, but they didn't dare go up. If they couldn't fix it, wouldn't they be embarrassed? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Professor! Lin, you can do it! The old professor and the others all looked at Lin Yu, and Leng Qingxue also looked at him with wide eyes. Lin Yu was suddenly shocked. Shit! Which little punk set me up? He doesn't know how to fix a computer. He's barely even good with computers. Lin Yu, why don't you come up here and try? The old professor called out to Lin Yu with a smile. He still really liked the student. With a handsome face like he had when he was young, and a stronger mathematical talent than him, who wouldn't like him? Lin Yu didn't refuse when he saw this. Damn it! This little punk is trying to mess with me. In that case, thank you for giving me the opportunity to show off. Lin Yu walked up to the podium. He silently recited in his heart. System, purchase the full repair skills for computers. Chapter 58. Lin Yu really can't fix computers. Lin Yu strode onto the podium with pride and arrogance, looking like he knew how to fix computers. But in fact, he couldn't fix this thing at all. First of all, he is just an ordinary, handsome guy studying economics, so how would he know how to fix a computer? Second, he is not a computer science student. And even if he were, does that mean he would know how to fix a computer? Where does this prejudice come from? Who says that computer science students must know how to fix a computer? In a previous life, Lin Yu read a funny story. A computer science student was visiting relatives during the Chinese New Year, and when they asked him what he studied, he answered computer science. Then, a group of relatives exclaimed, "Then you must be very good at fixing computers, right? Your cousin's computer has a problem, so come and see if you can fix it." The man was instantly speechless. Fortunately, although Lin Yu can't fix computers right now, he will soon be able to. Because he has a system, it is not a dream to learn computer repair at the speed of light. Can he even learn to repair a washing machine at the speed of light? On second thought. Can you call something a system if it hangs? Obviously not. Lin Yu's mind flashed the transparent computer maintenance skill book. It was already an option to buy. 500 points, buy. Or not. The computer maintenance skill book appeared in Lin Yu's system space. He immediately used it, and in an instant, all the knowledge about computer maintenance and hardware processing flooded into Lin Yu's mind. In the classroom, everyone looked at Lin Yu standing on the stage. The girls looked at Lin Yu with adoration. One girl excitedly said, "Lin Yu is so handsome. Even if he doesn't fix the computer, his courage to try is admirable." Yes. Some of the boys' mouths twitched when they heard this. If another guy went up there, you'd probably just turn away in disgust. Some of the boys were looking at Lin Yu, hoping he'd make a fool of himself. Forcing it is the worst. It would be best if the computer couldn't be fixed, and Lin Yu insisted on fixing it, taking up a class period. That way, Lin Yu would make a fool of himself, and they would have an extra class period to fool around. It would be absolutely wonderful. They thought Lin Yu was destined to make a fool of himself. Because a person is good at math, plays basketball well, and is now proficient in computers. How can they still live? No way. Absolutely not. In the corner to the west of the lecture theater, a man sat with a smile on the corner of his mouth. It was him who had just spoken up, shouting that Lin Yu could fix computers. This had allowed the professor to call Lin Yu up. He felt that there was a 99.99% chance that Lin Yu would not make a fool of himself by not being able to repair the computer. The plan had been a success. It was very satisfying to make such an outstanding person look like a fool. The old professor looked forward to watching Lin Yu. After all, this was a student she had high hopes for. Leng Qingxue, on the other hand, was looking Lin Yu's way with starry eyes. She had found a gem in Lin Yu. She had originally thought that he was just an unremarkable good-looking guy, and had dragged him along to please her mother. But it turned out that he was good at everything, excelling at math, basketball, and computers. He had been nothing but a constant source of pleasant surprises. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yu seemed to be in a daze as he stood on the podium. The crowd was suddenly shocked. Holy shit! This guy is still in a daze on the podium at this time. This is outrageous. Some people who hoped Lin Yu would make a fool of himself almost couldn't stop themselves from laughing out loud. They immediately whispered to each other. Ha 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 ha. I knew this kid couldn't fix a computer at all. If he couldn't fix it, he could have just said no, but he had to go up there. He forced himself to look cool, but something went wrong. Leng Qingxue, on the other hand, looked at Lin Yu with trusting eyes. She knew that Xiao Yu would not do anything he was not confident in. If he dared to go on stage, it meant that he really knew how to fix computers. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly moved. His eyes became sharp, and he looked at the computer on the podium. The reason why he had been in a daze just now was because a huge amount of computer hardware knowledge had flooded into his mind. It would take some time to absorb it all. So much knowledge to digest. No, Lin Yu had already finished digesting it, and he felt like a master technician who had repaired computers for decades. He could fix any strange damage. Lin Yu directly opened the computer host in the podium, and then shoved his hand into his pocket. With a whoosh, he pulled out a small screwdriver. Holy shit! The crowd in the lecture theater watched Lin Yu pull out the screwdriver. They were suddenly shocked. Impressive! This guy can operate. He actually carries a screwdriver with him. Some boys who hoped to see Lin Yu make a fool of himself began to doubt. Shua! This kid can't really fix computers. How would an ordinary person carry a screwdriver with them? Only professional technicians would do that. Leng Qingxue was also stunned, her little head confused. Sigma! Xiao Yu's pocket is amazing, it can hold anything. It can hold a large box of ice cream and even a screwdriver. In fact, Lin Yu didn't actually put the screwdriver in his pocket. Why would he do that? He naturally took it out of the system space. It was just telekinesis, child's play. Stand back. Stand back. I'm going to start showing off. Lin Yu took the screwdriver and directly and quickly removed the outer casing of the main unit. He took out the components inside and inspected them one by one. Everyone was shocked at this moment. Some people, seeing this situation, felt that Lin Yu really knew how to fix computers. I'm shocked. He's fixed it again. Others just burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu is so bold. He really dares to disassemble it. If it's broken, you have to pay for the damage to public property. The old professor was also taken aback. Lin Yu seemed very professional. Leng Qingxue heard the murmurs of these people. Her face puffed up. Humph. Little you can just take it apart. If it breaks, I'll pay for it. If it breaks 100 times, I'll pay for it 100 times. She still has that kind of money. Lin Yu didn't care about their stares as he continued to inspect. The CPU is fine. The graphics card is fine. The memory stick is fine. After inspecting for a long time, he found that there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the appearance of these components. He opened the computer display, but the screen still didn't light up. Lin Yu's mind flashed with possibilities. He picked up the memory stick and looked at it. The top of the interface was already gray. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. This memory stick has probably been used for a long time, right? Lin Yu took out the memory stick and took out an eraser to slowly wipe the gray off the interface. Once this layer is wiped off, there won't be a problem. Chapter 59, shocking the audience, he let him install it again. The lecture theater. There was complete silence. Everyone was watching Lin Yu as he used an eraser to wipe the memory stick. They watched Lin Yu's actions in awe. Holy shit! What a show! He's a bit of a pro. At this point, everyone was too shocked to say a word, just watching Lin Yu wipe the memory stick. After a while, Lin Yu wiped the memory stick, and the memory stick's interface revealed a golden luster. It was no longer the gray color it had when he first took it out. He blew on it to blow off the remaining dust. Then he installed the memory stick. He pressed the main button again. Boom! The computer screen went black for a few seconds, then brightened up instantly and began loading. The image appeared on the projector. Lin Yu's expression was calm. Finished. The people in the classroom instantly gasped. Holy shit! It's fixed! Holy shit! The man sitting in the western corner of the classroom also slammed his desk in response. What a relief! Not only had Lin Yu not made a fool of himself, he had also managed to put on an act. It could be said that he had personally sent him up there. Leng Qingxue, meanwhile, stared at Lin Yu with tender eyes. Aha! Wang Jun let out a piggy sound. You idiot! Lin Yu looked at the piggy Wang Jun and raised an eyebrow. Young people really are. Can't he be more stable like him? This is nothing. This kind of minor problem can be solved by anyone who knows how to install a computer. Unless the CPU or graphics card has burnt out. That can be fixed, but it's unnecessary. And it's very time-consuming. Just get a new one. Lin Yu reinstalled the mainframe and then looked at the old professor, who was preparing to go back to his seat. The old professor walked up to the podium and came to Lin Yu's side. And patted him on the shoulder. Lin Yu, you did very well. You bought us an extra class. From Lin Yu's arrival at the podium to the repair of the computer, there was only 10 minutes of talking time. If it weren't for him, it would have been a lost class if we had to call in a professional. Lin Yu. Actually, he didn't really want to have an extra class. Everyone applauded. So, everyone in the classroom began to applaud one after the other. Some of them applauded reluctantly, but they still did it. Leng Qingxue's hands were flying, clapping rapidly. It felt like she was leaving after images. She had a happy smile on her face. Little Yu is amazing, worthy of being her man. After the applause finished, the old professor patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Go back, Lin Yu. Thank you today. Lin Yu nodded, then walked back to Leng Qingxue at a leisurely pace and sat down. Everyone was taken aback when they saw the old professor thank Lin Yu. Holy shit! The old professor thanked him. A professor thanked a student. Damn it! He let him get away with it again. Those who wanted to see Lin Yu make a fool of himself suddenly became hysterical. Who was it? Who shouted that Lin Yu could fix computers? I'll get him. He's the one who gave Lin Yu the opportunity to act like a bully. The person in the corner to the west trembled at hearing this. In theory, they were supposed to be on the same side. The old professor knocked on the blackboard, his expression serious. Class. Suddenly, the classroom became quiet. The people whispering stopped what they were doing. The old professor's authority was still terrifying. As Lin Yu sat back down in his seat, Leng Qingxue leaned over towards him, then her small, white hand quietly went around and pinched Lin Yu's waist. Xiao Yu. You're amazing. You can fix computers. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. What was this? If he was amazing, why pinch his waist? Shouldn't he be rewarded? He took her in his arms and wrapped his large hands around her slender waist. Then he squeezed her waist. Shue, I'm amazing, and you're still pinching me. You've got some nerve. Leng Qingxue wasn't afraid at all. Little Yu, you didn't tell me that you could fix computers. Lin Yu was taken aback. Well, it's true. He didn't have the chance to tell her. Before this, there was no computer for him to fix. He couldn't just blurt out, I can fix computers. I can fix computers. Didn't he have that serious illness? This wasn't in line with Lin Yu's modest character. What's more, Lin Yu wouldn't have been able to do it in the first place, and he had only learned the computer repair skills today. It was kind of like learning and selling at the same time. Shue, you didn't ask either. If you had asked, I would have definitely told you.
How could I have asked if you didn't tell me? If you don't ask me, how can I say it? Leng Qingxue looked at Lin Yu and gave a cunning smile. Little you, I don't care, you didn't tell me anyway. You have to compensate me.
Lin Yu looked at Leng Qingxue, who was blinking her big eyes.
He instantly understood.
Good boy, this little girl was waiting for him here.
He patted Leng Qingxue's little head. So what does Shui want?
As soon as Leng Qingxue heard this, her eyes lit up.
Little feather. I want to eat 2 boxes of ice cream today.
Lin Yu felt amused at hearing this.
This sister, she doesn't want anything else but 2 boxes of ice cream. What a little glutton.
Lin Yu had originally thought that no matter what Leng Qingxue asked for, he could probably satisfy her with the system.
And this was the result? He scratched Leng Qingxue's little nose. Okay, 2 boxes, 2 boxes. But we have to eat them separately, one in the morning and one in the evening. Leng Qingxue nodded happily when she saw Lin Yu agree. Great. Sigma Sigma.
2 classes later, the bell rang at the end of the class, and the old professor, as usual, did not drag the class. The students dispersed in a rush. Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue also walked shoulder to shoulder to the cafeteria for lunch. As he expected, Zhao Tian also went to find his date for lunch. Only Wang Jun and Xian Fei were left, the 2 single dogs. Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue finished ordering and took their trays to an empty table.
As soon as Lin Yu sat down, his phone rang in his pocket with a WeChat notification.
He opened his phone, and Leng Qingxue also leaned over to have a look.
Auntie Feng, Xiaoyu, the gang is really at the location you gave. They have been arrested.
Chapter 60. Leng Qingxue wanted to beat up the people who hit and run, but her fingers had already healed.
Zhou Feng was sitting in the villa at the time, sending a WeChat message to Lin Yu.
She informed Lin Yu that the people who hit and run had been caught. This was because Lin Yu had given the exact address.
Ding Yan had taken someone to investigate Lin Yu's target location that morning.
The black car was indeed parked there, and Ding Yan carefully confirmed it against the license plate number. Then she was shocked. The person who found the gang's trail was really amazing.
They found the gang in less than an hour.
But despite the shock, they still had to hurry and catch the gang.
Ding Yan left a few people here to keep watch, and then took some others to contact the police. After that, the police arrived quickly and caught the gang. Ding Yan also called Zhou Feng to inform her. Zhou Feng was very happy to hear the news and immediately sent a WeChat message to inform Lin Yu.
Because it was Xiaoyu who found the whereabouts of these people.
In the cafeteria.
Lin Yu nodded when he saw the message from his mother-in-law. The efficiency of his mother-in-law's side was very good, and they caught the gang that morning. He tracked the location correctly, so there was basically no escape. Leng Qingxue also saw the message from her mother. She looked at Lin Yu doubtfully.
Xiaoyu, did mom say that you gave the location? What's going on? Tell the truth quickly.
Leng Qingxue's beautiful big eyes stared at Lin Yu, not blinking.
Lin Yu then told Leng Qingxue about the tracking of the gang last night. Leng Qingxue looked at him with admiration. Xiaoyu, you're amazing. You tracked them down in less than an hour.
Lin Yu calmly said, just so, world's third best. Suddenly, Leng Qingxue reached out her little hand and pinched his waist.
You didn't even tell me about such an important thing. Lin Yu. But you didn't ask. However, Leng Qingxue didn't dwell on this.
Her eyes shone as she stared at Lin Yu.
Xiaoyu. Hurry. I've caught the gang. Go ask mom where they are. Let's go and beat them up.
She waved her little fists excitedly.
She meant to go and beat someone up right away. Of course you have to.
Xiaoyu still has a bandage on her hand.
Leng Qingxue didn't know that Lin Yu's bruise had already healed last night. Lin Yu didn't say anything in response.
If Shui wants to beat someone up, then go ahead, he'll back her up.
He typed immediately. Auntie Feng, where are those people? Shui said she wants to beat them up. Zhou Feng was slightly taken aback by this message. Shui, this little girl, really? Thought the same thing.
She also wanted to give those people a good beating.
Zhou Feng replied. Xiaoyu, is Shui next to you? Yes, we're having dinner together. Xiaoyu, the police have taken those people away. Tell Shui that there's nothing we can do about it. Zhou Fang expressed her regret when she finished sending the message.
Because she also wanted to beat those people up.
Not only did they deliberately cause the accident, but that night's car accident also injured Xiaoyu. How hateful. Superscript 3-3. Unfortunately, the group had already been taken away by the police, so they could not beat them up.
Zhou Fang also could not bring Xue and Xiaoyu to beat up the people at home before the police arrived. Then they were also afraid that they would be arrested. Lin Yu paused when he saw the news, and then showed the phone to Leng Qingxue.
Xue, the gang was taken away by the police. There's no beating. Leng Qingxue's face instantly puffed up. She's so angry. They were caught, and there's no chance to beat them. But since that's the case, that's just how it is. It's fine for the police to take the gang away. Lin Yu typed. Auntie Feng, Xue says she's so angry.
Zhou Fang saw this message and immediately thought of Leng Qingxue puffing up her little face.
It was a bit funny. She's still angry, and I'm still angry. Xiaoyu, keep Xue well behaved. Auntie won't disturb you too. Auntie is going to log off first.
Zhou Fang knew that Xiaoyu was with Leng Qingxue, so she didn't disturb the two of them.
Okay.
Lin Yu also replied politely. He put away his phone and had lunch with Leng Qingxue. Leng Qingxue was pouting because she was angry that she hadn't been able to hit anyone.
Xiaoyu, I'm so angry.
Lin Yu looked at her amusedly.
What would make Xue not angry?
Leng Qingxue suddenly gave a sly smile.
Xiaoyu, I need to eat 3 boxes of ice cream a day to not be angry. Lin Yu. Goodness, she wants to eat 3 boxes of ice cream a day. 2 boxes is fine, but 3 boxes? She really wants to get a stomachache, doesn't she? He patted Leng Qingxue's little head.
No, 2 boxes at most.
Okay, Sigma. Half an hour later. The two of them walked back to the dormitory after eating and drinking their fill. Lin Yu returned to the dormitory and found that the 3 LSPS had not yet returned. He took a big sip of the Fanta on the table. Ah! It's so refreshing. Then he lay down on the bed and played games. Leng Qingxue also walked back to the dormitory.
She went into the bathroom and turned on the tap to wash her hands.
It's a good habit to wash your hands after eating. You can't go wrong with washing your hands frequently anyway. As a result, the water accidentally splashed on her finger, which was covered in a band-aid. It soaked the band-aid. Leng Qingxue saw that the band-aid was already wet and a little loose. She carefully opened the band-aid and prepared to take it off and put a new one on. As a result, she saw that the original small, thin red wound was gone, and her finger was as white as jade, without the slightest scar. Leng Qingxue was momentarily stunned.